Let's build a full stack social media app with Nuxt, TailwindCSS, and Prisma. Okay, let's talk about the tech stack. So of course we're gonna be using Nuxt, TailwindCSS, and Prisma, and that's gonna be our main stack. And then as the database, you get to choose whatever you want. In my case, I'm gonna be going with MongoDB, but if you wanna go with a relational one like MySQL, PlanetScale, or Postgres, that's up to you. You can still take this course. You'll have to change a couple of lines of code, but like 95% of the code is going to be exactly the same, so you can still take this course. I expect you to have a good understanding of Vue 3. I'm not going to be explaining everything. Regarding TailwindCSS and Prisma, both of them, they're very simple to pick up. If you've done any kind of styles, you'll be able to pick up TailwindCSS very quickly. And regarding Prisma, if you work with other ORMs like Mongoose or TypeORM, it's going to be very similar. Prisma just works with schemas, but it's pretty much the same, so I wouldn't sweat it too much. Okay, let's talk about like what you're going to be learning. Nuxt, TailwindCSS, Prisma, those are a given, of course. I've already talked about them. Auth is going to be a big one. We're going to be implementing everything ourselves, both front-end and back-end, using JSON Web Tokens. We're going to take advantage of the Nitro server engine and implement all of this using serverless functions. So that's going to be the back-end. And for the front-end, Nuxt doesn't have an auth module yet, so we'll have to implement all of this ourselves. That's going to be a lot of fun. Then we are also going to learn something called transformer patterns, or if you've done any kind of Laravel development, that's also known as API resources. So yeah, and a lot of other things that I don't have time now to explain. But yeah, and then lastly, we're going to be deploying this on Vercel. And I've got a little surprise for you. First link in the description down below, there's going to be a PDF, a Nuxt cheat sheet, so you can just download it for free. First link in the description. That's going to help you a bunch. I wish I had that when I started doing Nuxt. So yeah, go check it out. First link in the description for free. And you know what? That's a good deal for free. So without that out of the way, let's get started. So first of all, we're going to land on this page, which is going to be our login page. And over here, we can, of course, log in with a username and password. And one thing that we're going to be doing is building all our auth ourselves using JSON Web Tokens. That means we're going to be able to log in, register, everything, access tokens, refresh tokens, everything is going to be done in the backend, taking advantage of the Nitro server engine. So over here, we're going to just type in our username and then password. And then we're going to land on this page, which is going to be our home page. And over here, we can tweet whatever we want. Hey, from demo. And we can press tweet. And that's gonna create a tweet. And as you can see over here, this tweet was created 1 second ago. And we can also press this button to reply to this tweet from here, or we can reply over there, and we can go back. And now we'll be able to see that tweet that we just created. We can press this hey from demo over here, and that's gonna open up this modal, and we can reply over here. So we can say, this is my reply. And we can also upload images, and that's going to be saved in the backend using Cloudinary. So let's just press that image, let's just upload it, and now we can just press tweet, and that's going to upload that image also in the backend. So now let's just wait a couple of seconds, and now we have that image coming in from the backend. So if we open this in a new tab, we can see that that's saved in Cloudinary. And we're gonna learn how to do all of this. So we can also reply from this input. So we can say, this is my second reply, and of course we can upload an image if you want to. And over here, let's just tweet. Now let's just wait a couple of seconds. Every single time we're saving who this tweet is replying to. So let's just go back, and we can see over here, this is my reply. And this tweet that's called this is my reply has one reply that says this is my second reply. And if we go back to this one, that's gonna be our demo tweet. So we have hey from demo, and we have one tweet, which is the one that we created. This is my reply. If we click over here, that's gonna get us to this tweet, and that's that one. So we have also this one. This is my second reply, and we see that the chain is working. All of the replies are connected properly. We also can search for anything. I have one tweet called Vercel, and we can search over here. and that's gonna get us that hey from Brazil. So we also have that search functionality also working properly. So we can also tweet from over here. So instead of using this form, let's say that we are inside this tweet details, we can tweet over here and create this is an example, and that also works perfectly. And finally, everything has dark mode functionality. So we can press this button and suddenly our app looks beautiful with dark mode, and we can click inside anything and everything has dark mode functionality baked in. So all of this is thanks to Tailwind CSS, and of course, as our ORM in the backend, we're going to be using Prisma. So yeah, I'm very excited. Let's just get started. Let's get started by installing Nuxt 3. So go to their website, nuxt3js.org v3, and then over here, get started, and just scroll down. We will need this command to install Nuxt 3. So go to a terminal and paste that in, and we're going to call this Twitter clone. Press enter, and now we're gonna proceed. We will need to install Nuxt, so press yes. cd into that folder. We're gonna first of all npm install. Let's just open this with Visual Studio Code, and we should see something like this. Let's just run npm run dev. It should create a .nuxt folder, and we don't see any issues. And now let's just go to localhost 3000. You should see a page like this one. So now let's just go to app.view and change this by an h1 Twitter clone. And if we save this, we should see the changes made automatically. We are also going to be using Tailwind CSS, so let's just kill the server. npm install /d, since this is going to be a dev dependency, and we're going to be using this package Nuxt.js Tailwind CSS. Let's just wait for it to install. Once we have that, let's just go to our nuxtconfig.ts. We're going to add the package that we just installed. So let's just add the key modules, and inside is going to be Nuxt.js Tailwind CSS. Now let's just run npx Tailwind CSS init, and with that it's gonna create a tailwind.config file. And now let's just run npm run dev. Let's just wait a couple of seconds. Now we can see that Tailwind CSS is being recognized, and it even tells us that there's no utility classes being used. So now if we go inside our app.view, we still have that h1. Let's just add a class, which is going to be text red, and let's just go with 500. And now we have that red. And if we refresh this, we'll see that that message is gone. And that's how we can see that we have Tailwind CSS working correctly. In the previous lecture, we saw how to install Tailwind CSS, but we do need to extend the theme in order to build this clone. I've left an assets folder in the description down below. So inside that assets folder, there's going to be a file called tailwindconfig.js. Let's just copy everything inside theme and also the dark mode class. That's what we are going to need at this moment. So we will end up having something like this. Dark mode class, then we're going to have a theme, and then we are changing the default values for the screen sizes to these ones. And then we are also adding a new color, which is going to be called dim. If you go inside Twitter, that's how they call their dark mode version of their like normal palette. So that's dim. And at this moment, we will need in the future a plugin but for now, let's just leave it at that. And with this, we can start actually coding our app. So first, let's just analyze real quick what we have. We have a 3-column layout. So we have the left one, the one in the middle, and the one in the right. If you scroll down, the one in the middle is the only one that actually goes down, and the ones on the sides are sticky position. So we will have to do that. So let's just start by doing the left section. let's just see real quick if dark mode is working. So if we go under class over here, the parent element, we're gonna add a class dark, okay? And over here, we're gonna say dark text, and we are gonna be grabbing the color that we just created, which is dim. And then we're gonna grab 500, okay? So it's like a blue. And now if we refresh this, it's gonna automatically change it. So if we get rid of this, now we have red, and now we have blue. If this doesn't work, just try to refresh the server. Just kill it and refresh it. Sometimes you have to kill the server and restart it again in order to grab the latest version of the Tailwind config file. So now that we have that, let's make this dynamic. So dark is gonna be a class that's gonna depend on something called dark mode. And let's just make this dynamic with a bind there. And script, we are going to be using the syntax sugar with setup, and this is actually the recommended way of using the latest version of Vue, which is with this syntax sugar. So now let's just create a ref, which is going to be dark mode. And we don't have to import anything. That's the beauty of Nuxt 3. Pretty much everything is automatically imported, and we will see that because that's pretty cool. So let's just go with false now. It should be a red. And if we change this to true, we should see a blue. And as I said, this is the dim color that we just added over here. And if we grab something like 900, this should be a more black color. And if we go for a 700, 600, we can see that's like that blue, okay? So now that we have that, let's just start making the app. So we've talked about the 3 layouts. So we're gonna, first of all, let's just get rid of this H1. And let's just make sure that first of all, everything, it's the full height. So we have that like this. Full height is gonna be the minimum. And now let's just create our 3 layouts column. Let's just create the 3 layouts that we just talked. So first of all, we will have to add the class grid. And then we will specify how many columns we want. In this case, we're gonna want 12. Okay. Now, so far we have specified that we want a grid and 12 columns. We will also need to add some basically margin left and margin right, so it's centered. And now let's just start adding some other paddings for small sizes. And also we are also gonna define the maximum width of this, which is gonna be 7XL, and more padding. Okay, so we know that at small, this is gonna be the padding, and large, that's gonna be it. And lastly, let's just add a gap between each column, especially when the screen size is pretty big. We want to have some padding over there. So the way that we can do that, since we're using columns and a grid, we can use the gap. And let's just go with something like 5. So we've added a bunch of stuff, and at this moment we don't really see anything. Let's just add these 3 columns. So I'm gonna add some comments over here. Left, sidebar. We are also gonna have right sidebar, and over here we're gonna have something called main content. So let's just start doing the left one. Whenever you're dealing with something like this, I like to start adding a color so I can see what's going on. Let's just go with a red of 500, and let's just add some content to it so I can start seeing like if there's something there, which I can see that's working. So now that we have that out of the way, let's just start by adding I want this column to be hidden when it's a small size. So we will start that. That's like our baseline. It's going to be hidden. So at this moment, it's just going to disappear. And that's what we want. But we also want to make it appear whenever it's like block. So if we see now, whenever it's like medium, it appears. So that's great. Now let's just find how many columns it should take. And whenever it's small, we want to take only one column. So that's if this is compact. If this part is compact, we only want to take one. So if we go back now, we don't really see that much of a difference. But this, we will use this in the future. And lastly, whenever it's like everything is expanded, we want to add how many columns this should take, which is XL col span 2. That's the default. Whenever it's not 1 and larger than that, let's just go with that. So now if we go back, now we see that it's actually taking 2. And if we make it a little bit smaller, we do see that now it's taking just 1. And that's the class that we just defined over here. Col span 1, that's taking 1. And if we make it, if we go from extra small to XL, we see that now we start taking 2 columns. So we know that that's working. And lastly, we do also want to make this sticky. So let's just add another div inside over here. And we do want to add the sticky class. And then we also want to top 0. And with that, we can start creating this left sidebar. So if we go back, nothing should have changed. It should look exactly the same. So now let's just create this left sidebar. And we're gonna do it inside the folder components, which is not created. Nuxt 3 comes with a very minimal setup, so you do have to actually create some folders. But we're gonna create a folder called sidebar. And then inside sidebar, we're gonna create a file called left.view. And over here, let's just create a very minimal setup. So we have a template, and we will also have some script with setup. You could have it the other way. I've seen other people having it like this. It's just a matter of preference. It doesn't really make any difference as far as I know. But yeah, let's just go with this. And I like to add some kind of text over here, left sidebar. So we can see that that's working. And now let's see how can we import this. That's the good thing about Nuxt. We don't have to actually import. It will auto import as long as you're using it. And the way that we can use that, it's not gonna be called left.view. It's gonna be sidebar left. So it takes the name of the folder, and that's how it's being named. You could import this using like this, sidebar left. It's a matter of preference how you want to do it, but I really like this way, so I can see what are the components that I have created. So now if we refresh this, we see left sidebar coming straight from there, from the component. I'm gonna just momentarily get rid of this hidden, so we can see the left sidebar like this. I'll add that later. So we have left sidebar, and now let's start adding the components that we will need. The first one is gonna be actual logo, icons file. We do have available over here the Twitter logo. So we're gonna copy this. That's gonna be the Twitter logo. Let's just create another folder that's gonna be called logos, or maybe logo, since this is gonna be used when we are gonna be calling this any logo inside over here. And we're gonna create now a Twitter.view. You could have this as an asset, but for the sake of this tutorial, let's just keep it inside this view component. So template, and we will not need any kind of JavaScript. Keep in mind that this has already some classes added to it. So it has text blue 400 and text dark, text white. So whenever it's dark mode, it's going to be text white, and the default is going to be blue. So let's just go inside our sidebar. And over here, as we did before, we can start just using stuff without actually importing it. And that's just very cool. So logo, Twitter, and let's just self-close it like this. And now we can see that. We see that it's kind of big since we haven't defined any kind of size to it. So let's just do that real quick. Let's just add some size to it. So it's gonna be, size is gonna be 8 and height is gonna be also 8. And let's just move this inside. And now we do see that it's got a size. So now that we have that, let's just get rid of this background red, and we're gonna make it a border, and it's gonna be border 2. And we're also gonna add the border, and also we're gonna add some color just so we can see the border. And border is gonna be red, and it's gonna be 500. We don't need to add this twice. And we do see that. So for some reason the color of the logo is not showing up. Most likely it's because it's white and the background is also white. So I think it's because the dark mode, we do have dark mode enabled over here. So if we disable this, we should see the logo color. But let's just keep it enabled. And now that we have that, let's just add a background color for the entire app, so that it also changes depending on the dark mode, if it's enabled or not. So we're gonna add background white, and then we are also gonna add for dark mode, it's gonna be background dim, it's gonna be 900. So if it's dark mode, that's gonna be the background, and if it's not, it's gonna be white, and this is gonna be our color. So let's just get rid of this color. So now that we know that that's showing up, let's just get rid of that color and also the border. And now we should see something like this. So let's just start by making this Nuxt link, because whenever we are on other pages, we do want to be able to access to the home page. So that's going to be a Nuxt link, and we're gonna make it this at 2. That's gonna be the home page. So if we move this inside, we should see something like this. Now let's just add a wrapper to make to add some hover effects. So let's just start by adding some padding. Padding is gonna be 2. Margin, we're gonna add some margin vertically, and that's gonna kind of center it and add some extra padding over there. And let's just add some rounded borders. And at this moment we don't see any background, so let's just add the background over there, and we do see that like that. But we do want to make this just whenever it's on hover. So whenever we hover, we do want to see that, and the same with this. It's just gonna be hover, the color. So we do see that effect going on there. Whenever we hover, it's gonna change that. Another thing with C is that it's kinda not centered. So let's just add this width min. And now we do see that it's an entire circle, and it's not, it does look better now. So instead of this red, let's just go with a blue, a light blue, instead of this like 50. And now we start seeing that this is actually starting to look way better. And now let's just add the dark mode version. So dark mode is gonna be hover, background white. We do want to add some transparency, and we can do that doing this. And now if it's dark mode, which we can enable real quick over here, we do see that effect. Okay, so let's go back, and now we have that logo over there. So let's just add some background color to this, so we can see if this is taking the entire screen. Oh, I forgot to add an S there. We see that's not taking the entire screen. So let's just start by fixing that. Let's just add edge screen. And with this, we can see that it's actually taking the entire screen. So we can get rid of this. And now that we have that, we do know that we will have multiple items inside of this. And for that, we are going to use flex. And it's going to be a flex call, since we do want to make it columns. And lastly, now that we have that, let's just add a little transition. So for that, let's just add a class over here, and we're going to call it transition. And transition is going to be transition is in out. And then we're going to also add a duration of 350. Oh, I misspelled it. Transition is in out. Now if we see there's a small transition going on there, we also see that there's something going on when we make it like when we are not hovering, it goes back to just square, and that's because we have over here a hover around it, and it should be a rounded full. So now we do see that that's gone, and we see that we have a transition. Now that we have this, I want to reuse this. So what you can do right now, it's use the Tailwind CSS and extend the default classes. Because of other reasons, which I will explain later, I decided to go with composables and add a composable there, which is going to be composables. And inside composable, we can add any kind of logic that we want to reuse over the course of our app. So use Tailwind config. That's what we're going to be calling this. And that's going to be a JS file. So over here, let's just export default, a function, and it's going to be called and default transition, and it's going to be what we had over here. So let's just copy paste this and go over here and paste it. Now what we can do, it's actually just get rid of this, and without importing anything, we can start doing default transition. It's going to be use tailwind config, and if we paste that over here, the reason why I'm doing this way and not adding it as a CSS file is because there's an active issue where you cannot use dark mode inside that, or at least I wasn't able to find an easy fix. So I decided to do all the extra like classes to extend the Tailwind CSS and reuse those classes. Normally those would be used inside the CSS file and adding those classes there. But as I said before, I decided to just do all these classes that we are adding extra as a composable, but you could do it the other way inside the CSS files. It's just up to you. The thing is that I haven't been able to find a solution for that, so that's why I did it inside of this. So now that we have this, if we just copy paste this again, we can see that that flex that we had there, it's working. So let's just make this smaller right now. Now we have to add these tabs that we have over here. To add those, we will need these icons, and I'm using hero icons. So we will need to install hero icons. So let's just copy paste this. Let's just kill our server and paste that in, npm install hero icons view. Let's just wait a couple of seconds. Now that we have that, let's just home icon. And the way to import this is going to be home icon. We actually can use from import over here, import from hero icons view. And we also have to specify if it's going to be outline or solid. So let's just go with solid for this one, which is going to be the first one. And then if we refresh this, oh, we just killed the server, so we have to restart it again. And we have that icon over there. So that's great. So let's start by creating those tabs. And inside sidebar, we're actually gonna be making a folder called left. So that's how I like to divide things. And we can move this inside and rename it from left is gonna be index. And that's how we know that inside sidebar left, let's just make this a little bit bigger. Inside sidebar left is going to be an index, and that's going to be the same as just importing sidebar left. So inside over here, let's just create a new file, which is going to be called tab.view. Template. And then over here, a script. And that's going to be set up. So for this, as I did before, let's just call it a tab. And let's just go back inside our index. And let's just remove this for a second. And over here, let's just call sidebar left tab. And with this, we should have over here something. But that's not showing. So let's see what's the issue. Oh, there is actually a mistake over here. It's sidebar. Now we see it. So now that we know that that component is created and that's working, let's just pass this icon. Let's just pass it like this. We're not going to be defining anything, but for now, let's just pass it. It shouldn't show anything because we're not actually defining anything inside sidebar left. So inside that tab, we're not defining really anything over here. So we could, we just could add a slot. And since that's the default slot, it should appear. But our component is going to be a little bit more complicated than this. Let's start by making this a Nuxt link. So everything is actually a link. Nuxt link. And we will also need to add a 2 so that it behaves like a link. Otherwise, we won't see that behavior happening. So if we click, we do see that actually is a link. So now we do have a slot over here. We will need 2. The first one for the icon and the second one for the actual name of that tab. So let's just get rid of this real quick. Let's just add 2 divs. A first one and then a second one. Let's just add a slot. The first one is going to be called icon. And then the second one is going to be called name. Is going to be actually name of that tab. So now let's go back to our sidebar left. And over here, we will need to add those templates since now they're not showing up over here. So if I make this bigger, we don't see anything showing up there since we haven't defined a default slot. So let's just add this template since we don't want to create any kind of div. We just want a template. And over here, we're going to define vSlot is going to be icon. And we are also going to be needing another one, which is going to be vSlot is going to be name. And with that, we do see icons, 2 icons twice, but the second one is going to be actually called just home. And now we have that icon and we also have the name of that tab. Now we have to actually align it and some padding, and also whenever we hover over it, we need to add some background color. And let's just do that real quick. First of all, let's just add some size to this icon. So it's going to be size is going to be 6. and height is also gonna be 6. So we have defined the width and the height, and let's just make it text dark. So now that we have that, we also want to add some transition to it. So we will use the default transitions, and then over here, default transition. Let's just copy paste this, default transition, and over here, const default transition is gonna be coming from use tailwind config. Now we shouldn't see any change, but let's just add this a flex item center. Okay, so far we have something like this. Let's just add some padding to it. Padding is gonna be 3. And also we are gonna be also adding the default transition over here. So we can just copy paste this and move it over here. So it's gonna also apply to the children. And width is gonna be min. So now that we have that, and now let's just start adding the colors. So the first color that we're gonna be adding is just hover BG, and it's gonna be gray, and it's gonna be 200. So now if you hover over it, we do see that color over there. Rounded is gonna be full. Now if we go back, we do see that effect going on there. Let's just add some margin left over here. So class margin left is gonna be 4. So now we do have some margin over there. And then let's just make also the text a little bit bigger. I think kind of small at this moment. So let's just make it text XL. Now it looks actually better. Let's just change the font size of the tab if it's active or not. So we haven't actually passed that active property prop. So it's gonna be props, and then over here define props, and we're gonna define a prop called active, and it's gonna be type is gonna be boolean, and it's gonna be actually default is gonna be false. So if we don't pass anything, it's gonna be false. So now let's just make a dynamic class using computer properties, and let's just call it text classes. And we don't have to import computed, and that's because of Nuxt. So computed, and we're gonna see if props.active, if that's true. Let's just return font semi-bold. Otherwise, font is gonna be normal. Now we can use this class over here. So let's just add a class there and text class. Since we're not passing this active true, this is gonna be false. So it's not gonna be showing up as a font bold. So let's just go back. And then over here, inside the tab, let's just pass active true. Now you see that it just made it a little bit thicker. So that's what we want to. Now that we have that, let's just, as a last thing, I do want to add some background color whenever this is dark mode. So let's just do that real quick. Dark is gonna be hover. So whenever we hover, if it's dark mode, it's gonna be background dim 200. And also let's just add the text dark. Text is gonna be white. So now that we have that, let's just go to our app and make this true. Let's just see how this would look in dark mode. And we also did see that it actually looks pretty good in dark mode. Let's just go back inside our tab component. And let's just also add the color. Text is gonna be black as default. As I did before, we're gonna be setting this as hidden by default, so now it's gone, but we want to make it appear when it's a bigger screen. So the way that we can do that, it's doing XL and making it a block. So now it is there, but whenever we make this bigger, it appears. So let's just disable dark mode very quick, and we do see that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. So now that we have that, we can actually start just kind of copy pasting this and start reusing it. So we do have that, and we're gonna just add over here more of them, and let's just make them inside a div, and let's just add a margin top. It's gonna be of 2, and then a spacing between each of them of y is gonna be 3. So now if we move this inside, we do see that there's an extra spacing going on there. If we make this bigger, we do see that it's increasing. So let's just leave it at 3. So let's just add these other icons. Only the first one is going to be the active one. So let's just remove that. The first icon is going to be hashtag or hash. So let's just go with that hashtag icon. We do need to import that. Let's just import all of them at once, and hashtag. Then we are also going to be importing bell icon, inbox icon, bookmark, and document text icon, and user icon. And lastly, there's going to be one called dots, circle, horizontal icon. So we just have to copy paste this. Hashtag icon. So let's just go with explore over here. Inbox icon. The name of that is going to be bookmarks. And let's just see if this is working. We do see that that's working. So let's just continue. Let's just copy paste this and to have it a couple of times. Bookmark icon. This is actually messages. Messages. This is going to be bookmarks. Document text icon is going to be lists. User profile or user icon, I think it's called. User icon is going to be profile. And I think the only one that's left, it's the dots one. So it's going to be dot circle horizontal is going to be more. I think that should be it. And we see that's looking great. There's only one thing. For the first one, we do want the solid one because that's actually the active. But for the others, we want to have the outline version. So if we go back over here, let's just copy all of this. Let's just copy all of this. Let's just get rid of this and paste it. And over here, import. And instead of from solid, it's going to be outline. Now we have that effect, and only for the first one, which is the active one, it's going to be showing up as a solid, and the other ones is going to be outline. So let's just, bell icon is not actually used. I forgot to do that one. So bell icon should go over here. Bell icon, and it's gonna be, I think, not notify. notifications. Okay, now we have that. And just as a reminder, over here, this should have a class hidden. So now that's gone. But if we make it bigger, it compacts, and we see that it's fully responsive. And if we make it even smaller, it just disappears, and as we want it. And the last thing that we have to do, as I said, let's just keep it at that. The only things that are left are this tweet button and this profile tab that we can click, and it's gonna just log out or go to settings or whatever. We can do actually those both later on, since we don't have some information and they can get a little bit complicated. So now that we have that, we can move on to the right sidebar and also the main section. So let's just go with first the main section, and then we will go to the right sidebar. Before we move on to do the main content, let's just go real quick inside sidebar left. I made a mistake, and over here this should be default transition and it's misspelled. Now it's being applied correctly. Let's just get rid of this left sidebar and add the hidden. So now it's just gonna appear like this, and whenever we go to a smaller screen, it just disappears. And let's just move on to do the main content. So the main content is gonna have a tag called main, and we're gonna add, first of all, we want to expand full width whenever it's like a smaller screen. So to see that, we're gonna just add some background red over here and some H1 content. So now we're gonna see this expanding the full width. But we also want to add the other ones, the other screen sizes. So let's just add an 8 over here, and for a bigger screen it's gonna be 6. So now if we go back, we can see that now this is taking up only 8, and whenever we go like a bigger screen, it's gonna take 6, which is what we defined over here. We do have some space over here. That's gonna be for the right section or the right sidebar. And let's just add that real quick over here. So we can copy this one. It's gonna be pretty similar to that one. It's gonna be also hidden and block, but this is gonna change a little bit, which is how much space it's gonna take. It's gonna be XL col span 4. And for medium, it's gonna be col span 3. And let's just add over here some background so we can see what's actually going on. And it's just gonna be maybe a blue. And let's just over here add another H1, and let's just go with right. Oops, sidebar. So now over here we shouldn't see anything, but if we make it bigger, we have this right sidebar, which is taking, as we specified, 3 columns. And whenever we make it a little bit bigger, it's gonna now take 4 columns. And notice something, that the gap that we specify is kicking in. Over here we have a gap of 5, I think it was. So yeah, we have a gap of 5. So let's just make it a gap of 10. So you see actually the difference. And that's the gap that we specified before. And that's where it's being applied. So 5, I think 5 is a good number and it looks good. So let's just real quick do this right sidebar, and then we will move on to do the main section. That's where all the juicy part is. And yeah, let's just do that. As we did before, I'm gonna over here just very quickly comment the main section. So that's gonna disappear. And hidden, I'm gonna just remove it. So it should show up also the right sidebar. It's looking kind of small at this moment, and that's because it's not actually taking any space. So I'm gonna just say that it's gonna be col span 12 for now. And that's just for now to actually start coding something. and because I'm using like this split screen, and it's easier for me to show up what the changes that are being made. So as we did before, let's just go inside components and sidebar. We're gonna create here a folder that's gonna be called write, and inside of it is gonna be index.view. So let's just start by creating this setup, and now write sidebar. So we have that. Let's just go inside app. Let's just close this, and over here, as we did before, sidebar write, and this is going to be self-closing. Now we have that component coming straight from that the view file that we just created, which is this one. Let's just analyze real quick what we have inside this right sidebar. We have first a search tweeter, which is going to be the search bar, and then we have two components which look to me very similar. If you notice, they have some kind of title, then they have like some items inside of them, and they have a show more. So they are practically identical. The only thing that's actually changing is the item, which in this case it's got over here a text and then another text over here, and over here it's a little bit more complicated. It's got an avatar icon and other stuff. So the only thing that's actually changing is this part and basically this one. All the other things, to me, they look identical. So let's just start by doing this component, and after that we will move on to do the search tweeter search bar. But yeah, once we do that, we will be able to do this one, which is going to be very easy since it's basically the same as we did before. This is going to have flex call. Okay, now not much should change since we only have what item, but if we had over here multiple items, which they need to be a div and not a span. Okay, I'm gonna be calling this a preview card, and the first one is gonna be what's happening, and then we're gonna have another one which is gonna be who to follow. So we have those. So now we can get rid of this, and as we did before, this is gonna be a component inside the right folder. So we're gonna call this preview card, and inside of this we're gonna create an index.view. This is gonna be preview card and setup. So now that we have that inside of this right sidebar, we can actually start just calling this. So sidebar right preview card, and let's just pass ititle of. We actually don't need to make this dynamic, so but let's just copy this. What's happening at this moment? Nothing should really happen since we are not passing anything, but we will need two of these. The first one is going to be that, and the second one is going to be who to follow. So we have that. Now that we have that, let's just go back to our preview card. Let's just start by adding this h1, which is going to be our props.title. But we haven't specified props, so we have to do that. And it's going to be title, which is going to be type string, and it's going to be required. We can actually refresh, and we do see those titles showing up there. So let's start by adding some classes to this wrapper. It's going to have a margin of 2. So now we're going to see some margin going on there. Then we're gonna define a border and a background gray of 50. So now this should be like a white, and we do see like a small border there. And actually for the border, I'm gonna be using something called Twitter border color, and that's gonna be coming straight from the composable use tailwind config, but we haven't really defined anything regarding that, so that's what we're gonna be doing now. Since we're gonna be reusing this border around our classes inside our app, let's just put it once over here, and if at some point we want to change it, we can do it very easily. It's gonna be border white 200, that's gonna be default one, and now let's just add the dark mode. It's just gonna be gray 700. So now let's just go back to our component, and we have that. So if we zoom in, we see that there's a small border. So if I remove the background, oh, I removed that also. But now if you see, there's that border, which I'm gonna make rounded to Excel, and that's gonna be rounded now. So let's just go back and add that background white that we had before. I think it was actually a background gray, and for dark mode is gonna be a background dim, and let's just go with something like 500. So now we have that. It's looking kind of not very good now, but I promise you it's gonna look better. So we have that H1. Let's just add some classes over here. So let's start by adding some padding. So now it's being centered, and let's just make this a little bit bigger, something like 2XL or maybe XL. Now we have that. Let's just make the font a little bit extra bold so it looks more intensive, and let's just add the color, which is going to be gray, and something like 900 would look great. And we're going to have a border bottom and dark white. Dark is going to be text white, so text white. After that is going to go our slot, which is going to be slot, and this is going to be each item. This is going to be basically each of these, and then we're going to have that show more that we saw before. And let's just add some classes over here. The padding is going to be again padding of 3, and this is going to be a text is going to be a little bit smaller. Text blue, I think something like maybe 400 would look great over here. And let's just add this show more to see how this is looking. Okay, this is looking kinda great. Now let's just add a cursor, so when we hover over it, it's gonna show that, so that we know that it's clickable. And now let's just add a little bit more gray, and let's just go with something like 100 maybe. So we hover over it, and we do see that hover effect. If we see that the hover is going outside the div component, so let's just add over here a hidden overflow hidden, so now it does not go outside. Lastly, let's just add our dark background, which is gonna be also on hover, and it's gonna be background and dim, something like 300. So we have that. And lastly, I think we can add the default transition. Okay, default transition, and we can add it like this. So we have that basically transition is out, is in, out, and then the duration, which is going to be 350. That's going to be our default. And now we see that that's looking pretty great. Let's just go and do the items, which we're going to be doing inside another component, which is going to be called item.view. And basically script, setup, item, and over here, let's just go inside right sidebar. So we have this, and over here, we can actually start passing a slot, which is going to be the default one, which we just defined. And over here, we can sidebar right preview card item, and that's the component that we just created. So now it's going to appear over here inside of it. And that's because inside preview card, which is this one, we have this slot. And now let's go inside sidebar preview card item. So this is going to need, first of all, again, a padding of 3. We're going to add a padding of 3. So we have the same one. And this is not going to have that much stuff. The only thing that's going to have is maybe some hover and background effects. So let's just start with that. Hover default is going to be BG. And let's just go with gray. And it's going to be 100. And now if we hover over it, we do have that transition going on there. As we did before, we also need cursor pointer. And we have that effect. Now let's just add the dark mode of it. Dark is going to be BG, dim, and it's going to be 350. But we do need to add that this is going to be on hover also. Or hover, BG. So we have this. And now the only thing it's left is actually add a border below. So we're going to add border bottom with B, border bottom, and let's just add some dynamic classes over here. And the first one is going to be coming also straight from use tailwind config, and let's just grab default transition and border, or what was the other one? Twitter border. Okay. And to add both of these, maybe let's just create a computer property over here, which is going to be called wrapper classes. I think it's better. It's going to be computed. And let's just add this like this. And we're just going to have both of them like this. One is going to be this one. And let's just add a space over there. And we do it like this. Now we can use this one inside of this. This is looking pretty great. Let's just check dark mode real quick if it's looking good or not. And okay, so we have that. We do have some white going on there. The color, it's not looking as I would like to. So let's just see what's the issue with that. Okay, we do have to also add this Twitter border color inside this. And now that should get rid of that. So, okay, so we have that. The dark mode hover is not working correctly. So let's just go dark, hover, BG, dim. 350, I think it doesn't exist. It should be 300. Okay, so that's looking better. Let's just disable the dark mode. This is looking pretty good. Now let's just do basically each of these. We have SpaceX, coding is fun, and then art for all. Now let's just continue with each item. And yep, let's just start with a V4 over here. And what's happening? And we're gonna go with what's happening items. Now it's just gonna not do anything, but for now we will have some kind of ref over here, which is gonna be an array. And now we have one item. Title, let's just go with SpaceX. And count is gonna be, let's just go with something like this. Okay, tweets. We can copy this. This should be actually items. What's happening items? Okay, that was not being used. And now let's just paste this a couple of times. we should have 3 items going on there. And let's just change the title, and maybe coding is fun, and have something like this, and art for all, and let's just go with something like this. Now we should have 3 items, but they're not showing anything. So let's just start by having something maybe like an h2, and this is gonna have what's happening item, what's happening dot title, and now we have something like a title there. Oh, I see. We're not passing that slot, so we're gonna just pass it real quick. But before that, let's just continue with this. And over here, we're gonna have the count. And okay, so inside preview card item dot view, we do have to pass slot, which we haven't. And now we have that. Let's just go back over here inside our right sidebar, and let's just add some classes to it. First of all, maybe this should be inside a div, and something like this. Let's just remove some unnecessary spaces that we have going on. And the first one, let's just add a font bold. Text is gonna be gray 800. Okay, we see those changes. Text is gonna be MD, and dark text, let's just go with something like white. And now we've done that one. Let's just do the one that's below, which is the count. And the text, I think it should be something like XS, and text should be something like gray, maybe 400. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So now we have that, and let's go with to do the who to follow, which is gonna be pretty similar, but instead of that, we're gonna create over here another array, which is gonna be v4, and let's just go with who to follow in who to follow items, which we haven't created. And let's just get rid of that and have it like this: who to follow items. Inside of this, we have an image, 2 text, and then a button that says follow. Let's just create the who to follow items first of all. So who to follow items, as we did before, is going to be a ref and an array. So let's just run this twice. And actually, I think I added this to the wrong. Oh yeah, this is the wrong component. It should be actually sidebar right item. That's my bad actually. And now we have that. So let's just start by adding a div. And this is gonna be, first of all, it's gonna be a flex row over here, columns over here, and it's just gonna be justify, I think something like between is gonna work, and padding of 2. We shouldn't see any changes since we haven't added like any content to it, but we do see that now it has some spacing. First thing that we're gonna do, it's class over here and flex, and let's just go with something like a row. This is gonna be the first row, and inside of it I'm gonna have an image, which is gonna, I don't have the source yet, but I'm gonna add it in a second. Class is gonna be, I think the height is gonna be something like 10, and the width and the height is gonna be 10. So now we should see something popping up there. We haven't added the alt and the source, so that's why it's not showing anything. So I could add something like this, and it would show that as the text. So, and let's just make it rounded, something like full. Let's just create our content. So it's gonna be name, something like, let's go with Joe Biden. Oops, Biden. and then we're gonna have handle, and let's just go with Joe Biden. Okay, I think that's like that. Lastly, we do need an image. We're gonna just use a service called Pixum, and https pixum.photos, and then we're gonna specify the width and the height, which is gonna be 200. Who to follow over here, let's just go with image, and let's just make this dynamic. And now we have that image over there. So if we refresh this, it's gonna get us another image. As alt, let's just add who to follow, and then it's gonna be handle or maybe name. It should be something that's actually explaining the image, but we don't really have anything now, so let's just go with name. That's gonna do the trick. Now let's just add the name and the handle. So for that, we're gonna have to create another div. Since first, let's just add over here some classes, and we will also need some flex call, and margin left of 2, which is gonna be a margin between the image and the actual div that contains the name and the handle. So h1 is gonna be who to follow dot name, and then we will have a paragraph, and that's gonna be who to follow dot handle. So we have that. It's not looking the best, so let's just add some classes there. Class, let's just make this maybe something text small, font bold, text gray, and let's just go with something like 900. Dark text, I think something white would look great over here. Let's just add some classes over here also. Class with 2 S. Text, maybe let's go with extra small. And then text is gonna be, I think something like a gray would look great. The only thing that's left to do is the button, so let's just do that. And let's just minimize this. So let's just create this div. Class is gonna be flex, items, center, h full, so it takes all the space. So let's just add some BG background, red, to see how this is looking, and some content to it, and we do see that that's how it's looking. So okay, let's just add our button, which is gonna say follow. We could create this, maybe a button would make more sense. So we have that. Class to an A, px4, then we're gonna add also py of 2. Now we have that. Font is gonna be, I think, bold. Text, let's just make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so it looks like that. Now let's just make the text white. Dark version is gonna be black. Text black. And now let's just add the background color, which is gonna be black. If it's dark mode, the background, it's gonna be white. So we have that button. The only thing that's actually missing, it's the border. So rounded full, and we have that. One last thing is that the button is not vertically aligned. So for that, I think this is actually, this item center doesn't go over here. So we can get rid of that, and then they just move it inside this component, the parent one, and now that's centered. So we have that. And now the only thing that we have to do is make this a couple of times, and boom, we have that. So let's just go inside our parent component, which is gonna be app, and let's just get rid of this background blue. So we have this like this, and Let's just make this hidden. That's how it should have been, and uncomment this, and now we have that. It's looking pretty good. So far you should have something like this. We do have the left bar, sidebar. As I said before, there are a couple of things that are missing, which are over here we will have a button, then over here we'll have a profile tab. In the right section, the search bar is missing, and over here the footer. We'll do those later. Let's start doing the juicy part, which is going to be the main section. And for that, let's start by getting rid of this H1 that we have over here and add a router view. And with this, we shouldn't see anything. What we have to do now is create a folder called pages. And inside pages, we can create one called index.view. And inside over here, we can start by creating home setup. We have to restart the server. But now that we've restarted the server, we do see that coming from the pages. The home page, first of all, will have the title. Then we'll have the content of that page, which is going to be all of this. And then after that, it's going to have other components like this one, which is going to be where we can create a tweet, and then we will have the feed. So let's start by creating this main component, which is going to hold the title, and then it's going to hold the actual content of each page. So for that, let's just go inside our components folder, and let's just call this main section .view, and let's just copy paste this. So this is going to be the same one, but inside over here, let's start by adding a slot, and let's just import it inside our home page, and let's just call main section, and we can pass this like that. And now we have that content. This is going to be our content. Okay. So we have our content going on there, but then we also want to have some titles. Since we have multiple pages, there's going to be a page for the home page, and there's going to be one for each tweet, and then there's going to be another one whenever we want to search for tweets. So let's just pass a title prop, which is going to be home. And then also let's just pass also a loading state, which is going to be, for now, let's just keep it at false. And let's just go inside of this, and let's just define these props that we just described. The first one is going to be props, define props. And let's start by doing, first of all, title, which is going to be type string, and required is going to be true. Then we will have also loading, which is going to be type is going to be Boolean, and default, let's just also require it. Required is going to be also true. So far we have this. We're not doing much with this. So now let's just start using this. We'll have maybe an h2, which is going to be props.title. And with this, we should see the title there. And then we will have something, a div that's wrapping this. We want to check if it's loading over here. Let's just check, first of all, if the page is loading. If it's loading, show something, which is going to be, just for now, let's just have loading. And otherwise, we can add a div, which is going to be vls, and that's going to be the main content. So far, so good. I think now we can go back, and over here, we can change this to true. And then we're going to see that loading. And then if we go back, that's false. Let's do the styles for this title, which is going to be, first of all, is going to be sticky. So whenever we scroll down, oops, this needs to be a class, sticky. Whenever we scroll down, you want to be this to be at the top of the page. Top is going to be 0, px4, background is going to be white, and we can add some transparency to it. And we're going to do it like this way. So it's going to be 80%. Then we are also going to be adding backdrop blur, and we're going to go with medium. Then let's just add the dark styles for dark mode, which is going to be background dim, and we are also going to be specifying transparency is going to be 900 and the transparency is going to be something like 80. So let's just see the changes. Now we have that centered. Let's just add some styles to this H2 and let's just go with a very big title, which is going to be text XL, and then font is going to be bold. Text, let's just go with gray. It's going to be 800. And then also let's just define the dark version, which is going to be text, also gray, and it's going to be 100. So far we have that. I think there is some padding over here missing, so let's just go with something like this, and now we have that. Let's just get rid of this background red that we had in our app, so we have this like this way. We don't see that much change, so maybe we can just keep it. It's gonna be better. Let's just keep it at something light of 50 maybe. So we see that. Now that we have that, let's add this loading. Is that gonna be just a loading? We want it to be a spinner. Inside the assets folder, there's gonna be under the icons file, there's gonna be this spinner. So let's just copy that and components, and inside the folder that we're gonna call UI, let's just create one that's gonna be spinner.view and template. Let's just paste that in and let's just analyze real quick. If we have some things, we have some default values that's going to be our size. If we want to reuse this in other places, we might want to just extract this from this component, but in our case, we won't be using this in other places. So let's just have it over here. And then we have some color, and then we have this animate spin, which comes already with Tailwind CSS. So we didn't have to do anything with that. So let's just go inside over here. And because of the beauty of Nuxt 3, we can just import it. And let's just make it a self-closing. And so far, we shouldn't see any changes. If we go inside homepage, let's just make this true. And we should see that spinner going on. We do want to maybe center it a little bit. So let's just do that. Main section. So let's just add some classes over here. So the first one is going to be flex, items, center, justify, center. And with that, we should have that center. So let's just also add some padding, which is going to be 4. So now we have that. Great. We do also want to add some border, which is going to be bottom. We'll understand this in a bit, why we're only adding this border bottom. And so far we should have something like this. So as we did before, let's just use our composable that we created, which is use tailwind config. And let's just extract Twitter border color. And we're going to add that to this border that we specified over here. Twitter border. So now that is going to change the color, has changed. And then we are also going to be adding to the main wrapper of this app, which is this one. Inside this div, we're also going to be adding a border X. So that's basically this border over here. So if we zoom in, we do see a border over here and another border over here. And as we did before, we are also going to be using the same class, which is going to be, just to remind you, if we go back, it has border white, dark border gray. It's just using those numbers, so we don't have to specify them again. So far, we should have something like this, and this is actually starting to look very good. Oops, this should be props.loading, and now we should see the changes. So if we go back, if we change this to false, we won't see that. We are going to see the content, and then if we go back, and we change it to true, we do see that. So that's great. Now we can just get rid of this background red. We don't need it anymore. So let's just go back inside our home page and let's just move this to a variable, which is going to be loading. And let's just have it over here. Loading is going to be a ref. In this case, is false. That's our home page. And we can change this to have this is our homepage, and we do see those changes applying there. So far, we've done a lot of Tailwind CSS, so let's just get into some Nuxt 3 specific things. The next step would be to create this component and be able to post some tweets. But the thing is that in order to do that, we do need to know who is posting those tweets. We do need to add some auth to the app. Let's do that. My approach to writing full stack apps, it's doing, if I can, first the backend part of it and basically isolate and make sure that the backend is working without really touching the front end, and then I can start basically implementing it with the front end. In my experience, that works best for me, and I think that it also saves me a lot of time with issues that are related to connecting both things, and it allows me to basically avoid context switching. So let's just do first the backend part of the auth, and then we will move on to do the front end. I've opened up here Insomnia. I've got a video on my channel explaining how to use it. If you're using Postman, that also works fine, but yeah, it's up to you. So the first thing that we're gonna be doing, it's going under our main directory, and let's just get started by creating a server folder. And then inside server, we will have an API. Every file that goes inside API will map to an endpoint. So the first one that we're gonna have is, since we're doing auth, let's just create a folder auth. And then let's just create a register.post.js. We're specifying that we only want to make post requests. So let's just go with that. Let's just do export default, and we have to do define event handler, and that's gonna be an R function. If we want to make a sync await, we will need to add that there, and that has an argument event. And then over here we can start defining, we can extract a lot of information from this event variable that we have, but the thing is that we have to use some helpers, and Nuxt provide those helpers. We don't have to even import them, they're available. So to extract the body, we will use body, and then we'll pass the event, and then over here we can await, and then of course we will have to return something, otherwise this endpoint will not be recognized. So let's just do body, and we're just gonna pass it again. So that's gonna be what we're gonna be returning. We can see that we're getting nothing. So let's just pass some things over here. We're gonna pass first of all a username, which is gonna be just Deb. Then we're gonna pass a password. Let's just go with something like password and repeat password. And that's gonna be also that. Let's just press enter, and we do see that the request is being made, and we do get that information. Something else that we will also need is an email. So let's just go with joe@gmail.com. And lastly, we do need also a name, which is gonna be Joe. If we pass that, we do see that we get all that information, so that's great. So let's just get started by extracting that information. So let's extract for username, email, password, repeat password, and we also need the name, and that's gonna be coming from body. Then let's just do some checks, and let's just go with, we do need to enable find in selection, and over here we do need to replace all of them. So now we have something like this. So it's optional, and now if any of these are not valid or undefined, this is a very basic validation, but for now that's gonna work. If any of these are undefined, we're gonna just throw some error. And the way that we can throw errors in Nuxt is using, first of all, send error. And that one we do have to import. So let's just go over here and import send error from h3. So we have that. The first argument is going to be the event, and then the second one is going to be create error, which we don't have to import, and it takes a couple of things. The first one is going to be status code, which is going to be 400, since this is invalid params, so we're passing a 400 bad request. And then we're going to pass a status message, which is going to be invalid params, something like that. Let's just make the request, and if we don't pass any of these, it's just gonna return us this. It's gonna say status code 400 and the message, and we do see that that's working. So let's just pass that again, and now let's just go and create our user. To do that, we will need first to install Prisma, which we haven't installed yet. So let's go install Prisma. Let's just kill the server and do npm install prisma/d, and that's gonna install Prisma as a dev dependency. So let's just wait a couple of seconds. Now we can do npx prisma and we do see that the command, it's working, the CLI is working. So let's just do first of all npx prisma init, and with that we should see a file inside Prisma that's called schema.prisma. And then over here we do have to make some decisions depending on which database you choose to go with. The next step is gonna change a little bit, but other than that, all the other things are gonna be very similar. For the database connection URL, you can go and check this URL that you have over here. That's the Prisma documentation, and they have like a very good documentation for each of these databases, either be it like Postgres, MySQL, SQLite. I do recommend to use PlanetScale. That's a pretty cool server. So if you don't go with something like MongoDB, I would recommend you to have a look at PlanetScale. That's pretty cool. So in my case, I'm gonna be just using MongoDB. So I'm gonna add the Mongo URL over here. Next thing that we have to do is go inside the schema.prisma, and over here, let's just start defining a couple of things. First of all, for the generated, we will need to use preview features, and over here, referential integrity. And if you see, I do get some IntelliSense, and that's because I've got an extension for this. So the extension is called Prisma. Install that one, otherwise you won't get formatting over here, or maybe even highlighting. So install that one, which is this one. It's got like 300,000 downloads. And so let's just close that. And then database is gonna be MongoDB. And for URL, we do have this. And then over here, referential integrity, we will define Prisma. So once we have that, we can start defining our models. And the first one that we're gonna be defining is gonna be user. So let's just go with model user, and we will have ID string. Oops, this needs to be this way. And this is gonna be our primary identifier, and default we will add over here that's gonna be auto generated. We will also need to add this way, ID, and then over here database dot object ID. So we have this way. Then the other ones are gonna be more simple. Email, we do get some formatting if we save. Name is gonna be name string. Let's just make this maybe optional. Username is also gonna be a string, but we do want this to be unique. Then password is also gonna be a string, and we'll have something, a profile image, which is gonna be a string, and it will be undefined or nullable. And lastly, we're gonna have a created at, which is gonna be date time, and default we're gonna have just as we did before, that's gonna be now, and updated at is gonna be also date time, and we can add this updated at. So now we have this user model, and let's just generate it real quick. So let's just go npx prisma database push, and if everything is correct, it should connect to our database and generate the Prisma client. It generated the Prisma client. Now we can start this again, npm run dev, and close the terminal. And now we can start using the Prisma. Inside server, we're gonna create a folder called database, and inside database, we're gonna create one that's called index.js. So first of all, let's just start by importing Prisma, and we're gonna do it from Prisma client like this, and let's just destructure Prisma client, and this is gonna be Prisma. So we have it like this. Now that we have that Prisma client and a variable called Prisma, and that's gonna be Prisma client, and over here export Prisma. So with this, we should have a Prisma instance ready to be used. So let's just go inside database and create a file called users index.js, and we can import Prisma, and that's gonna come from that index file that we have there. And now we can add any query related to users inside this file. And the first one that we will have is gonna be create user, and it's gonna take something user data, and then we can just do Prisma dot, and over here we can access user, and we can do create and basically data and user data. So we have this way. Let's just export it so we can access this variable. And inside our register post, now we could save this in our database. So we could say const user equals await, we paste that in, and then we can pass user data over here, user data, and user data, let's just, it's just gonna be username, email, password, and name. We have that. We also over here, let's just check if password is not equal to repeat password. We are also gonna be throwing an error, so let's just copy that and paste that over here, and that's gonna be 400 and invalid param, so we can say password do not match. I would use a proper schema validation library. In this case, we're gonna just keep it very simple. The thing is that we're not checking if it's like this is an email. We can add that over here later on, but for now, let's just keep it at this. And over here, user data, let's just pass it. We do have to import this create user, so we're gonna do import create user, and from, we can go back over here, and inside database users.js, we do have access to that. Now let's just try to run this. Let's see if there's any issue. So user, and then over here we're gonna just return the user to see what's the response. So let's just press send, and boom, we have a user created. So we have our user saved in the database. We do get an ID, but the thing is that we're not, first of all, hashing our password, which is very bad, and we're not providing a profile image. So let's just address those two things. First of all, let's just add a profile image over here. We're not gonna be doing a UI for this, so let's just use what we did before, HTTPS, and then over here we're gonna do pixum.photos, and it's gonna be 200. Ideally, you would have a default image that you have under your assets, and that's what you would be using, but let's just keep it at this. So now we've solved that. Let's just solve the hashing issue. So for that, let's just go inside create user, and over here, before actually passing this user data, let's just create something called final user data, and we're gonna spread the first thing, spread everything that goes inside user data, and then we're gonna override password with our hashed password. We will need to install bcrypt, so let's just do that. npm install bcrypt, and now we can import bcrypt from bcrypt, and bcrypt.hash sync, and we have to specify first of all the password and then how many rounds. In this case, let's just go with 10, and final user data is what we're going to be passing over here. So before trying to make the request again, we do need to specify a new email. So let's go with 2 and another username. I think the email is not unique, so we could actually use the same email, but the username does need to be unique. So let's just make the request, And now we do have a hash password saved in the database. So if you notice, another thing is that we are returning the password over here, and the API should never return the password this way, period. We shouldn't see the password. At the time of recording this video, Prisma doesn't really have a way of excluding a field. They do have it in their roadmap, but at this moment it's not available. So what I like to do, and it's good practice, is use something called transformers, or if you've done any Laravel, you might know them as API resources, and it's just a way of basically adding a layer between your API and the exterior world. So whenever you're exposing any data, it is exposed in a certain way, and there we can ignore the password and not expose it. So let's just do that real quick. Inside server, let's just create a folder called transformers, and then over here user.js. Inside of it, const user transformer. This is going to be a method that we're going to be exposing, and it's going to get a first parameter is going to be user, and we're going to just return something which is going to be an object. And let's just start by adding the fields, which is going to be user.id, name, user.name. Then we have email, user.email. Then we have username, which is going to be user.username. So we don't really need to have access to created that and updated that, but we do need to have access to profile image. So let's just add that user profile image. So now that we have this, we do need to export it, and we're going to do it this way. And the reason why this is not a default export is because I do want to access this always as the user transformer, and I don't want to specify the name of that variable again and again. So inside our register, API auth register, so now we can do import user transformer. So now that we have that, we can over here say user transformer, and we pass this user. And now if we save this and make another user, the password won't be exposed, and any sensitive data won't be exposed because of that. So let's just make that, and now only the information that we specify is actually being exposed, and this is gonna come very handy later on. Now that we can register a user, let's try to log in. Similarly, we're gonna create login.post.js, and over here export default define event handler and async let's just pass event. And now, as we did before, we will need to have access to the body. So let's just do that real quick. Wait, and then use body and event. Now we can access username and password. And that's gonna be coming straight from body. And let's just check first of all if username or password is null or undefined, or this actually would fail also with just an empty string, but for now this basic validation is gonna work. And let's just return a send error, and we're gonna have to pass event, and over here create error, and we're gonna do status code is gonna be 400 as we did before, bad request, and status message is gonna be invalid params. Now let's just analyze what we want to do. The first thing is we want to know if the user is registered. Next thing we would want is to compare if the password that we're providing is the same as the password of this user. So let's just go with compare passwords. If everything went well, we do want to generate some tokens. So generate tokens, and those are going to be the steps. So let's just start by doing this. First of all, let's just say if the user is registered or not. So const user equals get user by username, and we do have access to username, so we're gonna just pass that. And if that's false, so if that's not true, we do want to just copy paste this error, and we're gonna say username or password is invalid. So let's just create this get username. Let's just go inside users, inside the database folder where we have our Prisma logic, and over here export const and that get user by username, and we will have username over here. And now let's just return. I'm going to say Prisma dot user find unique, and then where username is username. Let's import this get user by username. So inside our login, let's just import it real quick. Import from, and then database users.js. And with that, we should have a user. So let's just try to return user and user. Now let's just create another request inside here. We're gonna call it login, and it's gonna hit the login endpoint, and username is gonna be that one, password that one, and we can get rid of all the other stuff. Make the request, and we didn't see anything. And I think it's because over here, it needs to go and await. And now let's just try to make the request again. And boom, we do have it. We do see again the password, but the thing is that we're not gonna be exposing the user over here. Now let's just do the next step, which is compare the passwords. So let's just do that. Let's see if the password matches. Does the password match? And then over here, await, and we do need to use bcrypt and compare. And then we're gonna use password, which is the one that we're passing over here inside the body, with the user password. User.password. Now let's just import bcrypt real quick. Import bcrypt from bcrypt. Now that we have that, we can expose this to see if that's working. Let's make the request, and we do see that that's true. If we change this to something else, it would say false. To generate the tokens, we're gonna be using JSON Web Token. So let's just install that real quick. npm install JSON Web Token. Press enter. Let's just wait a couple of seconds. Let's just run npm run dev again. Let's just try to first understand what do we need from here. We do need, first of all, access token, and we do need also a refresh token somehow. So let's just do that. Assume that this is gonna return some access token and then refresh token. And the method is gonna be called something like generate tokens. So let's just create this method inside our server. Let's just call this utils, and then over here gwt.js. And let's just first of all create export const generate tokens, and that's gonna be exposing at the end, return access token, and a refresh token. For now, they're just empty strings, but so far this is gonna still work. So if we try to make the request, oh, we do need to import this over here. Import generate tokens from utils jwt.js, and now let's make the request. Nothing should have changed, but that it's working. So let's just go inside this file, and then over here let's start importing JSON web token. jwt from JSON web token, we do have access to this. First of all, generate access token and then generate a refresh token. Generate is gonna be access token, and just copy paste this, and we will need another one to generate a refresh token. To generate these refresh tokens, we do need some identifier. In our case, it's going to be a user ID. So over here, we do need to pass a user, and over here, we will have also access to users. Now I'm going to call this generate access token. So let's just go with access token over here, and we do pass user, and we're going to do the same, but it's going to be generate refresh token, and this is going to be refresh token. So now we can pass this over here this way. We're going to have two secret keys, one for the access token and the other one for the refresh token. So let's just go inside our .env, and over here we're going to just create them real quick. It's going to be gwt access token. We can have it this way, access token, and then it's going to be secret. And we can have anything in let's just have it and let's just copy paste this the same, but this one is gonna be for refresh token. Refresh token, and for access token, and we're gonna have exactly the same, but for refresh token over here. You can have any kind of string over here. So in order to access these two, we do need to go inside our Nuxt config, and we do need to specify these two. Runtime config, and then over here, gwt access secret is gonna be process.env dot, and then I don't want to make a mistake, so I'm just gonna copy paste it, and we can copy this one and paste it, and instead of access secret, it's gonna be refresh secret. And let's just go inside our env, copy this and paste it. So now we can access these two. Let's just go inside our gwt.js and config equals use runtime config. Now let's just generate this token, return gwt.sign, and this is gonna take a couple of things. The first argument is gonna be whatever this gwt will contain, which is gonna be user ID, and then we're gonna just grab the user ID from the user, which we have access over here. The next thing is gonna be our secret. So let's just config, and we do have access over here. So let's just go in our Nuxt config and just grab this access secret and paste it. And then the third one is gonna be whenever this is gonna be expiring. So expires in, the access token is gonna expire in 10 minutes, and the refresh token, we're gonna make it so that it lives for at least 4 hours. You can change this however you want. So in my case, let's go with 10 minutes. Now that we have that, this is gonna be generating an access token with this format. This is gonna be our secret, and this is gonna be how much it's gonna live. So we can basically copy all of this, paste it over here, and we're gonna just change the, instead of GWT access token, we're gonna grab the refresh token. And it's gonna be expiring every 4 hours. So now that we have both of those are being used over here, we can generate token. Let's just go inside our login post. That's where we are using these two. And over here, we do have to pass the user. And now let's just expose both of these. Access token needs to be with 2S. I made a mistake there. But now, as you can see, we do have an access token and a refresh token. The only thing that we're gonna be exposing and the client will know and will have access is the access token, and the refresh token will be saved in a cookie, which is gonna be HTTP only, so that only the server can access it. Access token, let's just expose it this way. We have access token. Let's just have it like this. Access token, and we're not gonna be exposing our refresh token. The only thing that we are gonna be exposing over here might be also the user, which we already have access, and we can do user transformer, and we pass our user. And the refresh token, we'll have to now save it inside the database and also add it as an HTTP only cookie. So let's do first the first one, which is gonna be save it inside the database. To do that one, we do have to again go inside our Prisma file, schema.prisma, and then over here we'll have to define the modal refresh token. Modal refresh token. We do need to save this in order to basically validate in the future, and maybe if you want to deny all refresh tokens, we can just basically kill them. Otherwise, we won't be able to deny those refresh tokens once they're created. So we have modal refresh token. And the same way that we had over here, the user, we're just gonna grab that one. And that's gonna be the default ID. We're gonna have token, which is gonna be a string. And it needs to be unique. So let's just unique. Then we're gonna have also created at and updated at. That's pretty straightforward. And the only other thing that we're gonna need is gonna be the user ID. So if we have over here user ID, and that's gonna be a string, and this is gonna be database.object ID. The only thing that is left is to make a relationship between the user and the refresh token. So let's just do that. User is gonna be user. So we have the field user is gonna have user, the model, that's gonna be the data type. And then over here, we're gonna define a relation, and fields is gonna be user ID, references, ID. And with that, if you have the Prisma extension, most likely you will also have now a refresh token over here. Let's just camel case it. That's gonna be refresh token, and it just created it from here, so you don't have to add it. Let's just open our terminal, kill the server, and npx prisma database push. Now we have our updated Prisma. It will have this refresh token also, so we can run the server again as we did before. Let's just go inside our database and create a new file that's gonna be called refresh tokens.js, and we're gonna export a method that's gonna be called create refresh token, and we're gonna get first of all the refresh token data or refresh token, and also we will need here access to Prisma. And we can do prisma.refreshToken.create, and data is gonna be refresh token. Now let's just use this create refresh token that we have inside our API auth login. We can use this, await, create refresh token, and we will pass token which is gonna be refresh token. And then we have to also pass the user ID, and that's gonna be user.id. I just saw that over here, does the password match? We're not actually using it, and this is gonna be a very simple check. If that's false, does the password match? We're just gonna copy this and paste it, and we're gonna specifically send username or password is invalid. So now that we have that, let's just go back. Now, if we generate a token, it's gonna be saved in the database. So let's just see if that works. Oh, it says create refresh token is not defined. That's because we are not actually importing it. So let's just do that real quick. Import from database refresh tokens.js. Now let's just run it again. Nothing should appear over here, but let's just see our database. So now we see that we have a refresh token saved in the database, and it has a token and a user ID. We know that that worked. The last thing that we have to do is just add this as an HTTP only cookie. Let's just create the method over here. It's going to be called send refresh token, and we will pass the event which has access to something called res, which we're going to see now. And inside our GWT, that's where this method is going to reside. So let's just import it so we don't have to do it later. And now we can over here export const, and we do have access to event. So we can do now set cookie. So first of all, we do need access to res, which we can do doing event.res. And then we're going to be defining the name of that cookie, which is going to be refresh token. And then it's going to be the value, which we haven't passed, and we have to pass token. Lastly, some other options where we're going to define that this is going to be an HTTP only, which is going to be true. And same site, that's also going to be true. So let's just go where this is being used, which is inside login over here. And we're going to also pass the refresh token. Now that we have that, we can run this again. To see if this is working, we can go under cookies. And we can see over here that a cookie indeed is being sent from the backend, and that it's called refresh token. And we have that token over there. So now we have our login working. First of all, we check if the user is created or not. Then we check the password. Then we generate the tokens, an access token, a refresh token, which only the access token is being exposed, and the refresh token is being saved over here in the database, and it's being sent as an HTTP only cookie so that only the backend can access it. And inside our database, we do see that the refresh tokens are being saved. I just saw that center is not being imported, so let's just import it real quick. And that's gonna come from H3. And now let's just check if this is working. dep5. We can create over here a new user. If we try to log in with a password that's incorrect, it's gonna return us username or password is invalid. But if we add password, which is the password, we're gonna get an access token and a user. And if we go under cookies, we'll see that we do have that refresh token there. Now let's just move on to build the front end for this. We won't have a specific page for login. It's just gonna be whatever page we are. If we're not logged in, it's just gonna show us the auth page. So we have over here app. And first of all, let's just comment this and say this is gonna be our app or our main application. So let's just build our auth page over here. Let's just have this as be if false, which is going to be always false. Okay, we comment that out. And then over here, we'll have auth page. And that's going to be a VLs. Let's just create that auth page. Under components, we're going to have auth page.view. Let's add our template, script, setup. And over here, let's just add an h1 home page. Now, if we refresh, I think we have to kill the server and run it again. And now we have that home page there, auth page. Okay, now we should see the changes, and we do see them indeed. Let's start by getting rid of this and adding a class of flex h screen, so it takes the entire screen. And then over here, we're gonna add two things: a div class relative flex1 is gonna be hidden by default, and this is gonna be the width, and lg block. Inside over here, we'll have an image. This needs to be self-closing. Class is gonna be absolute, inset of 0, object cover, width is gonna be full, and height is gonna be also full. Inside the assets folder, there's gonna be an auth image. Just copy that URL and paste that in under source, and now you should see an image like this one. And now let's just add the form, which is gonna be outside this div. Let's just add that real quick. Class flex call, justify center. Flex is gonna be also 1. Px is gonna be 4. Py is gonna be 12, and then we're gonna add some padding. It's gonna be px is gonna be 6. Lg flex is gonna be none. Lg px is gonna be 20, and when it's extra large, it's gonna be px 24. And now inside this, we can add our auth form. And class over here is going to be flex items center. It's going to be full width. Height is going to be also full height. And max width is going to be small. mx is going to be auto, so it's centered. Lg, we're going to specify over here a width, which is going to be 96. And now we should see something like this. We have our auth form, which is inside this div, and then we have this image. And now we can start creating our auth form. Create over here a folder called auth, and I'm gonna move this inside and change the name of this to something like page. And now I can create a file called form.view. Now we have our boilerplate, and let's just add over here auth form, if I can spell correctly. And inside of this, we're gonna just import our auth form component that we just created. And now let's just refresh, and we do see that that's coming from that component. So let's just go inside and let's just add a number to see if that's working, and we do see indeed that that's working. So let's get started adding these fields. We're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a padding top of 5. We're gonna have a title above of it, and then space, inside, space y is gonna be of 6. So let's just create those fields. I'm gonna call them UI, and over here input. And this is not created, so let's just create that real quick. Inside UI, we're gonna create a file called input.view. Each input is gonna have a label, some kind of label, and then it's gonna have also an input, which is gonna be type text, and then we're gonna have some value, which is gonna come from props.value. So let's just define this. Props, define props, and then over here value, that's going to be our value, which is going to be type string, and it's always going to be required. So let's just go with required true. Let's just go inside our form component, And over here, let's just see if this is being captured. UI input. And we do see that it's recognizing that needs a value. The value is gonna be something hello. Let's just go over here, and we do see an input that has the value hello. Now let's add a label, and that's gonna be username. At this moment, it's not gonna use it. UI input, and over here, props dot label. Let's just define it. Label type is gonna be string, and we're gonna make it so that it's not required, and it's gonna have a default of null. Default. And now inside over here, refresh this, we're gonna see username and hello. And since this can be null, let's just check if its value is true or not. So if this is true, we're gonna show it, otherwise we're not gonna be showing it. Let's just add some classes to this, since this is not looking very good. First of all, the label. This is gonna have a class which doesn't need to be dynamic. Class is gonna be block, and then padding left is gonna be 3, margin left is gonna be px. Text, we're gonna make it small. Font is gonna be medium. Text is gonna be gray, is gonna be something like a 700. And now this should look a little bit better. There's a TailwindCSS plugin that will allow us to have some forms already styled for us. So let's just install that. npm install TailwindCSS forms. npm run dev. Let's just go inside tailwind config. And then over here inside plugins, we're gonna require and the TailwindCSS forms. If we open up the console, we will see that the server is restarting. We're gonna just kill it and restart it again. Suddenly we do see that we have styles for this input. So let's just go inside our input component, and let's just add some extra styles over here, so it's gonna look even better. Class, let's just go with block. Px is gonna be 4. Width is gonna be full, so it takes the entire width. Border, we're gonna add some gray 300. Rounded, full. Then shadow is gonna be something like, I think, small. Focus, first of all, we're gonna go with ring. Blue is gonna be 500. And focus border, blue, is gonna be again 500. The text is gonna be small. Whenever the input is small, we're gonna make it small. And now suddenly we do have a component that's looking pretty great, if you ask me. We're gonna add some extra things. First one is gonna be placeholder. So we can also pass the placeholder as a prop. Props dot placeholder. And then over here, we're gonna just copy this and placeholder. And it's not gonna be required, so we're gonna just make it default. It's gonna be something like an empty string. And now we can even pass a placeholder. So if we go inside our form component, we can pass over here placeholder. We can pass something like, we don't need to make this dynamic, username. And if we get rid of this placeholder, let's just go inside input to see what's wrong with this. Oh, it's misspelled. Placeholder, and this needs to be placeholder. Now we do see that that's coming from that parent component. And now we just can duplicate this. And if we make another one, we do have username, and over here we can have password. And let's just add this way so that it simulates like this is a password. And the only thing that's left, if we are typing, we do see that this is still a text. So we're gonna have to pass over here type. This is gonna be password. So let's just go inside UI input. And we will also need to pass type as props.type. and we can copy this, the placeholder one, and this is going to be type, and by default it's going to be text. Oh, we do have this type over here, so we have to get rid of that. So now that's going to work. We had it twice and it was being overwritten, but now we have our type text over here, and now we have the type password. The last thing that we need to do is whenever this component triggers some changes, we have to notify the parent one. And for that, we're going to use some emits over here. Emits, define emits. And we're going to define update modal value. And then inside the input, we're going to just need to have a listener to this event. We're going to pass an arrow function event, and it's going to emit update modal value. And as the value is going to be event.target.value. Now that we're using this model value, we do also have to use it as the value property over here. So let's just move it, props that model value, and we're going to be changing this to model value instead of value. So now if we go inside our form component, we do have to specify that model value, which is going to be v module, and over here data.password, something like that. We haven't created data, so let's just do that. Data is going to be a reactive, and password is going to be an empty string. Now that we have that, we can make changes, and those are being reflected. So let's just see inside this an h2, and it's going to be data.password. And as we see, that is coming from the child component, which is the input, to the parent one. The only thing that we have to do is let's just have another one over here for username. And we can just copy this vModel, and that's going to be used over here, and it's going to be .username. Now we need to have another one over here, username. That's our username, and that's our password. So we know that that is working correctly. The last thing that's left is have some kind of button and submit. So we have this. We will style this later. So for now, let's just keep it something like this, a normal button. And now we can have over here a click, and maybe let's just change this to login, and let's just call this for handle login. I think that's gonna be good. Let's just add this function over here and alert, and we're gonna just JSON.stringify, and we're gonna pass data. So let's just see how this works. We have username, password, login, and we do see that data coming in. So we know that that's working. Now let's just create the logic for these logging methods, and we're gonna have it inside a composables file. So inside composables, let's just create use auth.js, and let's just export default. And first of all, let's do the login. We're gonna define it over here. We can define it this way or the other way. It's just a matter of preference. We're gonna get, first of all, some username, and then over here password. And this is gonna be a promise that we're gonna return. And let's just add this, resolve, reject. And first of all, let's just wrap this inside a tries catch, just in case this fails. We have a tries catch over there. And now let's just try to log in. We're gonna get some kind of data. And over here, we're gonna be using the fetch method. There's another one available called use fetch. Okay. And we also have use async data, which is gonna be the one that you normally are gonna be using. At the time of this recording, there's an issue where this is not performing as expected. So the thing with this is that it's gonna use the URL that you're gonna be providing as the key, and there's gonna be some caching going on there. And then you can even do some mutations when you're getting the data. But we're gonna just use the normal old fetch, and this is like the Nuxt version of it. The normal would be just fetch, but you can use this $fetch. And then over here, we're gonna specify API, auth, and then login. And now we have to specify some other things. Method is gonna be a post, and the body is gonna be username, and then password. Because the keyword and the value is the same, we don't have to specify it twice. So now that we have that, so far we should see some console log over here, console log data. Let's just see what this returns. What we have to do now is use this login inside our auth form. So let's just go there, components auth form, and over here we can do use auth, and we can access to login, and we can over here make this async function, and let's just add a try catch over here also, and a finally. And we will need also maybe a loading screen or something. So let's just add a loading false. And first of all, before starting to do anything, we're gonna just do data.loading is gonna be true. And at the end of it, it's gonna be data.loading is gonna be false. Catch, we can maybe console log the error. And over here, we can just await for now the login, and we're gonna pass username and password. And the way that we can do that is having access to data.username and data.password. Open the console. Oh, I think we have to move this inside our handle login. Let's just move this inside. And this should get rid of that issue. And also I see that inside our use auth, we do have an issue. So let's just go real quick. Use auth over here, async is missing. So we have that. Username is gonna be dev, like something like 4. All of them have the same password, which is password. And let's just press login, and we see undefined. Oh, I see. Because we're using over here fetch, we do have already have access to access token and user. If I was using use fetch, we would have to use the data and use the structuring. So over here, this is data, and we can have access to data directly, or response, whatever you want to call it. So let's just try to make this request again. Dev 4 is going to be password. Let's just press login. We do have access to access token and user. So let's just save those. So over here, let's define use auth token, and that's going to be an arrow function which is going to return use state. And use state is a helper or utils function that Nuxt provides us, and is basically the state management. It's going to be like a light version of something like Piña. So if you don't want to use something like Piña and maybe it's overkill, you just want to have some data globally, use state, and that's going to be what we're going to be using. First of all, we're going to just define auth token, and as the default value, we can either pass something or not. In this case, it's going to be null or undefined at first, so we don't really need to pass anything. It's not going to be like an array or whatever. And let's just copy this and paste it. And the second one is going to be auth user, and this is going to be auth user. Now we can use this. So let's just create some helper methods. It's going to be set token, and we're going to pass a new token. And what this is going to do is just use the methods that we just created over here. We're going to use this. So it's going to be that const and use auth token. Instead of that, we're gonna just have auth token. So this way. And what we can do is auth token dot value is gonna be new token. So we have this helper method that we've created, and we don't have to repeat these actions. Let's just copy paste this so we can use auth user over here, and set user is gonna have a new user, and over here is gonna be auth user dot value is gonna be the new user. So let's just use these helper methods that we have created. The first one is gonna be set token, and as we do know over here, data dot access token, now it's gone, but we saw that data dot access token is gonna be our token, and set user, it's going to be data dot user. Notice something, that we are not saving this in local storage or a cookie. We want to have the access token just in memory. So if we refresh the page, that's gone, but you can still get a session using the refresh token, and we're gonna do that in a minute. So catch is gonna just reject over here, error, and at the end of it, we're gonna resolve. And let's just pass something like true. Let's expose use auth user, and inside our app.view, and now that we do have access to some user data, we can know if user is present. Let's show the home page or other pages. If it's not, let's just show the auth page. And the way that we're going to be doing that is having access to use auth user, and that's going to be coming from use auth. That's going to be the composable that we created. And now we can do const user is going to be that reference. So if we refresh the page, we do see the auth page. If we log in, dev4 password, if we log in, now we see the home page. Since we're not saving the access token in local storage, it's just saved in memory, we'll have to basically play around with the refresh token. So whenever we refresh the page, or every X amount of time, we have to refresh the access token with the refresh token. So let's just do that. Otherwise, we will have to log in every single time that we refresh the page, and we don't want to do that. Let's just go inside our composable, use auth. And now that we have this login, we can just close it down. Let's just create a method called init auth. And that's going to be called whenever we refresh the page. That's going to be called return new promise. And we're going to go over here, resolve, reject. Let's just wrap this around a parenthesis and some try catch. And now that we have that, first of all, what we're gonna do is add a sync over here and await, and over here reject to any error. And first of all, let's just try to refresh the token. So we're gonna call refresh token, but we haven't created that, so let's just do that real quick. Refresh token, and it's gonna be very similar to this, so we can just copy all of this, and instead of refresh token called over here, we're gonna call fetch, and we do have to create this endpoint, but for now let's just do API, and over here it's gonna be auth refresh. Whenever we make this call, it's gonna refresh the token, const data, and await to it, and set token. As we did over here inside our login, we will have access to data.access token. So let's just copy that, and this way, whenever we make a call to API auth refresh, is gonna return an access token. As I said before, this is not defined, so let's just do that real quick. Let's go inside over here, and this is gonna be a refresh.get.js. Export default define event handler async event, and let's just return first of all hello world. Let's just ping this endpoint to see if this is working. Refresh, and we will have to change this. And first of all, let's just hit over here refresh, and it's gonna be a get, and we don't have to pass any body to it. So no body. Refresh, and we do see it returns the hello world. So we know that that's working. First of all, let's access cookies. Const cookies is gonna be use cookies. Let's just pass event, and cookies is gonna be returned. And if we do this, we do see that we do have access to that refresh token. So let's just do that. Refresh token is gonna be cookies dot refresh token. Let's just return this, and we do have access to that refresh token. First thing that we have to do is, if this is not present, if this refresh token is not present, we're gonna just return an error. Send error. And first of all, let's just import it. Otherwise, we're gonna just forget from h3. We do have to pass event over here, and then over here create error, and status message is gonna be refresh token is invalid, and status code is gonna be 401. So far we have this. We make a request, everything is going well since this is not hitting inside, and if we remove this, it's gonna return the error, and we know that that's working correctly. Next thing, we have to check if this refresh token is present inside our database. So let's just call this refresh token. We're gonna have a bunch of refresh tokens over here, and await get refresh token by token. And we haven't specified and created this method, so let's just do that. Inside our database refresh tokens, we're gonna export const get refresh token by token, and we do need to pass over here token, and return Prisma dot refresh token, and we're gonna do find unique where token is gonna be the token that we're providing. So now we can go inside our refresh endpoint and import this. From over here, database refresh tokens.js. And we're gonna be passing this refresh token over here. And since we're awaiting, let's just return this to see if it's working. And we do see that we're getting that refresh token from the database with all that information. So we know that that's present and that's working correctly. And we will have to do another safe check over here. And we're gonna do, instead of this one. The only other requirement that we have to check is gonna be if it's expired or not. In this case, if it's actually valid. So inside our GWT over here, we have generate access token, generate refresh token, and then over here generate tokens, send refresh token, and over here export const. We have to define the code refresh token, and that's gonna get a token, and we're gonna do a try catch, and if it fails, let's just return null. We don't want to throw an error. Turn gwt.verify, and we're gonna be passing the token, and then config dot, and we'll have access to this gwt refresh secret, and we will need config for that. So now we are verifying if this is expired or not with that refresh token also. So let's just go and use this. Inside refresh.get, we're gonna token is gonna be the code refresh token, and we're gonna be passing the token that we have, which is refresh token. Let's just import this. Import code refresh token is gonna be from utils gwt.js. And now let's just return this, and let's just call this to see if it's working. And indeed, we do see that we do have access to that user ID, and we do know that if it's expired or not. So now what we can do, let's just do a try catch over here. And now what we have to do is get access to user. User is gonna be get user by ID. And since we do have access to token and over here user ID, we can do token dot user ID, and that's this one, user ID. And now let's just create this one, which is gonna be inside database users, and over here export const get user by ID, and we're gonna get user ID, return Prisma user find unique where ID it's user ID. Now that we have that, let's just use that. Let's just go inside our refresh and import get user by ID from utils. No, it's actually database users.js. Now that we have that, we will have to wait because this is a promise, and we do have access to over here user. So let's just return user. so you can see if this is working or not. Let's just make that call. And we do have access to user over here. So now what we can do is generate a new token, and we do have already that method already created. So let's just generate tokens. That's the method. And what we're going to be doing over here, it's calling that generate tokens. And we do have to pass user, and that's what we call that method. And we're going to be accessing access token. That's what's being returned. We don't need the refresh token. So now we can expose access token, and that's this access token. Let's just format this in a nice way. And over here, cat, we're gonna just copy this, and it's gonna be maybe a 500. And let's just return something went wrong. And over here, we can get rid of that. And now let's just make the request and see if it's working. And boom, we do have access to access token. Notice that when we're making this request, everything is working because we are sending this refresh token that we have over here. If we didn't have this, none of this would work. Let's just go back inside our front end, use auth. And now that we have access to this access token, we can save it. So we're refreshing the token, we're hitting this endpoint, and then we're saving the access token. Now let's just resolve this. And we're gonna return true. Now the only thing that's left to do, it's resolve this. And we're gonna say true over here. And init auth, we will have to expose it and start using it. And we're gonna be using it inside our app. And over here, init auth, we can grab it, and on before mount, let's just call this. Let's just call init auth. To see that if this is working, let's just trigger an alert over here. Hey, I'm refreshing the page, and you can see that that's being triggered. Let's just go inside our network tab, and we do see that a refresh call was made and access token is being returned. So we know that that's working. Even though the refresh token is working properly and we do have access to access token, nothing is really happening inside our app, and that's because we don't have access to user. If we go inside our code, if we remember, the way that we are showing the home page or any other page is if we have access to user. Now we do have access to access token, but we don't have access to user. Let's just make an endpoint that's gonna return that. First of all, let's just get rid of this an alert that we have over here. And let's go inside our auth. Let's just create a user get.js, export default define event handler. To get this done in a way that we don't have to repeat a lot of code, what I like to do is just have a middleware. Let's just create that one. It's gonna be middleware, and that's gonna hold all the logic. That's gonna grab the information from the access token and decode it, and then save it and attach it to the request. And that way we can have access to any user that's making the request whenever the access token is attached. So let's just do that. Export default define event handler. First of all, let's just define where is this middleware gonna be running. If we don't define anything, it's just gonna be running in all the requests, and we don't want to do that. So let's just first of all define endpoints. And in this case, we're gonna be using API, auth, and user. We're going to be using a module called URL pattern. So let's just install that. npm install URL pattern. Let's just run the server again. Close that. Let's just import it. Import URL pattern from URL pattern. Now that we have that, let's just start using it. Let's just check if this middleware should run on this endpoint. So we're going to have is handled by this middleware. And that's going to be endpoints.sum endpoint. And now let's just check first the pattern. Let's just create it. Pattern is going to be new URL pattern. And we're going to be passing the endpoint over here. And then what we're going to be doing is return, have it this way, pattern.match. And we are going to be accessing event. And then request URL. And with that, we will be able to know if this pattern matches with the endpoint that we're hitting. The reason why we're using this library is because then we can do something like ID, and that's also gonna work. If there's like an ID over here, that's also gonna match. We will see that later on, but for now, this is gonna be more than enough. Now let's just exit out if that's not true, and let's just do return. Let's just access token now. Token is gonna be event.request .headers over here, authorization, and let's just do split space, and let's just grab the first one. And with that, we do have access to token. Now we can decode it, decode access token. We haven't created this method. We're gonna do it now, and we're gonna pass this decoded access token. So now let's just go inside our GWT, and what we're gonna do is just copy all of this and have decode instead of refresh token is gonna be access token, and over here instead of GWT refresh secret as we did over here is gonna be GWT access secret. And with that, we can start using this. So let's just go inside our middleware and import it. Now that we have access to that, we can decode it. And lastly, what we have to do, so if it fails somehow, maybe we're passing a access token that's expired, we're gonna throw an error and return send error. And we do have to import this, so let's just do that. Import send error from h3, and let's just specify there. First of all, event, and over here create error. Status message is gonna be unauthorized, and we're gonna send a status code of 401. I think that should be correct for this scenario. Since we do have access to the decoded token, we do have access to also user ID. So we have access to user ID, and that's gonna be decoded.user ID. Let's just wrap this maybe inside the try catch. It's gonna be user is gonna be await get user by ID as we did before. And maybe let's just move this inside so it looks better. And we have access to this. And now the only thing that we have to do is attach this user inside our context. It's gonna be event.context, and then it's gonna be auth and user. Over here, let's just return if something goes wrong. And with that, inside our users, let's just return user equals to event.context auth. So now let's just hit that endpoint, create, it's gonna be user, and the endpoint is gonna be user. Let's just hit that to see if that's working. We do see that unauthorized since we're not passing any access token. So let's just add over here a token. We're gonna grab it from this refresh token. We do have access to this token, and let's just paste that in. Now, if we try to make this request, we're gonna be sending a token, and boom, we do have access to that, and that's coming from the user's endpoint. We do see that there's some user, and that's because we're returning auth and not user. So let's just, over here, we're gonna see if that's even false. And now we have, let's just wait a couple of seconds for it to refresh, and now we have access to user. If we don't send an access token, it's gonna fail. If we send a token, it's gonna return us our user. And now that we have this middleware created over here, the last thing that we have to do is wrap this around a user transformer, so we don't send anything sensitive. And now we're sending the exactly same data as we did before. We're not exposing anything. It's consistent, and that's the thing that I love about transformer. Let's just go inside our frontend now. Use auth, and inside our init auth, now we have to do is await get user, and it's gonna look very similar to this one, so we can just copy paste it. Let's just minimize this one. It's gonna be get user, and it's gonna hit the endpoint user. The thing is that we have to also specify the access token that we have access over here, and at this moment we're not passing any access token. And since we're going to be passing this access token in a lot of endpoints that are going to be protected, let's create a composable that's going to be use fetch API.js, and that's going to export, close this, default URL. We will pass maybe also some options, and that's going to be default an empty object. And now let's just return. It's going to be fetch, and the first thing is going to be the URL, and the second thing, we're going to spread options and then override whatever is inside the headers. And over here also spread options.header. And then lastly, we're going to authorization is going to be bearer, and over here we're going to provide the token. And first we have to access use auth token, and that's going to be from the composable use auth token, and that's going to be coming from use auth. And now that we have that, we do have access to use that, and we can do use auth token. And remember, this is a reference, so we do have to access value. Now we can use this use fetch API. So let's just go inside our use auth, and inside our login we have get user, and instead of this we're going to be using use fetch API, and with this we're going to be attaching the header authorization bearer token, and we don't have to specify it all the time. And I think that should be it. Instead of here set token is going to be set user, and it's going to be data.user. Now that we have that, let's just make a request to see if everything is going to go well or not. Refresh token, we do have access to that refresh token. And I see that there it says use auth token is not a function. And I think it's because we are not actually exporting this. So let's just go inside our composables. And we do have over here use auth token, which I think is not being exposed. And yep, we're just exposing the auth user. We also have to expose this use auth token. Now let's just go back, and now refresh this. We do see it that's working. It shows first the auth page and then the main page, and that's because like there's some delay because it's making the request. So what I'm gonna do is now it's make a splash screen, which is gonna look very good, and let's just do that. So inside our app, so let's just expose a loading or is loading, and that's gonna come from use auth. So let's go inside that, and we're gonna have over here use auth loading, and we're gonna do the same, which is gonna be use state, and it's gonna be auth loading. By default it's gonna be true. We're gonna have it as true, okay? And now what we're gonna be doing is use this, and when we make the init auth over here, first of all, what we're gonna do is call this dot value equals true, and then over here, finally, dot value equals false. Since we're making some code repetition, maybe we could set over here, copy this and say set is auth loading, and then over here value, copy this and have it over here, use auth loading, and it's gonna be auth loading the value, and then we set a new value. And we can now use this method, and we can say set is auth loading equals to true, and whenever this is finished, set is loading equals to false. Now we can expose this use auth loading. Let's just go back inside our app, and over here we do have access to this is const is loading or is auth loading. Is going to be that one, and over here we can make some kind of loader. If is auth loading, and then over here this is going to be else if, and over here let's just make a div saying loading. Oh, and we see init is not a function, and I've already had this issue before and I know where the issue is. So if you go inside auth loading, this over here needs to be a function instead of just a value. And now let's just go back, and now we see it's loading, and boom, we have that. The only thing that's left to do is make this a splash screen. So let's just do that. Let's create inside our components loading page.view. So first of all, let's just align this items center, justify it also center, and it's gonna be the full screen. Then inside of it, class is gonna be absolute, and let's just make it width of 20 with also height of 20. And animate is gonna be pink. And over here, we're gonna grab the Twitter logo, and it's logo Twitter. So let's just close this. It's logo Twitter. And now let's just go inside our app. And instead of this, we're gonna have loading page, and that's gonna be where the if is gonna be. And boom, now we have that splash screen. That's gonna be our loading page, and whenever it's finished, it's gonna show up our home. And if we try to go inside incognito, make a request, it's gonna return us to the auth form. The refresh token over here, if we try to see what happened, the network, and refresh this, we can see that the refresh token over here, refresh token is invalid, and that's failing, and it's not even making the second request, which is gonna be the user. There is no request for user because the first one failed. And let's just see this user inside our home to see if this is working. Let's just go inside pages, index, and over here, instead of content, let's just show user. And let's just grab that. It's going to be user, use auth user. And that's going to be coming from use auth. So let's just grab that. And now that we have that, let's go back. And we do see access to that user, the ID, the name, Joe, and everything. Now we have access to this user object throughout all the app using the use state and the composable use auth. The only thing that's left to do for this to work without the user noticing anything is regenerate this access token every, let's say, 14 minutes or 12 minutes before the access token that we just generated expires. So let's just do that, and let's just go inside our use auth composable. We're going to need to install a library called gwt decode. So let's just do that. npm install gwt decode. Let's just run the server again. And over here, let's just import it. Import gwt decode from gwt decode. So once we have a new access token and we have access to user, let's just call another method that's going to be called refresh access token. And we don't really need to wait for this, so this can run in the background. So let's just define this. So let's just go with this const refresh access token. And this is gonna be maybe a little bit more complex. Bear with me, it's not gonna be that complicated. So first of all, we will be decoding the access token that we have saved in memory. So let's just access it. And we know that that's going to be the way to accessing it. So use auth token, that's going to be our reference. And let's just save it inside the variable. And that's going to be auth token. So we have access to that. First of all, let's just check if that's even present. It's good practice to do some safe checks. And if it's not, let's just return. And now let's just decode it. gwt is going to be gwt decode, and grabbing this dot value, and let's just console log it so we can see what's going on. there we have it. We have the expiry date and then the user ID. So let's just subtract 1 minute to this expiry date. And that's when we're gonna refresh the access token. Over here, let's just get rid of that. Const new refresh time. I think that should be good enough. GWT, and let's just access to expiration. And over here, let's just subtract 1 minute. And I think that's going to be 4 zeros. Now we have to do a set timeout. And the set timeout, this is going to be the expiry date, or whenever this is going to be retriggered. And what we're going to do is refresh token. And then over here, call this again. Oh, I just saw an issue over here. This is a ref, so we have to access value. Otherwise, this is always going to be true. And over here, let's just see this in action. And there are 2 ways that you can actually do this. It's just up to you which one you prefer. I'm going to choose to put an await over here. And first of all, let's just over here, the set timeout, set it to 100 milliseconds so we can see what's going on. Let's just open this network tab, and we can see that a bunch of requests are being made. And the thing is that the first request, which is the refresh token, is not waiting for the other one. It just calls refresh token and then it just calls it again. We're not waiting for this one. And you can see that this is the behavior. So if we put over here an await, what's gonna do is await to it. And now we can make sure that once this runs, once it refreshes the token, after that, we're gonna refresh the token. Let's just see that in action. Let's just refresh the page. And now it's actually waiting for the refresh token and then it triggers the other one. So there is no overlap. It's waiting for the next request. So now that we have that out of the way, let's just close this. And over here, have it as we had it before. We know that that's working and it's refreshing a new token every single time. Now that we have the user logged in, we can start posting tweets. Let's do first the backend, and then we're gonna move on to do the front end. Let's go inside the Prisma folder, schema.prisma file. Let's start by defining our tweet model over here. This is actually gonna be one of the more complex models that we're gonna have, but it's not gonna be that hard. So first of all, let's just copy the ID. The ID is going to be exactly the same, so we don't have to change anything there. And the first thing that's a tweet is going to have is going to be some kind of text, and this is going to be type string. Then it's going to have the dates created at and updated at. Let's just have those there. And then a tweet is going to belong to an author. So let's just add a comma over here, and author is going to be user. Relation, that's going to be a relation, and fields over here, let's just specify author ID, which we haven't created yet, but we're gonna do it in a bit. And now it's complaining that doesn't exist, so let's just go ahead and do that. And this is going to be type string, and over here database object ID. So now that we have this, if we save, it's going to add some stuff under our user. So if we save, now if we go up, we'll see that we'll have this tweet, and let's just over here comment it. So it says tweet, and we have over here refresh token. Those two are relationships we can access inside the user. We can do .tweets and access all their tweets, which is going to be an array of tweets. Another thing is that a tweet can be a reply to another tweet. So we can reply to a tweet using a new tweet. And the way that we're going to be doing that is just providing an ID into a field called reply to ID. So let's just create that. Reply to ID is going to be type string. It can be nullable. It's not mandatory that a tweet is in reply to another tweet. So that's going to be nullable, and it's going to be database object ID. And then over here, we're going to have the relationship. So we're going to call it reply to, and we're going to get a tweet, which is also going to be nullable. And relation over here, we're going to just call it replies. Fields is going to be reply to ID. Maybe we should create this one first. So let's just go over here and reply to ID. It's just gonna be an array of tweets, and relation is gonna be replies. Now that we have that, over here we can do reference ID, and over here we have to specify some other things, and on update is gonna be no action. And oh, actually this one needs to be replies. With that, we've defined that a tweet can have some replies and it can have a reply to. So it basically means that this tweet is replying to another tweet, and then the same way other tweets can reply to this tweet. And that's what we've defined over here. We have both of these. And with this, we can start creating a tweet, and we have pretty much all the information. We will have also over here something else, which is gonna be media files, because a tweet can also have some kind of media file, either be it some kind of video, GIF, image. In this case, we're gonna be just dealing with images using Cloudinary. So we're gonna just leave a comment there and we'll come back in a bit. And with that, we can kill the server and npx Prisma database push. This works for me because I'm using MongoDB. If you're using another one, it's going to be a little bit different, the way that you have to do the migration, so generate the client. So yeah, now we can do npm run dev and go inside our server folder, and inside API, let's just create one called user, and inside of here we're gonna have another folder inside user called tweets, and inside of it we're gonna have index.post.js, export default define event handler sync event, and now we can do a return hello world. I like to do this because then I know that at least this is working and I haven't messed up other things. I've had experiences where just because not doing this I've wasted time. So first of all, let's just do this hello world. Now if we post this, we know that that's working. The next step would be to access the body. In this case, it's not just gonna be just a normal JSON, it's gonna be a multi-form form data. And the reason why we do that is because we're gonna be sending also an image, and we cannot do that if we're sending JSON. Otherwise, we would have to do maybe two requests, one creating the tweet and then a second one attaching the image. We don't want to complicate things over here, so we're gonna just have one call that's gonna have all the information. So if we go over here, multi-part form, we're gonna be sending that. It's gonna be text, then we'll have some kind of text, hello world, we'll have an image, and over here let's just select a file. I've got here an image of an anime. I used to watch anime, but I don't do it anymore. I'm just too busy. But yeah, I just downloaded one image from the internet there. There are multiple ways of accessing the body as a multi-part form. In this case, we're going to be using a library called Formidable. So let's just install that real quick. Let's just kill the server. npm install Formidable. Let's just run the server again. And now we can import it. Import Formidable from Formidable. Now that we have this, we can start creating the form. Let's just do const form, going to be Formidable. Formidable has a method called parse, and inside of it we can pass the request, which is going to be event.request, and it's gonna also, as a second argument, is gonna get an R function, which is gonna be the callback. And over here we can access some information, which is gonna be first of all error. So we're gonna have it like that, then fields, and then over here, then lastly we have files. We want to await for this, so we don't want to go over here if this is not finished. So we can wrap this around a promise. Let's just do that. Response equals new promise, resolve, and let's just do this way, reject, and let's just move this inside. And over here, what we can do is just say if error, you want to reject and pass the error. Otherwise, just resolve with files and fields. So we have fields and files over here. And now this way, we have a promise. And the only thing that we have to do is over here, await. and now we can see the response. So let's just return this and cross our fingers to see if this is working, and boom, we have fields, which is this text that we're passing, which is hello world, and then we have the image, and that's the only image that inside of this. If I change this to have something like image 2, there we see that the number 2 is being added, so it's reacting to it. Now let's just minimize this. Now that we have that, we can access this information over here, fields and files, and over here we can do response. The next step would be to save this information, create a tweet. But to do that, first we need to know who is creating the tweet. So we need to know the user ID. Let's just set it to null at this moment. So let's just return this to see. Right now it's just going to return null. Let's just have here over here user ID. As we did before, we can access the context, and over here we're attaching the user ID. So let's just go event context, just in case if this is undefined, which is going to be auth. And then inside of auth, we have user, and inside of user ID. So let's just return that. And it says cannot read user of undefined. So if we just add this over here and add this over here, now it's not returning anything. And that's because this is undefined. And we see that that's true. That's returning undefined. And that's why it's not returning anything. The reason why this is not being attached is because over here, inside our middleware, we haven't specified that we want to run this middleware on that endpoint. So we have to do that. And that's going to be pretty simple. So just copy paste this. And we're going to have, inside over here, API auth is going to be API user and then tweets. And with that, let's just run this again. And it says unauthorized. We're not providing the token. So let's just do that real quick. Token. And now it says false. So let's just go back inside our post tweets, and inside over here, instead of checking, let's just pass the user ID, and now we have access to that user ID. So we know that that's being attached. Now let's just define the tweet data, which is going to be the information that we're going to be providing whenever we're creating a tweet, and it's going to be author ID, the first one, and we do have that, which is user ID over here. And then we're going to have text, and we can actually access text doing fields dot text and tweet data over here. Let's just return it. Now we see tweet data there. Now that we have the basic information to create a tweet, which is going to be just that, let's just create a tweet, create tweet, and we're going to just pass this data. And over here is going to be maybe tweet, and since it's going to be a promise, let's just await to it, and we have to create this method. So inside database over here, let's just create tweets.js. Let's just close this, import Prisma, export const. It's going to be create tweet, tweet data. And we're going to do prisma.tweet.create, and data is going to be just tweet data. We need to make sure that we're returning this. This is a promise. And now that we have this, let's just go back inside our file, and over here, let's just import it, which is going to be import from database tweets.js. Now that we have that, we can see what's happening. Tweet, we have that tweet. Let's just post a request. Oh, and it's failing, and it's because over here I misspelled it. So it's author ID. And now let's just wait. Now we have a tweet created. The same way that we created a user transformer, we will have to create a tweet transformer. We're going to see now in a second how powerful using transformers is. So let's just create under the transformers folder a tweet.js, and then over here export const is going to be tweet transformer, and it's going to take a tweet, and we can return over here an ID. It's going to be tweet ID, and then it's going to be text, tweet.text. Now let's just import this. Let's go back, and over here, let's just wrap this around a parenthesis and tweet transformer. That's being imported. over there. And now we can see that it's just returning the ID and the text. We can see over here that the tweets are being created. Now that we have the tweet created, we have to attach the media files. We have over here under files all the images that are being sent. In this case, we're gonna just be sending one. Let's just go inside our schema.prisma file. And then over here, let's just define the media files model. So it's gonna be modal media file. And let's just copy the ID. It's gonna be the same. A media file will have some kind of URL, which is gonna be a type string. Let's just copy also timestamps. Let's just add those over here. We know that a media file is gonna belong to a user since a user has created it. So we will have to also add that information over here. It's gonna be user ID, it's gonna be type string, and type is gonna be database object ID. Now let's just define the relation. User, gonna be type user, relation, fields, user ID, references ID. So now we have that, and now if we scroll up, users will have media file, more like media files. I think that would be a better name. Now let's just add this over here so we know that media files. Now let's just go back. Another relationship that we have to define is between media file and tweets. So let's just add that over here. It's gonna be tweets. So a media file can belong to a tweet. So we will have to provide over here tweet ID, which is gonna be type string, and it's gonna be nullable database object ID. And then over here, tweet is gonna be nullable, and relationship, fields, tweet ID, and references ID. Now, if we scroll up, tweet will have one called media files, and this way we can access any media file that this tweet has. The only thing that's left to add is provider public ID, which is gonna be type string. We're gonna be using Cloudinary, and Cloudinary is gonna provide us with a unique identifier. Let's say in the future we want to add a functionality that removes all tweets. With that, we will also be able to remove all media files. Since we have the unique identifier inside Cloudinary, we will also be able to remove those. Now that we have that, let's just update the client. It's gonna be npx prisma database push npm run dev. Let's just go back to our file, the one that we were working on, and inside over here, let's just comment this out, and let's just start creating the media files. Let's just start creating the media files. Let's just see what this is returning. Files. We see that files is an object and it has a key and then the value. So we'll have to iterate over this object. Let's just make this smaller. So let's just do that. We're going to be using object.keys. Let's just make a space there, and files. And for each file, we're gonna map sync the key, which is image in this case. That's the name of that key. And return create media file. And over here, we'll have to provide a couple of fields. The first one is gonna be URL. Let's just keep it empty for now. And then we're also gonna need provider public ID. We don't have this information yet, so let's just have it this way, random ID. That's gonna be for now. Then other information that we do have is gonna be the user ID, which we have it over here. That's gonna be our user ID. And the other thing is gonna be tweet ID, which we can access if we move this above and remove the comment. We can do tweet.id is gonna be tweet ID. This is gonna return an array of promises. So let's just save that inside file promises, and over here we can await to all of them, promise.all, and we can pass that. Let's just post, and this is gonna fail, of course, because we haven't created this create media file. So let's just create that. Let's just go inside database, and over here media file, media files.js, and import Prisma const create media file. And let's just also export this, and it's gonna be return prisma.media file create data is gonna be media file, and we have to pass this. So now that we have that, let's just go back and import it. Import from, let's just go back over here, database mediafiles.js. And now that we have that, let's just make the request again. It seems like it's working, so let's just take the database and let's just refresh to see if there's something new. And then over here, media file, we have the media file created. We have the URL, the random ID, which is the provider, and then we have over here tweet ID and then user ID. So those are working. The only thing that's left to do is over here provide an actual URL. So far we're just creating a media file document in our database. We're not doing anything with the image or whatever media file we're providing. And to achieve that, we will be using Cloudinary in this case. Let's just install their package, npm install Cloudinary, and let's just wait a couple of seconds. Now that we have Cloudinary installed, let's just go and create a file under utils, and this is gonna be called Cloudinary.js. And over here, let's just start by importing v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. And over here, we can start defining the function that we're gonna be calling upload to Cloudinary. And this is gonna be return, new promise, resolve, reject. Now that we have over here Cloudinary as the v2, we can just access this and say Cloudinary.uploader upload. The first argument is gonna be the image, which we're gonna be providing over here as a parameter. And then the second one is gonna be a callback, and we will have access over here to the error if there's any. And then the data, and data is gonna be the information if the image is uploaded successfully. So the only thing that's left to do is over here check if there's error. We're gonna reject and pass the error. Otherwise, we're gonna just resolve and pass data. Before running this, we have to set up the credentials. And in order to do that, we can use cloudinary.config. And over here, we're gonna have to pass a couple of things. The first one is gonna be cloud name. We're gonna define this in a bit. API key, we'll do this in a bit. And then API secret. Once we provide this information, we will be able to upload stuff inside Cloudinary. These environment variables are gonna be inside the .env. And as we saw before, we can just use config, which is gonna be use runtime config. And with this, we'll have access to our environment variables. So we could do something like, we could do over here config.cloudinary, and it's gonna be cloud name. And then we can copy this and do over here API key and just copy it, and over here API secret. These aren't defined yet, but before doing that, we're gonna first do some small refactoring. The thing is that we have this config over here. If we have another method that also uses Cloudinary, we'll have to somehow have also this information. And it's just good practice to extract this so we don't have to copy paste this again and again. So what we're gonna be doing is I'm gonna be just copying all of that. And over here, as Cloudinary, I'm just gonna add an underscore there. I'm gonna be creating a method that's gonna be called Cloudinary. And what I'm gonna be doing is just paste this again. And over here, I'm gonna call Cloudinary with the underscore and return Cloudinary this way. And now over here, instead of using this Cloudinary, it's gonna be using this, but since this is a method, we have to actually call it. So what's happening is just calling this, is running this use runtime config, is gonna add this configuration to this specific, and then it's gonna return it. And then over here, we can just access it. And now we can create another method if we want to and just reuse this config, which we have inside this method. So now let's just define these environment variables that we have over here. So let's just go inside our .env. Let's just start with the cloud name. It's gonna be Cloudinary cloud name. And over here, the next one is gonna be Cloudinary, and instead of cloud name, it's gonna be API key, API. And the last one, let's just copy paste this, and it's gonna be API secret. And now inside your Cloudinary dashboard, just copy all this information, which is the cloud name, API key, and API secret. Now let's just go inside our Nuxt config, and over here, let's just start adding those. It's going to be cloudinary, cloud name, process.env.cloudinary, cloud name. And we can copy all of this. And let's just start changing the last part. It's going to be over here, API key, and over here, API key, and API secret, API secret. Let's just add the space over here and comment this out, and this is going to be cloudinary. So now that we have that, we can start using this, and let's just kill the server just to make sure that this is working. And let's just go inside our cloudinary.js. And now let's just import this upload to cloudinary. So let's just go inside index.post, and over here we can start using this. So inside this map that we have, we're gonna call this upload to cloudinary. Let's just import it. It's gonna be import cloudinary, upload to cloudinary from, and then over here utils cloudinary.js, and let's just scroll down, and we have over here upload to cloudinary, and we have to pass the image. And since we know that this is going to be the key in this case is going to be called image, what we can do is just extract that file. Since we are iterating over files, we can paste that in, and this is going to be the key. So files, and then inside that key is going to get us that file. Now that we have this file information over here, we can just do file dot, and we want to access file path. So file path, that's what we're going to be passing. It's going to be a string. And then over here, we can just await. And that's actually going to be over here, await. And it's going to be response. And we can console log this response to see if it's working or not. So we can do that. Let's just make this request to see if this is working. So let's just post this. We don't see any errors. We don't see anything wrong over here. So that means that everything went well. And if we open this up, we can see some very interesting information. We have a public ID, so that's what we're gonna be grabbing. Then we also have over here a width, a height. The format is gonna be a resource type image. We're not dealing with more than one resource type. If we're adding support for more than one resource type, this would be a very cool information to have there. And then we are also gonna be grabbing something over here that says secure URL. We're gonna be grabbing that, and that's about it. Now that we know that that's working and it's making the proper call, let's just call this resource or cloudinary resource. So let's just add over here cloudinary resource, and we're gonna be grabbing secure URL. That's gonna be the first one, and then we will also access over here. Let's just paste that in, and we're gonna be grabbing public ID. Let's just see if this works. Let's just post a request, and let's just wait a couple of seconds, and everything seems to have gone well. So let's just check our database, and inside media file we do see over here the image, which is this URL that has been uploaded on the cloudinary servers, and then we have over here the public ID. So let's just check if this actually works. Let's just copy this, and let's just paste that in, and we see that the image has been uploaded successfully. Now that we know the image has been uploaded, we can over here remove this and start using the tweet transformer again. Let's just make the request to create a tweet, and we have over here our tweet. We've been building the backend for this. Now let's just move on to build the frontend. Let's just close the server, and inside pages we have index. And if we remember, the only thing that we're doing at this moment is just showing the user that has logged in. We're gonna start by creating a tweet form. Okay, we haven't created this, so let's just do that. Inside components, let's just create a folder called tweet, and inside of it we're gonna have one called form, and inside of it let's just create index.view. So it means that in tweet form is gonna be this file. So now we can just add the template, and let's just start by hello from tweet form. So now that we have that, let's just refresh to see if this is working. Let's just kill the server and run it again. And now we see hello from tweet form. Let's just get rid of this user that we have over here, and now we will have only that. Now that we have this component, which is basically this one, let's start by creating this input that we have over here. So let's just do that. And inside tweet form, let's just create one component that's gonna be called input.view. We can copy all of this, and inside of this, let's just minimize this, and it's gonna be tweet input. And now let's just go back inside the form component, tweet form, and inside of this, let's just get rid of this, and it's gonna be tweet form input, and it's gonna be self-closing. Now it says hello from tweet input. Now that we have that, let's just go inside that component, and over here, let's just start by specifying that input. So let's just get rid of this. Let's just get rid of that, and let's just start by adding some classes. Class, this is gonna be the main wrapper. It's gonna be flex, items, center, flex. We're gonna go with shrink 0 and p4, and padding bottom, we're gonna have it as 0. And over here, first of all, let's just add the wrapper for the image, which is gonna be the profile picture. So it's gonna be class flex, the width is gonna be 12, and items is gonna be top, items top. This is width. Now that we have that, over here we can start specifying the profile picture. So it's gonna be image, and source, we don't have it, so let's just leave that empty for now. Class, let's just add the class. It's gonna be inline block. Width, we're gonna specify 10, and height is gonna be also be 10, and rounded is gonna be full. Now we have that image over there, so let's just start by adding this source, and it's gonna be a prop, const props. Let's just define it, define props, and it's gonna be user, and type is gonna be object, and let's just make it required equals true. Now that we have that, and over here is gonna be props. Let's just make this a vbind, and it's gonna be props dot user, and we're gonna be accessing the profile image. And now refresh this profile image. This of course still doesn't work because we're not providing the user. So let's just go inside over here inside our tweet form component, and we have to basically almost have the exact same information. It's gonna be props define props, and it's gonna be the same user, and over here type object, and required is gonna be true. And now that we have this over here, we can just do user and pass props dot user, but we also have to pass user to this form component. So let's just go inside our main one, which is this one, and over here we can do user and pass user. Now if we go over here, magically we have that profile picture over there. Now that we have the profile picture, let's just go back and add the input or the text area that we're going to be creating, and that's the one that we're going to be using to be able to create tweets. So let's just add that over here, and class, we're gonna make it so that it takes entire width, and padding is gonna be 2. And then over here, let's just add that text area, and then we have some stuff over here that we don't really need. Let's just remove all of this for now, and let's just add the classes. We're gonna be starting with width is gonna be full, height, let's just define it as 10, and text is gonna be large, and the color is gonna be a gray, which is gonna be 900. Now that we have that, let's just add also one for the placeholder, which is gonna be text gray, and it's gonna be 400. And let's just add also background transparent. Border is gonna be 0, and let's just add also the dark version for the text. It's gonna be dark, text is gonna be white, and focus ring is gonna be 0. Now that we have that, we have over here an input that is transparent, so if we can make this bigger, but now we can start typing over here, and that's working. And if we add over here a border of 2, we will be able to see that border. And now let's just get rid of that. It's going to be border 0, and now we don't have any border there. Now that we have the image, the input, we have to add over here a button. So let's just add a div, and then inside of it is going to be a button that says tweet, and that's there. So what we have to do is just move this above, so it's not inside this flex. Now it should be below. Let's just add a event handler. It's going to be on click, and handle form submit. Let's just make this method over here. It's going to be function handle form submit, and over here we're going to be alerting, and we want to alert a couple of things. The only one that we have so far is the text over here. So let's just add a v modal, and it's gonna be text. And let's just create this real quick. It's gonna be const text is gonna be ref, and let's just start by an empty state. And now that we have that over here, we can just alert, and it's gonna be text and text dot value. Now that we have that, let's just save. Let's just write something, tweet, and we have to actually over here json.stringify this so that it can show an object. And now that, let's just type something, tweet, and we do see that text and that there. Since we know that that's working, let's just create some emits over here. Let's just move them, emits, define emits, so we can notify the parent component. And we're gonna be defining just one that's gonna be called onSubmit. Let's just copy that, and let's just move above over here, handle form submit, and we're gonna be calling emits, and let's just pass onSubmit. And over here, we're gonna be passing text. It's gonna be text.value, and that's this one. Let's just go to the parent component, which is the tweet form. So if we go over here, tweet form, we can start listening to that event, which is on submit, and let's just call handle form submit. Now that we have that, we can create over here a function, handle form submit. It's gonna take some data, and let's just console log it. Let's just open up our console. Let's just type something over here, tweet, and we do see that that's coming from the child component, tweet input, to the parent one, tweet form. Now we can ping this information to our backend. So let's just do that. And let's just go inside our composables and create one file called use tweets.js. And over here, export default. And let's just create over here post tweet. We'll get some tweet data or form data. Let's get some form data over here. And over here, let's just start by creating a form, which is gonna be new form data. And the first thing that we're gonna be adding is gonna be append, and it's gonna be the text. And we can do form data dot text. Now we can just post the requests. So we're gonna be using, let's just return first of all, and we're gonna be using the composable that we created, and that's this one, use fetch API. So let's just use that one, use fetch API. And let's just pass first of all the URL, which is gonna be API user, and then it's gonna be tweets. And as the options, we're gonna be passing method is gonna be a post, and then the body is gonna be this form. So now let's just expose this. Let's just return and expose post tweet so we can actually use it. Let's just go back inside our tweet form. We can just start using use tweets, and we can extract post tweet from it and save it into a variable. Now that we have that, we can start using it, and we're gonna await over here. So we have to make this as sync, and let's just also wrap it inside a try catch. Let's just move this above. Let's just paste that there. That's gonna be data, and over here response. And now let's just console log this. Console log this response, and also let's just console log if something goes wrong, error. Now that we have that, let's just open up our console, and over here let's just type something. Let's just tweet. We see that the request was made, and payload, we see that text data, and if we go under headers, we see that content type is multi-part form data, so that's being sent correctly. And if we go under preview, we see that we have a tweet ID. So that means that that tweet was successfully created. If we see it ends in 72, let's just check our database, and we see over here that one with the 72 ending, and we know that that has been created successfully. So now let's just go back. We're sending the text. We have that button, which we're gonna be styling in a second. And the only thing that's left to do over here is add these icons. And also when we press over here, we will be able to upload an image. So let's just do that. So now inside this wrapper, which includes the image and the input, before this button over here, we're gonna add, let's just start by creating a div, and adding a class over here is gonna be flex, and we're gonna be adding a padding of 2, and then padding left is gonna be 14, And now over here, we can start adding each of the icons, and we can add a div, a class, and now let's just add the styles. So it's going to be a padding of 2. Text is going to be blue. That's going to be the color. And let's just go with a 400. That looks pretty good. We're going to be making the borders rounded. So let's just go with rounded, full. And then now let's just define the hover effect. So it's going to be hover, background is going to be a blue, and it's going to be a very light blue. And when it's a dark version, we're going to be adding also a hover. Background is going to be dim, which is the custom color that we created, and it's going to be an 800. So now that we have that, we can over here add the icon. Inside the assets folder, there's going to be an icons file, and we have over here all the icons that we're going to be using. We already used the spinner, and now over here we have all the other ones. So let's just copy the first one, which is the image, and paste that in. And I'm just going to comment this out. Just keep in mind it has already some width and height. So I'm just going to minimize this. And now if we go over here, we can see that that icon is there. And I think we have actually the same issue. This needs to go actually outside of this, so that now we have it like this. When I hover over it, it doesn't have that cursor. So let's just add that. It's going to be cursor, it's going to be pointer. So now if I hover over it, now we have it there. Let's just minimize this. Now that we have one of them, just copy paste and do the other ones. I'm gonna be speeding up this process because I'm just gonna be copy pasting it. So just copy paste the other ones. Now you should have something like this, all the icons like this. The next step is gonna be when I press this button, I want to show up the image uploader, or where I can select a file basically. So let's just do that. Let's just over here, let's just minimize this, and we have over here our icons. So let's just add a comment that's gonna be called icons, and over here let's just add our image selector or file selector, and over here let's just create our div, which is gonna be containing these classes. Gonna be padding 4. Let's just add that, and padding left is gonna be a little bit more than what we had over here. It's gonna be, this is 14, this is gonna be 16. And first of all, let's start by creating over here an input, which is going to be type file. So now if we go back, we have this. But the thing is that we don't want to be pressing this button. We want to press this one. So if we select over here, I can start selecting the image, but that's not what I want to do. So what we're going to be doing is add a reference to this input. And when I click this icon, it's going to actually trigger a click event over here. And that's gonna open up this pop-up where I can select the image. So let's just do that. So first of all, let's just hide this. So we're gonna be adding an attribute called hidden. And with that, we don't have it anymore. And what we have to do is add a reference that we're gonna be calling image input. So now let's just go scroll down. Let's just copy that. And then over here, let's just add const, and it's going to be image input, and it's going to be a ref. And with that, we are accessing that reference. And that's because of view 3. It's a little bit different, and it might be a little confusing, but it is pretty clean once you understand it. So let's just, over here, what we're going to be doing is, this is the first image, which is the image icon, which is this one, the first one. So let's just add over here a click, and let's just do handle image click. And now let's just minimize this. And over here, let's just create this. So we're gonna function handle image click, and we're gonna just alert for now saying, hey, let's just see if this is working. And indeed, we see that that's working. So what we're gonna be doing is, we have our reference, which is this one, image input. We can just over here say image input dot value and then dot click, and with that we are gonna be simulating a click. And now if we press this, boom, that's clicking that input which is hidden, and now we can start selecting any images. So now if we scroll up over here, Since we don't wanna be allowing to upload some video files, I'm gonna just add also some restrictions, and we're gonna pass over here accept, and over here we're gonna be passing a couple of things. The first one is gonna be image PNG, then image, let's also pass a GIF, and also image, and it's gonna be JPEG. JPEG, if we remove the JPEG over here, and if we try to do this, it's not gonna allow us. But if we put it back, now if we click there, we can select this JPEG. Now what we have to do is when I press this and I press this open, we have to do some stuff. So let's just do that. So what we have to do over here is add an on change, and let's just name this handle image change. Let's just create this method. Let's just scroll down, handle image change, and now over here handle image change, and that's gonna pass an event which we're gonna be console logging to see that event. Let's just open our console, and now we can just select this, and now we have that event over there. We have a bunch of information, and then over here we will be accessing files, and we have over here the file that we just uploaded. So let's just do that. So let's just get rid of this console log and start by saving this into a file. As we just saw, is event.target.files, and we want to access just the first one, and we have to save this somehow in a variable. So let's just create that. It's gonna be called selected file, and this is gonna be a ref and is gonna be null by default. Let's just copy selected file, and over here selected file.value is gonna be file. Now we have that file saved. So what we can do over here is whenever we are gonna be pressing that button of tweet, we're gonna be sending something called media files, and it's gonna be an array of selected, and that's gonna be the first item, selected file dot value. And now if we go inside our tweet form, we know that we're passing that data over here, post tweets, and then over here I'm gonna do something that's gonna look maybe a little bit redundant. I'm gonna just do data.text and media files and data.media files, and I'm gonna just make sure that inside our input is the same media files, and we're passing that. And if we go back inside our tweet form, now we know that we're passing text and media files. I really like to do this so that if I change something inside another component, it doesn't affect like the entire flow of things. So let's just go inside our post tweet, and now I'm gonna be doing, it's iterating over that media files that's coming inside. So it's gonna be form data dot media files, and I'm gonna do a for each, and it's gonna be media, and the second parameter is gonna be index. And now what we can do is form.append, and we're gonna be calling this media file, and we will be adding index. That's gonna be our key, and as the value is gonna be media file. So now if we open our console, let's just create a tweet, test tweet, and upload an image over here and press tweet. We see a payload that has the text, and then media file is going to be a binary. And now I see that that tweet was created. And if we go back over here, I have the media files collection. If I refresh, now I will see that image has been uploaded. That media file, we have it saved inside our database, and we also have the URL coming straight from Cloudinary. The only thing that's left to do over here, when we upload an image, we're not actually showing it in the interface. So let's just do that. It's actually pretty easy. So let's just minimize this. Let's just go inside our tweet form input. And over here, when we save it inside selected file, after that, we want to add some extra lines of code. And we will be using something called a reader. So it's going to be reader, new file reader. And what we're going to be using, it's a method that we have available, read as, and we pass data URL, and over here we can pass the file. So let's just pass that, and that's going to return us a data URL that we can use. And we will also need to use a unload, and over here we can pass an arrow function, and we will have an event. Let's just alert when this happens. So let's just pass that event, and we're going to be accessing target.result. So let's just do that. Let's just upload an image. And now we have this data URL that we can use. So let's just save that inside the variable. We're going to be calling this input image URL, and we're going to be saving that event.target.result. So let's just create that since we haven't. And since this is going to be a reference, we will also have to add that value, input image URL. So let's just create that, copy that. And then over here, let's just add that. It's going to be a reference, and let's just make it null by default. What we can do over here is create that image. Source is going to be that. And let's just also add the if that's true. So now let's just upload an image over here, and we have it over here. Let's just add some classes to this. So let's just over here, class rounded to XL. Oops, rounded. Now that we have that rounded, let's just also add some border, and we're gonna be using a dynamic class, and that's gonna be the Twitter border color that we have from the Tailwind config composable. So let's just use that over here. Use Tailwind config and const. Let's just save that, and let's just access over here Twitter border color. Let's just copy that, and over here let's just paste that in. And now when we upload an image, there's gonna be a small border over there that's barely noticeable, but it's great. Over here inside the input, I just saw that there is a placeholder that's missing, so let's just add that. Over here, let's just placeholder is gonna be what's happening question mark, and now we have that, what's happening, and it's actually looking pretty great. We have our tweet, we can tweet, and now we can upload an image, and if we press tweet, it's gonna be saving it, but we don't really know if something is actually happening or not. We don't see any feedback to the user. So let's just add that real quick. So let's just go inside our tweet form, and over here, let's just create one div, which I'm gonna be moving this inside, and then over here, another div, which is gonna have the UI spinner that we created, and this is gonna be self-closing. Now that we have that, let's just save to see how this is looking. We have that there. So let's just make this an if loading else show this. Now we have this. Since we haven't created this loading, let's just do that real quick. Over here, let's just ref is gonna be true, and now it's only gonna be showing that. We're gonna be also adding some classes to center this. Let's just do flex items center, justify center, and let's just add a padding of 6. Now we have that center there. So the only things that's left to do is over here, handle form submit. We're gonna over here, let's just do loading dot value equals true, and over here finally loading dot value equals false. And now this is starting as true, so let's just change this to false now. And now over here, let's just alert this to see if this is working or not. Response, we have that. Let's just add a tweet over here, whatever. And then over here, let's just upload an image and press tweet. We see that loading spinner there. Let's just wait. And now we see that object, and that's because of course this is an object and we need to JSON.stringify it. And let's just repeat this and tweet. And we see that information coming from the backend. We see that tweet, the tweet ID, and we see that that text is matching. Now let's just start by building this component, which is gonna be the button component. We're gonna be using it in a couple of places. The first one is gonna be inside this tweet form, and then the second one is gonna be this one. UI wise, both of them are very similar, so we're gonna just reuse both of them, and it's just gonna be one component. So let's get to it. Let's go under UI, and over here create one file called button.view. Let's just close this down, add the template, and over here let's just add our script and setup. The first thing that we're gonna be adding is over here a span, and inside of it is gonna be a slot. we're gonna just make it self-closing, and let's just start importing this component. We're gonna go inside tweet for input, and over here where we have our button, UI button, and over here we're gonna just put tweet, and let's just see if we see something, and we do see tweet twice. So let's just comment the second one for a second, and now we know that that's being used. So let's just go inside our component button, and over here let's just start adding some classes. So this div, we're gonna just change it to a button. Let's just move our cursor down and change also this a button. This is gonna be an actual button instead of a div, and we're gonna start adding some classes over here. So class over here is gonna be flex, justify, center, text is gonna be white, and background, we know that's gonna be some kind of blue, and let's go with a 400, and let's see what do we have. So far we have something like this. It's missing some padding, rounded corners, and some other stuff. So let's start adding some rounded full. We're gonna going with full, and over here we will start seeing something. And now let's start also adding some hover effect. Hover is gonna be background blue, and it's gonna be a little bit darker, something like a 500. And now if we hover over it, we see that it's getting dark. Font is gonna be small. We will also have a disable state, so let's just add it, disabled. And at this moment it's just as before, it's not showing any difference UI wise, so let's just add that. We can do disable, and over here we're gonna be going with a background blue, and it's gonna be a little lighter. It's gonna be a 300, and now it seems like it's disabled, actually disabled. Let's just add another class. When it's disabled, we're gonna be adding cursor, and over here we're gonna be going with not allowed. So now if you hover over it, we do see that cursor effect. So now that we have this disabled over here, let's just maybe start by adding some props. Now that we are doing this, it's gonna be props dot disabled, and let's just start defining those. Over here, props is gonna be define props, and disabled is gonna be type boolean, and default is gonna be actually false. So now that should not be disabled, and in fact is not. So if you see, the only thing that's actually missing, we do have some styles, but the only thing that's missing are gonna be the actual size of that button and how wide it is, and basically size wise, those we're gonna be adding them dynamically. So we're gonna be doing over here and is start adding a dynamic class, and we're gonna call this like classes. I know it's not a very good name, but it is what it is. Let's just go with over here classes, and we can just have a reference. It's gonna be an empty string for now. Some other props that we're gonna be passing are gonna be the size. So we're gonna be passing over here size is gonna be type string. If you're using something like TypeScript, over here you can do as prop type, and I think it's prop type, and then you can actually start even typing this, but we're just using JavaScript, so let's just not do that. But if you're using TypeScript, that's actually pretty cool. And over here we're gonna be going with default. Default is gonna be medium. So now we have that. There's gonna be another prop that we're gonna be using, is gonna be called liquid. It's gonna be type boolean, and then default is gonna be false. So now that we have these props over here, let's start actually using them. First of all, we're gonna over here create padding classes, and this is gonna be actually a computed, and we're gonna be passing an arrow function, and let's just scroll down a bit, and we're gonna be using a switch. I'm not really a fan of switch, but sometimes I don't really mind using it. But yeah, let's just go with prop size, and then over here we're gonna start by case, and the first case is gonna be when the size is small, we want to return these classes, and these classes are gonna be px is gonna be 3, py is gonna be 3. Let's just do the next one. Is gonna be case is gonna be large, and then over here we're gonna be returning, let's just go with return, is gonna be px is gonna be 4, and py is gonna be 3, and default is gonna be py is gonna be 2 and px is gonna be 3. So now that we have this default, okay, misspelled it as always, but now that we have this, we can start using these padding classes. So if we scroll down over here, the one that we had over here, a ref, we're gonna just change it by computed string interpolation, and then over here we're gonna be adding padding classes dot value, and with this we should start seeing some changes. So if we go back inside our input component with form input, and over here we pass a size of small, it made it a little bigger. Now the only thing that we have to do is we've added some dynamic padding classes. We're gonna be doing the same but for the font size. So let's just go inside our button and we can do pretty much the same. It's gonna be text font size is gonna be another computed, and then inside over here we're gonna be having another switch, props, size, and the first case is gonna be when this is large, and we're gonna be returning a text medium. And the other case, which is gonna be all the other ones, we're gonna go with default, and over here return text is gonna be small. Now let's just use this. So if we scroll up over here, we can pass a class, and that's gonna be text font size. So now we have that button like that. Now that font size is being used, but actually I was checking the padding classes and I think I messed up, and this px3 and px3 should be the default one, and then the piy and px3 should be smaller one, and now it looks way better. Now that we have that, we can actually move it over here. So let's just do that. So inside our tweet input over here, and inside our icons div over here, let's start by creating a div with the class flex, and inside of it we're gonna create another one which is gonna have a width of full, and then text, let's just have it as white. And now what we can do is just move all these icons that we had and move them inside this div. Now let's just scroll up, minimize this, and now we shouldn't see that much change. So what we have to do is just move this button inside of this and add a class over here of ml auto, and now with that we have our button like that. Let's start also, if we over here pass a disabled, now that's gonna be disabled. So we're gonna be using this disabled. The only thing that's left to do is over here we can maybe create a strong and move this, actually this would be outside, and now we would have that font bold. If we want to have maybe a span over here, span, a class of font bold, we can also add that, and now we have that there. So now we have our button created, and as we saw, that disabled functionality is also working. So now that we have our button over there, let's just also add it inside our left sidebar. So let's just go there. So let's just go inside sidebar, left, and index, and over here let's just scroll down. Over here let's just start by adding a div, and inside of it we're gonna just use UI button, and we're gonna have tweet. So let's just see how this looks. We have a button over there. It's not looking very good. If we make the screen bigger, it's not taking the entire width. That's where that liquid prop that we created is gonna come handy. So let's just go inside our button and implement it. So let's just go inside our button and over here start implementing it. So what we're gonna be doing is create another computed that's gonna be called default width, and it's gonna be a computed. And now let's just start by adding another switch. So we can just copy paste this. It's gonna be very similar, and we can get rid of this actually and just have over here a width of min. Now that we have that, let's just go inside classes, and then over here we're gonna check props.liquid. We want to return width is gonna be full. Otherwise, just return the default width for any size. In our case, the default one is gonna be just min. So over here, let's just go with value. Now we can go inside our sidebar. Let's just go back, left sidebar, and then over here pass that liquid, and now let's see that in action, and we see that that's taking the entire width of that sidebar. So that's great. Another thing that we have to do is add that font bold and also make this larger. So let's just go back, and over here we're gonna be passing size is gonna be large, and as we did before, we're gonna just remove this and add a span, and class is gonna be font bold, and let's just have tweet over here back. Actually, that S is missing, so that's why it wasn't working as always. If we make this smaller, this is not looking very good. Over here it should show an icon, so let's do that. And what we're gonna be doing is hiding this button and show another one. And let's just get rid of this, make this smaller, and then over here we're gonna add some classes. Let's just add some classes over here. So by default this is gonna be hidden, and then what we're gonna be doing, XL is gonna be block. So now if we go back, by default a bigger screen, this is being shown, and if we make this smaller, it just disappears. Now what we have to do is actually the opposite and show another button that has that icon. So let's just do that, and what we can do is just copy paste this, and then over here what we can do is just have this is gonna be block, and when this is XL, this is gonna be hidden. And over here let's just add icon, and now if we go back, we see that icon over there. So now what we have to do, let's just copy one of these icons. It doesn't really matter, just copy one for now. And what we're gonna be doing inside this div, and first of all let's just get rid of this size and the liquid. We don't really need this anymore, and add here a div. And let's start by defining the height, and the width is gonna be 6, and the height is also gonna be 6. So let's just, and then font is gonna be bold, and let's just paste that icon, and let's just see how this looks. And now we have that icon looking pretty great. And if we make this a little bit bigger, now we have that tweet button. This is actually looking pretty good. So let's just use the actual icon that we're gonna be using over here. So let's just do that real quick. So let's just scroll down, and that's gonna be a pencil icon. So let's just over here import it, pencil icon, and over here let's just use it. So now if we go back, we see that tweet, and now we see that icon. Let's go inside our tweet input form, and then over here let's add that disable functionality. We have it as a prop, so if we go over here and add disabled, we do see that that's being disabled, but we want to make it reactive to something. So let's just do that, and then over here let's just make this dynamic, and we're gonna call this is disabled. So let's just copy paste that, and then over here let's make a computed. We can move this above over here. Let's just make a computed over here, and it's gonna be is disabled equals computed, and we want to check if this text, so we're gonna do text dot value equals to an empty string. We can do this, or we can check the length. It doesn't really matter, it's up to you how you want to do it. So now if we refresh, we see that by default that's disabled, and we cannot click on it. And also, even if we could, that wouldn't work. We have to actually add that click handler. We're gonna do this in a bit. But now if we type something, that's not disabled anymore, but with click, nothing is happening because it doesn't have a click handler. So let's just do that. Let's just go inside our button, UI, button, and then over here, let's start adding that handler. The main button over here, let's just add a click, handle click, and let's just copy that. We will have to first define some emits. So let's just do that. Emits equals define emits, and it's gonna be on click. And now if we scroll down, let's just add a function over here. Function is gonna be handle click, and that takes some event. We have that event over there, and now we can do emits and on click, and let's just pass that event just in case. Now we can go inside our input, and then over here do on click and copy that handle form submit, and now we can get rid of this. By default that's disabled, and if we press something, now it's loading, and that just worked. Now that we have these button components created, let's just move on to create this tweet list we're gonna be showing all the recent tweets sorted by when they were created, and we will also have some very cool functionality over here. And let's just do first the backend, and then we will move on to do the front end. So let's just go inside our server folder and API, and we're gonna be creating a file called index.get.js. And let's just do the basics: export, default, define, event handler, and over here let's just pass the event. As we always do, let's just first of all say hi, hello, and with that we can start making the request. Let's just see if that works. And indeed we do see that that's there. Notice that over here, even if I don't provide a token, that's working. It's because we haven't added this inside our auth middleware. So let's just go there, and then over here we're gonna add API tweets. Now tweet requires token, so if we don't provide it, it's gonna give us the unauthorized. And now if we provide the token, that's still gonna work the same way. So that's great. We can start over here providing tweets, and let's just send an empty array. This should work. We haven't done really anything special. Now that we know that that's working, let's just go inside database, tweets, and then over here let's create another method. It's gonna be called export const. We're gonna be calling this get tweets, and let's just do return, and we can do Prisma tweet, and over here find many, and we can start passing some parameters. And over here let's just pass params, and let's just pass this down, spread this, and now we can start using this. We're going to be using this method in a couple of places, so that's why we're going to be passing these params this way. So let's just go back inside that endpoint that we just created, and let's just import that method. Import get tweets, and now that we have that, let's just over here const tweets, and let's just await to it and get tweets, and we have to add that async over here, and we're not passing any params. So let's just go back and let's just add this a default value of an empty object just in case. So now if we go back over here, tweets, let's just return all the tweets. Let's see if this is working or not. First thing that we see is that we don't have the author over here. We have only the author ID. So let's just add that. And what we're going to be doing is going to be over here, just to include, and author is going to be true. And let's just make that request again. And now we have that author over there. We're going to be doing the same with media files. So let's just do that. The same way over here, we're going to be calling media files is going to be true. We do see that there's some tweets with some media files. Let's just get rid of that filter that we have. And we do see that we have some author. And now if you scroll down, we also have some media files with that information. So let's start using that transformer that we said before. Let's just minimize this, and maybe let's just make this bigger. Let's have it this way. And now let's just also use that transformer. So let's just do map, and it's going to be tweet transformer. And now we just make that same. And now we start seeing some stuff. We don't see those media files. So let's just go and add those inside tweet transformer. And then over here, so let's just add that media files. And we're going to be creating those media files. We're going to just say tweet.media files. And let's just make that request again. And now if we scroll down, we do see that some of them have that media file. Let's just also create a transformer for media files. So let's just go inside transformers, and then over here, media files.js, and export const media file transformer. And we're going to be passing a media file, and let's just return. And we only need a couple of things. It's going to be media file.id, and then the second one is going to be just the URL. We don't really need much more information. So let's just also grab that. It's going to be URL. So now let's just go back inside our tweet transformer, and then over here, if this is present, we're going to do tweet.media media files dot map, and then over here we're gonna be passing media file transformer, and it doesn't seem to pick it up, so let's just import it. It's gonna be media file transformer from and media files. So media files, this should be also media files, and now that's working. And if that's null, we're gonna be passing an array. So let's just run that again, and now media files are only showing that ID and that URL. Technically we don't even need that ID, but let's just leave it there. And next up, we're gonna be doing exactly the same with author, and let's just do tweet.author. If that's present, we're gonna be just doing user transformer, and we will pass tweet.author. Otherwise, let's just have it as null. So let's just run that again, and now we have an author over there. Two other keys that we can add are gonna be the replies and the replies to. So let's just start by replies, and it's gonna be very similar. So let's just tweet.replies. We're gonna do tweet.replies.map and tweet transformer. And if that's not the case, we're gonna just pass an empty array. And then the other one is gonna be reply to, and over here tweet.reply to. If there's something, we can even check it this way if we want to. It's just up to you, preference. And let's just do this one also. And then over here, we're gonna just do tweet transformer, and we're gonna be passing tweet.reply to, and otherwise it's gonna be null. So let's just save that and run it. We do see that replies is now an empty array and reply to is null. We've added this inside the transformer, but we're not actually even providing them when creating a tweet. So let's just do that real quick to see this actually working. So let's just go inside our user tweets, and then over here we can just check if reply to is being provided. So let's just do that. What we're going to be doing is const reply to equals fields, and it's going to be reply to. And over here, let's just check if that's a valid value. So let's just say if reply to is present and reply to is not equal to null, okay, we have our tweet data. So let's just tweet data dot reply to ID. We're gonna be just passing that reply to. Now inside our fields, let's just pass a reply to, and we're gonna be passing an ID. Let's just press enter, and now that has been created. Let's just see if that worked. So let's just go inside our its endpoint, and then over here we're gonna say replies equals true. So let's just run this. Let's just make this bigger. Let's just run this, and now we see that the replies is there. We have a tweet over here. This tweet has 1, 2, 3 replies. But if you notice, we're not grabbing some of the information nested that we have inside, and we can do that very easily. In this case, for this endpoint, we only want to grab the author. All the other ones, we will grab them in other endpoints. So let's just do that. So let's just make this a little bit smaller. What we can do over here is just pass an object, and we're gonna say include, and we're gonna pass author equals true. And if we run this again, inside replies, we have the author information that's being fetched. And if you notice, since we're using transformers, everything is being consistent all over the app. We're using the same information and we're exposing it the same way, and that's why you should be using this transformers pattern. Is very powerful. We have that replies. Inside replies, let's just do exactly the same over here, and let's just paste that in, and it's gonna be reply to. And now if we run this, and let's just go and try to find a reply to that has something. This is null, null, null. If we scroll down, the last one over here, we have a tweet that has an author. It doesn't have any replies, but this tweet is replying to this tweet, and we're grabbing that author information from the tweet that this tweet is replying to. The last thing that we're gonna be adding over here, I want to order this, so let's just pass order by, and this is gonna be an array. Since we're saving when every single tweet is created, we can do over here created, add, and descendant. Now let's just run this again, and now that's the order that we want. We want the newest, that's going to be the first one, and the oldest is going to be the last one. Let's just go inside our transformers. We can minimize this, and let's just go inside our transformers, tweet transformer, and over here we're going to add a couple of things. The first one is going to be replies count, which is going to be just tweet.replies, and we're going to first of all check if that's true, and if it is, we can do just replies.length, otherwise just return 0. And now if we run this again, we do see that the first one, we have a bunch of information. Let's just close this down. The first one doesn't have any replies, but if you scroll down, this one has 3 replies. We have, this is the first reply that has, and all the other ones. So we know that that's working. So let's just make this smaller again. We're going to be using a library to show when the tweet was created and the time in like in a humor way. So let's just open our console and let's just kill the server. npm install package is called human time. Let's just install that. And now let's just restart the server. npm run dev. Let's just close that down. And then over here we can do import human from human time. So now over here we can do posted at, let's just call it human, and we're gonna be calling this method, and we're gonna be passing tweet.created at, and let's just check that our server is running correctly, and let's just run this again. And now each tweet, it says when it was created. We know that this is the latest one, 9 minutes, and if we go to the next one, let's just close this down, that was created 10 minutes, and if we go back, we have one that has 3 days ago. With all of this, we can start doing the front end. So let's just move on to do that. So let's just go inside our pages and index.view, and then over here, let's just get rid of this user that we had over here. So over here, let's just add a head, and inside of it, we're gonna add a title, and this is gonna be called home Twitter. This is much more intuitive than what we had before, and now we have home Twitter. It's very similar to what Next.js has. So over here, let's just create border button, and let's just move this form inside of it, and now I should have that border. So we also want to add over here a class with Twitter border color. So let's just import that real quick over here. So we're gonna use tailwind config, and it's gonna be const, and let's just grab that, and now it should be the same color. So if we refresh, it's exactly the same color. We're gonna be dividing this part in a couple of reusable components. The first one is gonna be this one. We're gonna be calling it tweet item or something like that, and then we will have another one which is gonna be tweet list feed, and that's gonna be iterating over an array, and it's gonna create multiple tweet item components. So let's just do that. So let's just open up our components. So let's just scroll, let's just minimize all of this, and inside tweet, let's just create list feed dot view. Let's just add an h1 list feed, and as always, the script is gonna be set up. Let's just start importing this. Let's just go inside our pages over here, and let's just import it, tweet list feed, and now we should see that component over there. So let's just go back, list feed, and over here, let's just start using this. The way that I like to do this is this component is gonna expect the items, and it's just gonna render out stuff. And at some point, maybe it's gonna trigger some events, but it's not gonna have a lot of logic in it. So what we're gonna be doing over here is const props is gonna be define props, and let's just pass something called tweets, and type is gonna be array, and required is gonna be true. So at this point it's gonna complain. Let's just over here, and then over here let's just do a URL li, and let's just do v4 item in tweets, or maybe let's just rename it to tweet, and we're gonna just print that. At this moment it's not gonna work, it's just gonna not do anything, and then this needs to be prop.tweets. So let's just go back, and what we're gonna be doing is inside our pages, which is this one, this one, inside our pages over here, inside this we will be passing tweets, and it's gonna be home tweets or something like that. So let's just copy that, and let's just have it at this moment as a reference. Let's just have it something like this, and maybe we can add 2 items, and let's just add something inside 2 2 2 1. Now that should be rendered, and it is. So let's just get rid of that. We know that that's actually at least working. And what we're gonna be doing is go inside our composables, and then over here use tweets. We're gonna be minimizing this, and let's just do const get tweets, and we're not gonna be expecting any param. And what we're gonna be doing is return new promise resolve reject, and let's just wrap this inside a try catch. And over here we will have some kind of response, which is gonna be our tweets or data, however you want to call it, and use fetch API. That's the composable that we created, and we're gonna be calling API tweets. And then over here let's just go with method is gonna be just a get, and with that we should be good to go. Let's just await, and over here let's just make this an async, and let's just console log response, and over here reject error, and let's just also resolve. We don't want to make this an infinite loop. And over here we can just expose this, and let's just go back inside our pages index, and then over here we can use that composable use tweets, and let's just do equals const, and then over here we can grab that get home tweets. So the first thing that we're gonna be doing over here is on before mount. You can run this on other lifecycle events, it just depends when you wanna call this. So let's just go with on before mount in this case. And the first thing that we're gonna be doing is using this loading that we have created over here. We haven't used it, but we know that that's working, and that's because of this main section loading, and that's now coming very handy. So what we can do now is just do over here a try catch, and we're gonna do a finally, and loading is gonna be false, and that needs to be dot value. So now it should be false, and now what we have to do over here is make this async and await to it. Let's just await, and it's gonna be get home tweets, and then over here console log, and that's gonna be our error. So now let's just open up our console, and let's see what is being returned. So now we know that that's working, it's getting all that information over there. So let's just start using it. So let's just minimize this real quick. So now that we know that that's working, let's just do over here const, let's just do some destructuring and grab tweets, and we know that that's gonna be home tweets, what we're gonna be using to iterate over our array. Let's just refresh this. I don't know why that's not working. And we're gonna be doing home tweets dot value equals tweets. And what we have to do inside get home tweets, let's just go inside, and instead of console logging, and then over here instead of console logging, let's just return response. Let's just get rid of this, and now we see a list of all our tweets that are being created. So let's just go inside our home, and over here we have that, and over here we're passing an array of all the tweets. Let's just go inside this component. It's gonna be components tweet list feed, and then over here instead of passing just tweet, it's gonna be dot text, and now we will have an array of all the tweets. Let's just refresh, it's loading, and now we're showing all the tweets over here. The next step is to create this component, so let's just do that. Now that we can fetch information from the backend and we can see all the recent tweets, Let's start by creating this component. We're going to be calling it tweet item. And we're going to be breaking down this component into a couple of pieces. The first one is going to be a header. The second one is going to be the body, which is going to include the description or the content of that tweet, and then images. And then we will have also over here some actions. So yeah, those are going to be 3 components inside the tweet item. So let's just get right into it. Let's just go over here, and inside tweet, let's just create one folder called item. And inside of it, let's just create another one called index. And let's just close this down. And over here, let's just start adding a template. And inside over here, let's just add item. Or maybe let's just add a slot. Let's just make it self-closing. And over here, let's just go. And instead of having an li, let's just use tweet item. And over here, let's just also make this self-closing. And with that, we should have item. We can get rid of this. And now we would have all of this. And over here, the first thing that we're going to be passing as a prop is going to be the tweet. So let's just do that, tweet. And we're passing it over here. Let's just also add the key maybe. And it's going to be tweet.id. And with that, nothing is changed because we're passing the prop, but we're not actually accessing it. So let's just do that. And then over here, let's just do const props equals define props. And let's just access tweet. Is going to be type object and is always going to be required. And then over here, let's just also add some spaces and add a div. And the first thing that we're going to be doing is exactly the same, props.tweet. And we're going to be grabbing text from it. So now we should have the same result. If we refresh, we have that text coming in. So that's great. So let's just add some styles to this so it looks better. Let's just move this inside. And the first thing that we're going to be doing is over here. Class is going to be flex shrink. And then it's going to be font medium. Text, let's just go with some gray, maybe 800. Let's just add width is going to be auto. And then also dark text is going to be white. We see that there's some kind of padding over here. So let's just add that. And then we will also add this image. So let's just do that. And over here, let's just go with class. And it's going to be margin left. Let's just go with 16. And that's going to add some margin over there. The next step is to add the images. So let's just do that. We're going to go over here and create a div. And we're going to iterate over media files. So we know that it's going to be an image in tweet.media files. And let's just also add a key to it. So we're going to go with key. And the key is going to be image.id. If we remember, we're exposing 2 things. The first one is the ID and the second one is a URL. So we have a key over there. And then over here, we can just image and source. Let's just add over there. It's going to be image.url. Now we have a bunch of images. Let's just add some padding and also make the borders rounded. So over here, class, flex, margin Y is going to be 3, margin right is going to be 2, and border is going to be 2, and rounded is going to be 2XL. And with that, we have that over there. We will also need over here class, and we're going to be using Twitter border color. So let's just import that. And we're going to be using use tailwind config, and we're going to be grabbing Twitter border color, and let's just copy that, paste that over there. And now that should have that color. And inside the image, let's just go over here. We have to make sure that this is taking the entire width, and rounded is also going to be 2XL. And now we have that image over there. So if we make this bigger, now we have something like this. Now that we have this, we can move on to do the header, and then we will do the actions. So let's just go over here, and inside item, let's just create a new file called header.view. And let's just close this down, template, and then over here div, and let's just do header. And let's just go back and over here. And inside the main wrapper, this div that we have over here, let's just tweet item header. And let's just make this a self-closing. Let's just save. And now we have that header coming in. The first thing that we're going to be passing is going to be tweet. So let's just pass that. It's going to be props.tweet. And let's just go inside. And over here, let's just create a script. It's going to be setup. And the first thing, we're going to define the props. So it's going to be define props. And we're going to be passing tweet. Type is going to be object. And required is going to be true. So let's just get rid of this header that we had over here. And the first thing that we're going to be adding is the image. So we can add over here an image. The source is going to be author. So we haven't created that. So let's just do that. And it's going to be const author equals, it's going to be props. And we're going to be grabbing tweet. And from tweet is going to be author. And let's just grab author over here. And it's going to be dot profile image. And let's just see if that works. And we do see an image. So let's just add some classes to it. And the first one is going to be width is going to be 10 and height is going to be also 10. Let's just see the changes. We see that that's looking great. Now let's just make rounded. It's going to be full. So it's a circle. Now we have that. We see that this needs some kind of padding. So over here, let's just add it. It's going to be padding of 4. And now it's centered. And the next thing would be to add the username handle or the name. So let's just add a div over here. Let's just move this inside and another div. And then over here, first of all, let's just add the name. We do have access to author. So let's just do author and it's going to be name. And if we save that, we will see that name over there. Let's just move it above. So we're going to be doing this a flex. And now we have this like this. So let's just now add over here a class margin left of 3. Now there's some margin over there. Let's just inside this span, it's going to be font medium. Now it's bolder. Next, let's just add colors for this name. It's going to be first one is going to be text gray. And let's just go with 800. And the next one, dark text, is going to be just white. And now let's just add the handle. We're going to be using Nuxt link. Let's just add that there since we don't have that page created. But for now, that's going to work. And inside of it, we're going to add author and handle. We haven't created this. So let's just do that. Let's just go inside our server. And over here, transformers inside user. Let's just minimize this. And what we can do is just add another one. It's going to be called handle. And what we're going to be doing is just grabbing this. And the handle is going to be just this. And now we have a handle added. So let's just refresh this. And now we see that handle over there. So let's just go back. Let's just add some margin left over there. So let's just wrap this around the span. And let's just move this inside. And over here, let's just add class. It's going to be margin left of 3. So now there's going to be some margin over there. Let's just make also the text smaller. Text is going to be small. Font is going to be also medium. Also, let's just also add the colors. It's going to be text gray and it's going to be 400. So now that should look something like that. Now over here, let's just do dot and some space over there. And we're going to be adding props.tweet. And we're going to be grabbing posted at, and it's going to be human. And if we remember, we just added this inside the tweet transformer. And now we're going to see that date over there. So we see that this was created 2 days ago because the last time that I recorded this, it was 2 days ago. But if we scroll down, we'll see that some go even beyond that, 5 days ago, 5 days ago. So we know that that's actually working. Now below this, let's just add if this is replying to another tweet. So that's going to be over here. And let's just create a paragraph. And we're going to be adding, first of all, we want to check if this is replying to something. So it's going to be props.tweet and is reply to. If that's true, what we want to do is over here, it's going to be replying to, let's just add a Nuxt link over here. And for the URL, we're gonna be actually creating one dynamically. So let's just scroll down, and over here, let's just create, over here, let's just do const. It's gonna be reply to tweet URL, and it's gonna be a computed. And over here, let's just add template strings. And since we haven't created this page yet, but let's just add it, it's gonna be status. And then over here, it's gonna be props.tweet.reply to, and we're gonna be grabbing the ID. So we want to make sure that this is actually there and it doesn't break. So now that we have that, we can use reply to tweet URL. And if we scroll up over here, let's just add it. And now we will have that. And then over here, let's just add the handle. So it's gonna be props tweet, and inside tweet, we're gonna be grabbing reply to, and it's gonna be author of that reply. And then we're gonna be grabbing the handle. And with that, we should have the basics. Let's just see if that works. And we see that this tweet is replying to dev5, dev5. Let's just add some colors to make it look better. Over here, class, let's just add a text blue of 400. And now we have that. And this reply to, let's just wrap this around. Let's just move this inside. And over here, this is gonna have a class of text gray, and it's gonna be a 500. So now let's just save that, and now we have that over there. Let's just also over here add a class of text is gonna be small. Let's just refresh, and now we have something like that. We do see the handle, we do see that user handle, we see when it was created, and we do also see if it's replying to something. And if we click over here, it's gonna redirect to this status and that ID, but we haven't created this space yet. Now this is actually starting to look way better. Something else that we have to do is add some border bottom over here. So let's just go and let's just do that. And inside our list feed over here, let's just get rid of this UL and let's just make this a div. And then over here, let's just start adding some classes. Class, first of all, let's just add a padding bottom of 4, and that's gonna add some space between tweets. And let's just add also a border bottom. And as we did before, we're gonna be grabbing the use tailwind config. So it's gonna be const and use tailwind config, and we're gonna be grabbing Twitter border color, and we are also gonna be grabbing default transition. So let's just use both of those. And then over here, let's just add class, and for now let's just add just that border. And now if we see, and that's actually not working because we have to move this over here. So let's just copy this, and this div should be the one that should have all the classes. This key should be moved over here. We see the border, and we also see that padding bottom that we have. We also want to add some transitions and animations when we hover over one section or one tweet. So let's just do that. Over here, we're gonna say hover, and background, let's just make it gray, and it's gonna be 100. So now if we hover over this, we do see that that's now like that gray. We also want to make this cursor pointer. So when we hover over it, we do see now that we can click actually on this. Let's just also add the dark version of this. Dark is gonna be hover, and background is gonna be a dim, and it's gonna be 300. So now if it's dark version, that's also gonna work. And lastly, what we have to do is use this default transition. And over here, what we can do is make this an array and pass both of these. And now if we hover over it, we do see that transition. Now that we are also over here, something to take into consideration is what happens if the array of tweets it's empty. It's just an empty array, so it's just 0 items. We should show some kind of title. So let's just do that over here. Let's just go and create a div, and let's just add over here a vif and is empty array. Let's just copy that, and let's just scroll down a bit, and over here let's just do const is empty is gonna be a computed, and the first thing that we're gonna be checking props.tweets.length equals 0. If we know that that's 0, we know that that's empty. and let's just over here add a paragraph, and let's just no tweets, and let's just add sad face, and no tweets, sad face. And now over here let's just add the v else, and if we go back and refresh, nothing will happen because we do have tweets. So let's just go inside pages index, and over here list feed, let's just pass an empty array, and now we should see that no tweets. Let's just make this prettier because it's looking pretty bad. So let's just go back, and inside list feed let's just add some classes to this. Text is gonna be center, and text is gonna be gray, and we're gonna go with a 500. And over here classes, let's just add a padding of 4, and now we have that like that, and now it's actually looking pretty great. So let's just go back, and over here let's just pass again home tweets, and now we should have all our tweets over here. We do see that some tweets have that reply to ID. Now the only thing that's left to do over here is create these action buttons. So let's just go ahead and do those. Let's just go inside our tweet item, and over here let's just create a div, and inside this we're gonna, first of all, let's just add a class margin top of 2, and inside over here we'll have our action buttons. So let's just see if that's working, and we do see those over there. So let's just create it. So let's just go over here, and inside item we're gonna have actions, and let's just create an index.view template, and then over here actions, and let's just start by importing this. So let's just go inside our item, and then over here let's just import it. It's gonna be tweet item actions, and let's just see we have actions over there. So let's just go inside. So we have this tweet item actions, and now we will create each of these components is gonna be an icon component that we will be creating. So let's just go ahead and create that, and let's just open up our actions folder, and then over here we're gonna be creating a file that we're gonna be calling icon.view, and let's just copy all of this and paste that over here, and this is gonna be action icon. And now what we're gonna be doing is over here, let's just minimize this, and let's just start by importing. We're gonna be calling tweet item actions icon, and now we will have that action icon. So let's just go inside this icon, and let's just start by creating it. So what we're gonna be doing, first of all, class is gonna be flex items. Let's just go with center. Text is gonna be gray, and it's gonna be a 400. Cursor is gonna be pointer, and over here let's just start by creating a div, and over here we'll have an icon. So let's just import chat icon, and we don't have that imported, so let's just do that, the script and setup, and then over here import chat icon from hero icons view solid. Let's just add some classes to this, and the first one is gonna be 5 width, and the height is also gonna be 5. And now we have that icon over there. Now that we have that icon, we will also need to add over here a span, and that's gonna have some number. Let's just have 5 for now, and we're gonna have to add a class over here. Margin left is gonna be 1, and now we have a number over there. We will also need to, when we hover over this, we want to make the icon have a background which is gonna be rounded, and we also want to make the color of that text change. So let's just do that, and in order to do this, we're gonna have to do first, let's just add a hover so you see that this is actually working. Text, let's just go with blue and 400, and if I hover over this, now that is changing. But what I want to do is, if I hover over the icon, I want to trigger, when I hover over this icon, I want to trigger the effect also inside this text. So what we have to do is over here add a group and change this to be group, and it's gonna be hover. And now if I hover over this, the hover of that text is also being triggered. So we also want to have over here a class. Let's just add that, and let's just start by adding padding of 2. It's gonna be group hover. Let's just make this smaller for now, hover, and we're gonna go with background. Let's just also go with blue, and it's gonna be a 100. So now if I hover over that, we do see that there. We want to change also the color of the icon, so let's just do that. So over here, let's just add group, and it's gonna be hover text. Blue is gonna be 400. So now if we hover this, the icon is also changing. Let's just make the background also rounded. So over here, it's gonna be rounded, and let's just go with full. And now we have something that's actually starting to look better. We want to also add some transitions, so we're gonna use our default transitions. So over here, use tailwind config and cons. Let's just grab over here default transition, and what we can do is make this entire thing dynamic, and then over here add these brackets. So we're gonna be having over here template strings, and let's just add that default transition over there. So now if we hover over this, we do see that transition, and it's actually starting to look way better. Let's just also add the dark version of that background. It's gonna be translucent, so we're gonna be changing a little bit the transparency. So let's just add over here dark and group. Let's just go with hover, and then background opacity is gonna be 20. Let's just go inside app, and I'm gonna show you the dark mode. So let's just add dark mode true. So this is how the dark mode looks. It's actually starting to look pretty good. So there's some transparency over there. So if we remove this, what we just added, it would look like this. And with this actually looks way better. So we're changing the background transparency. Let's just save. And then over here, that actually looks very good. So if you see, we have multiple icons. Each of these icons is gonna have a different color. So what we have to do is make this component dynamic so that it accepts a color, and with that color, it will change the content inside of each icon. So let's just do that. And over here, let's just define cons props. It's gonna be define props, and let's just do color, and it's gonna be type string, and it's gonna be required, is gonna be true. So what we have to do is go back, and over here we see that this is complaining. We do see that over here, let's just pass color, it's gonna be blue. And with that, if we go back over here, we can just start using that color. So if we go inside, we do see that blue over there. So we know that that at least is working. So what we have to do now is change this blue with this prop. So you might think that is as easy as just grabbing this, and then over here, let's just make this dynamic as we did before. And if we do some template strings over here and change this to blue, props.color, if we go over here, we do see that that's working with blue. But what if we change this to something like yellow? Let's just refresh this. Now the number is not changing the color. If we change it to blue, we'll see that that's working. But if we have it as yellow, that's not. And if we also change it to something like red, that's also not gonna work. I spent here hours, and I'm gonna show you now how to solve this. And what you have to do is go inside your Tailwind config. This issue is related with Tailwind. So the thing is that when Tailwind compiles everything, if there's a class that's not being used, it's not gonna put it in the last CSS file that is generated, right? So what we have to do is basically add a save list of some classes that we want to add dynamically. And to do that, we will need to use over here a key called save list, and it's gonna be an array. So let's just add this like this. And what we have to specify is, first of all, one key that's called pattern. And then over here, we're gonna be specifying an expression. So the pattern is gonna start with text and then any color. In our case, we're gonna go with red, and it's gonna be also green and blue. these are the ones that we're gonna be using, and it's gonna be also, we can also specify which variants. So we're gonna go with 100 and also 400. And with this, what we have to do now is also specify another one over here called variants, and it's gonna be group in, and this is gonna be hover. And with this, and let's just also add yellow over here so you can see that that actually works. And what we have to do is let's just kill our server. And now if we hover over it, actually we change it back to red, so we can actually get rid of this. Now that will be working. So if we go and try also green over here inside our tweet, item actions, and then over here, let's just change it to also green, we'll see that that is working. Let's just change it back to blue. And now let's just go inside this icon, and over here we have to do exactly the same and use this props color inside here. So what we're gonna be doing is just grabbing this, and where it says blue, we're gonna just pass props.color, and then over here we're gonna do exactly the same. And now it's just working for the text and also for the icon, but the background is not working. So what we have to do is just go back inside our Tailwind config, and we can close this down and copy paste the entire thing. And what we're gonna be changing, it's over here instead of text, this is gonna be background. We will have to kill the server, run it again, let's just refresh, and with this we also see that background rounded also working. So what we can do is over here, let's just go back inside our icons, and we know that that thing is working. We know that at least that is also working. Now that we have that out of the way, what we have to do is get rid of this icon, and also over here get rid of this number that we have. So what we have to do is just, let's just add some spaces, and let's just add a slot, and we're gonna say name is gonna be icon, and classes is gonna be width of 5 and height of 5. Over here we're passing a prop to this slot. Now we can access this information inside our parent component. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just copy this chat icon that we have, and let's just go back over here, and let's just add a template, and we can get rid of this. And what we're gonna be adding over here is gonna be vSlot icon, and let's just add our, let's just import first our icon. This is gonna be setup, and let's just import it, and chat icon, and over here let's just use chat icon. And this is not showing up because we're not passing the classes. So what we can do over here is say classes, and what we can do is just class, and that's gonna be these classes. And now we're passing the size from this component, from icon to the parent one, which is actions. This is actually a kind of advanced pattern and is very powerful. And yeah, you can also access this doing icon slot or naming it whatever. It's just a variable icon slot. And what you can do over here is icon slot dot classes. And if we refresh this, this is gonna work the same way. But what I like to do is just have it like this. It just makes for a cleaner syntax. We're just doing destructuring. So let's just make this smaller. And so far we have one icon. And what we have to do also over here, let's just add another template. Let's just add over here another template. Let's get rid of these two divs. And over here, let's just add a vSlot. And this is gonna be default. And over here, let's just add 5. And we haven't created this slot. So what we have to do is over here, let's just add slot, and name is gonna be default. We can get rid of the name if we want to, and that's gonna be just this. So now if we go over here, we see that just in case, let's just see if this is working. We can change this to something like 9. And we know that that's being passed down to the child component. So far, we only have one icon. What we have to do is add the other one. So let's just do that. We're gonna be just copy pasting this, and we're gonna have it at least 4 times. And now we have 4 icons with their respective text. Let's just add some classes. It's gonna be, first of all, flex. Items is gonna be center. Justify, we're gonna be going with around. Width is gonna be full. And now we should have something that looks something like this. Let's just change the colors. So let's just make this smaller. The first one is gonna be blue. The second one is going to be green. The third one is going to be red. And the last one is gonna be again blue. So now that we have this, we can hover over this and we do see that these are working. Let's just change the icons. So let's just scroll down over here. And instead of grabbing solid, we're gonna be grabbing outline. So let's just refresh this and we do see them like this. These actually look better. So we're gonna be grabbing over here refresh icon. Also, we are gonna be grabbing heart icon and also upload icon. So let's just first of all grab the refresh icon and let's just scroll up, and that's gonna be the second one. So let's just add that there, and we do see that now that refresh, that's a retweet. It's not exactly the same, but this is the closest that I could find. And now the third one is gonna be heart icon. So let's just scroll up, and that's gonna be the one in red. And then the last one is gonna be upload icon, which is like the one that's to share if you want to share this with someone. So now we should have something that's actually starting to look pretty great. Let's just go inside our items action. The first one is gonna be replies. So let's just get rid of this 9. And over here is gonna be props dot tweet. And then we know that we have something called replies count. And if we go inside our transformers, inside server, transformers, tweet, we do know that we have over here replies count. Now let's just refresh this. Now the next step would be to define these props. We haven't defined these props.tweet, so let's just do that. So over here, let's scroll down. It's gonna be props and define props. Let's start with tweet, and then over here, type is gonna be object and required is gonna be true. Let's just go back inside our item component, and then over here we will have to pass tweet, and we do have access over here to props.tweet. So let's just pass that, and with that, let's just refresh. Now we have that 0 coming in from the backend. We do see that this tweet has 3 replies. And if we scroll up, the first one is this one, the second one is this one, and the third one is this one. As you can see, we have over here the replying to, replying to, replying to, and all of these are replying to this one that has 3. So let's just go back inside our actions item. Let's just scroll down, and then over here, we're gonna create a generate random number. Let's just return math.random. Let's just multiply it by 100, and let's just do a floor of this math.floor. And with this, we should get a random number, and we're gonna just call this over here generate random number. We can copy this line and paste that over here. And if you scroll down a bit, we will have another one. Let's just paste that over there. And now we should have something that's starting to look way better. We have some comments, retweets, likes, and shares. Now we have to create this page, which is the one for a specific tweet. We will have most of the same information. We will have some kind of tweet item and then some list over here. And then we will reuse the same component that we created in order to post a reply to this tweet. So we're gonna be taking advantage of all the components that we've already created. We won't have to rewrite a lot of the components because we already made them. We're gonna tweak them a bit so that we can reuse them in this page. So let's just do this. So let's just close components and pages. We're gonna create one. We're gonna call this status, and inside of it, we're gonna have id.view. Let's just close this down. And this is gonna be a template. I just add over here normal page. And if we now refresh this and we press this, we will have this normal page. So what we will be doing is copy pasting some of the things that we already had over here. So let's just copy all of this and let's just go back. And then over here, let's just paste this in. Loading, we don't have it. So let's just create that real quick. Script and setup. Let's just close this. Const loading is gonna be a ref, and let's just have it as false. And let's just get rid of this and also this. The title, let's just leave it empty for now. And over here, this title is gonna be tweet instead of home. Now let's just refresh, and we have that tweet over there. So we can have this as true. And now we're gonna see that loading period that we created, and that's coming handy, and we can basically reuse the entire logic that we already did before. So let's just put it back to false. And now let's just go under server, API, tweets. We do have this index. Let's just over here create a new one. That's gonna be, let's just create over here id.get.js, and now export default define event handler sync, and over here let's just return hi world. Let's just have it like this, like juice world. And now let's just make a request to see if this is working. And over here we can duplicate this, and it's gonna be get tweet, and it's gonna be pretty similar, and the only thing that's gonna be changing is gonna be the ID over here. Let's just provide over here a tweet ID, and let's just paste a tweet ID that I just copied. And now over here, let's just have tweet ID, and let's just make a request. We can close this down, and we do see hi world. So we know that this is working. So first of all, let's just grab our ID, and over here is gonna be ID, and we're gonna be grabbing it from event context. We haven't passed event over here, so it's gonna be event and dot. We can access context and then params. And now we can pass this ID over here, and we will see our ID coming from the backend. So now we have to get that tweet from the database. So we're gonna go under database and tweets, and then over here we're gonna create one. It's gonna be export const get tweet by ID, and then over here we will be passing a tweet ID. And it's gonna be very similar to what we've already done before. It's gonna be Prisma dot tweet, and then over here it's gonna be find unique, and where ID is gonna be tweet ID. And now that we have that, this is gonna work. So let's just go back inside our endpoint, and over here we can import that. So we're gonna just do get tweet by ID, and that's already being imported over there. And now we can pass this ID. We can over here grab tweet, and we're gonna await to this, and now we can just return this. So we would have something like this, tweet tweet. So let's just see if this works. Indeed, we do see that we have our tweet like that. As we've done before, we're gonna be taking advantage of the transformers. So let's just over here called tweet transformer, and we're gonna be passing tweet. And now let's just call this again, and we'll have a lot of extra information, and we didn't have to duplicate anything. And that's the beauty of using transformers. So we do see some stuff that's missing. We do see that we don't have author, which we will need. We do also see that we don't have replies, reply to, reply count. So we will have to pass some information over here. So let's just pass an object, and over here, let's just go inside. And what we're gonna be doing is over here, params, and we're gonna just spread it. But first of all, let's just create params. So it's gonna be params. Let's just set it as an empty object. So just in case we don't wanna pass anything, it's just gonna spread an empty object. Something to take into consideration is that over here, we will be overriding anything if we pass the where key. So what we have to do is move this below. Let's just add a comma there. And we're gonna just do over here, spread like this. And then we can start just spreading params dot where. So let's just add another comma over there. And with this, we are making sure that we're not overriding the ID, which is the primary thing that we want to make sure that's working, which is get tweet by ID. And now we can start passing any params to this. So let's just go back. And over here, we're going to be passing a couple of things. First of all, we're going to pass the author, and that's going to be true. Then we will also need media files. So we can just copy that. Media files is going to be true. We will also want to grab reply to. So let's just do that, reply to. And we could do just true. And that's only going to grab us the first level of relationship nesting. The thing is that we also want to grab the author. So what we have to do is include. And over here, author is going to be true. And now we're grabbing the author inside the reply to. So let's just move on. The next one is going to be replies. So let's just copy that. And we have a similar story with this. We don't just want to grab the replies. We also want to grab information inside of it. So what we have to do is include. And then over here, we want to grab author is going to be true. And reply to, we can do the same. Reply to is going to be include. And then over here, we will be grabbing author. And that's going to be also true. So now we can just make the request. Let's just have this way. And now if we make this request, this should work. And oh, I see this actually needs to go inside. If we just copy all of this, it needs to go inside and include. And now that we have all of this, now this should work. If we go inside get tweet by ID, this is just the top level. So we have to pass include first, and then we can start passing whatever we want. So let's just go back and then over here. And that's why it was complaining. Now let's just make the call again. And with this, we are fetching a lot of information. We do have our author, media files, reply to, as we can see over here. This tweet is replying to another one. And inside of it, as you can see, we're also grabbing author. So that's this author. We're also grabbing inside of each reply, which would be this array, which is empty. We would be grabbing the reply to and also the author. In this case, it's just an empty array, so that's why we don't have anything. Then we see a replies count, which is 0. Now that we have this, we can fetch this information in the front end and just move on to do the UI. Before we move on to do the front end, let's just analyze this request that we made. So right now I'm passing a token and I can make the request. But what happens if I don't pass any token? We'll see that this is still working. And the reason why is because we also have to add this under our middleware. And then over here, we'll have to add API and then tweets. And now we have to specify the ID. And if you remember, I said that this URL pattern library is going to come handy. Because now we can just simply do this. We can just pass this ID and it's gonna match it to any dynamic variable. So it doesn't really matter, whatever we pass over here, that's gonna match to this pattern. And now if we try to make this request again, it's gonna say unauthorized. So what we have to do is just pass the token again, and now that will work. So let's just make this smaller. And that's why we're using this URL pattern, and that's how this is coming very handy. Keep in mind that now any single time that we add any endpoint to this array, we're adding a user to the context so we can access it if we want to. So yeah, just keep in mind that. So yeah, now that we have this done, now we can move on to do the front end. So I'm just gonna switch to my browser and let's just do that. So let's just go under pages over here, status, and that's gonna be our page, the one that we just created a couple of minutes before. And over here, we're just gonna grab this ID or any, it doesn't really matter, but just make sure that this is a valid ID. So let's just paste that in and let's just press enter. And now we know that that's a valid ID. So what we're gonna be doing over here is grab that ID from the URL and show that tweet. So first of all, what we're gonna be doing is just create a function that's gonna be called get ID or tweet ID from route. And then over here, what we're gonna be doing is just return use route. So over here we can do just params and then ID, And with that, we can just access the ID that we just passed. And this ID is this variable that we added over here. So let's just see if this is working, and let's just pass over here an h1, and inside of it, we're gonna just pass that, make sure that we're calling this because this is a method. And now we have that over there. Notice that this is not a computed property, it's a method calling this. And the reason why is because we want to make sure that every single time that we call this is grabbing the latest version of that ID. That's gonna come handy in a bit. So let's just remove this. So let's just use that endpoint that we just created. So let's just go over here and under composables and use tweets over here. We're just gonna scroll down and create another one that's gonna be called const, and we're gonna be calling this get tweet by ID. So let's just define this. We're gonna passing over here a tweet ID. So what we can do is we can just replicate this. So what we're gonna be doing is just return new promise, and then over here resolve reject, and let's just do a try catch. So over here try catch and const response equals await. So we have to define over here an async, and it's gonna be await use fetch API. That's gonna be the helper that we created, as I said before. And over here we can do template strings, and we're gonna be doing API and tweets. And now we will be passing the tweet ID, which is the one that we're grabbing over here. And over here, let's just resolve this. Resolved, and we're gonna be passing response, and we're gonna be over here rejecting with error. So now that we have this, let's just expose it. Now we have this exposed and we can start using it. So let's just go over here, status ID, and let's just do const, and we're gonna be grabbing that get tweet by ID, and that's gonna be coming from use tweets. And now we can just start using this. So let's just create a method that's gonna be called get tweet. And over here, first of all, we're gonna be doing a try catch. So let's just do that, try catch, and we're gonna over here say log error. And first of all, what we're gonna be doing is loading dot value equals true. And over here, as we did before, it's gonna be finally loading dot value equals false. Let's just make this a sync await. So let's just make this a sync, and then over here we can do const response equals await, and we're gonna be using this get tweet by ID, and then we're gonna grab this method get tweet ID from route, and that's what we're gonna be passing as the first parameter. So now let's just console log this to see if this is working or not. Console log response. In order to see this console log, what we have to do is use this get tweet. So what we're gonna be doing is over here we can do on before mount, and we're gonna pass an arrow function over here, and let's just call it. So let's just do over here, this is called get tweet. So let's just do get tweet, and let's just pass that in. Let's just open our console, and over here we do see that tweet coming in. So we know that is inside a tweet key. So now that we know that that's working, so what we're gonna be doing over here is create a tweet, and we're gonna be declaring this as a ref, and by default it's gonna be null. So let's just scroll down, and over here we're gonna say tweet dot value equals response dot tweet. And now let's just over here create an h1, and inside of it we're gonna just have tweet, and as we can see we do have that tweet over there. Now that we have that information from the backend coming to the front end, let's just create this component which we're gonna be calling tweet detail, and that's gonna hold all this information. As I said before, a component called tweet item which we've already created, this one which is the form, and then we will have some kind of tweet list which we already have. So let's just do that. So let's just go over here, and under tweet we're gonna create one that's gonna be called details.view. Let's just close this down. Let's just create our template, and that's gonna be called details, and let's just create over here our script with the setup. Let's just start first of all defining our props. So let's just do props, and it's gonna be define props, and the first one is gonna be tweet. That's I think pretty important. since otherwise we cannot show the details. So let's just go with tweet, and then over here type is going to be object, and then required is going to be true. Then the next one is going to be user, and then over here we're going to just copy exactly the same. We will need the type, and then required is true. So now that we have this, we're going to just do over here, instead of having details, we're just going to have props, and then over here tweet to see if that's being passed. So let's just go back, and now inside our status over here, let's just get rid of this and called tweet details, and we're going to be passing user, which we don't have yet. And then we will also need tweet, which we do have, which is this one. So let's just pass that. And user is very easy to access. So from use auth, we can grab over here is use auth user. And what we can do is just say const user equals use auth user, and then save that in. And now that we have that, we can just pass it. And now we have that inside our details component. So let's just go there. So let's just get rid of this. And the first thing that we're going to be using is a component that we already have. Actually, we do have all of them. We will have to tweak them a bit, but yeah, let's just go with that. So the first one is going to be tweet item, and we're going to just pass over here tweet, and it's going to be props.tweet. And with that, we do have our tweet already there. Granted, it's not looking as it should, and we're gonna make sure that that is corrected. But yeah, we do have our tweet with all that information. The next one is gonna be over here, tweet form. And if you remember, we do have a placeholder, and then over here, let's just not make this dynamic, but let's just add something like tweet your reply. And now we have our reply over there, which is actually pretty cool. So the thing is that this placeholder is not working over here since we're not passing it. So let's just do that. Let's go over here, tweet form index, and let's just create over here one that's going to be called placeholder, and type is going to be string, and default is going to be, so we have to go inside this component. Let's just go there. So we're doing some prop drilling over here, but I think 2 levels is okay. More than that, I think is not great. So let's just go inside our input, and let's just copy that text, which is this one, what's happening. So let's just copy that over there. Let's just go inside our form, and then over here, what we're going to be doing is define this as the default value. So let's just use the other quotes, otherwise it's going to complain. Now we have what's happening, and we have to just pass this down. So over here inside tweet form input, we're going to pass a placeholder, and it's going to be props.placeholder. So let's just make sure that is placeholder. I think it's spelled out correctly. So let's go inside this tweet form input, and then over here we're going to do exactly the same. It's going to be props.placeholder, and let's just make this dynamic. And if we scroll down under props over here, we're going to just say placeholder, and this is going to be type string, and required is going to be true. So now we see tweet your reply. We see that the image is not working, so let's just do that. Let's just go back inside our tweet details over here, and tweet form will also take a user, and that's going to be props.user. And now we have that over there working perfectly. The last one is going to be tweet list feed, which we already have, as I said, and we're going to be passing tweets. And then over here, we're going to want to pass the replies. So it's going to be replies. We don't have this yet, so let's just create it. So let's just scroll down over here and create a ref, or maybe a computed would be even better. So it's going to be called replies. It's going to be a computed, and what we're going to be doing is just grabbing this tweet. So we're going to say over here props.tweet, and then let's just make sure if this is undefined for some reason, we don't want this to break. So let's just do over here replies, and then let's just pass an array just in case. So now we have that. We see that no tweets, and that's the default value that we set for when this is an empty array. In this case, this tweet doesn't have any replies. So let's just go ahead and grab one that does have one. We have this tweet that has multiple replies, 3 of them. So let's just grab this and let's just go over here. Let's just make this bigger and let's just paste that in. And like magic, everything works. We do see our tweet over here. We do see our input and we do see the replies. Now everything is looking exactly the same and we don't want that. So we're gonna just fix that in a minute. And all of them have the same logo because all of them are created by the same user, which is me, which is Joe. And yeah, everything seems to be working fine. Now let's just tweak this component so that it looks a little different to these ones. It's gonna be the exactly same component, but it's gonna have some different properties, CSS, and some props that we're gonna be passing down so that it reacts differently. But in essence, it's gonna be exactly the same component. So let's just go ahead and do that. So let's just go over here and inside tweet item and then the index over here, we're gonna be changing a couple of things. The first one that we are gonna be doing is creating a new prop, which is gonna be called compact. Okay. And that's gonna be a type Boolean. And by default, it's gonna be false. Now that we have that, we are gonna be getting rid of some styles that we have over here. The first one is gonna be this margin left 16, and that's this margin that's being created over here inside this text. So let's just go ahead and do that. So let's just copy that, and then over here let's just call this tweet body wrapper, something like that, and let's just make this dynamic. And let's just scroll down, and now over here we can create a computed property. So let's just do that with that name, which is tweet body wrapper, and over here computed. And what we're gonna be doing is just props dot compact. If that's true, we want to return this margin left. Otherwise, we're just gonna decrease it to maybe something like 2, and then we're gonna add a margin top of 4. And so with that, let's just go over here, and now this one doesn't have that margin left. If we see over here, these ones, they do have it. We're gonna change that in a bit, but for now that's working fine. So let's just fix these ones. They shouldn't have this one over here. So let's just go and inside tweet list feed over here, we do have this tweet item, and what we're gonna be doing is say compact, and that's gonna be true. So we don't have to even pass anything. So if we do something like this, that's like the shorthand. Now these ones won't have that margin left, and this one will have it. So let's just go back. So inside tweet item index over here, let's just move on to do the other ones. The next thing is gonna be making this text a little bit bigger. So over here, let's just add a class, and we're gonna be calling this maybe text size, and let's just copy that. Let's just go back, and we're gonna do something very similar. It's gonna be a computed, and then over here we're gonna just check props.compact, and if it's true, we want this to be the text is gonna be just base, and if it's not, we want to be text 2XL. So let's just see if that makes it bigger, and it does. And now we start seeing some difference between this list feed, which are compact tweet items, and we do see that this tweet item is exactly the same, and we don't have that margin left. We do have that. Now that we have this thing working, the next step is to make these icons a little bit bigger and also get rid of this number that we have over here. So let's just do that. And then over here, we're gonna be passing compact, and that's gonna be props.compact. So it's props.compact. Let's just go inside this tweet item actions, and let's just go ahead and define it. So over here, actions index. Over here, let's just scroll down, let's just copy this, and it's gonna be exactly the same. So we're gonna be over here, compact Boolean, and it's gonna be by default, it's gonna be false. And now that we have this prop over here, let's just first of all get rid of these numbers that we have. So what we're gonna be doing is very simple. So what we can do is just wrap this around a span. Let's just move this inside. Let's just create over here, show stats, and that's gonna be computed. And we're gonna be checking that compact prop that we're passing. So we're gonna be doing props.compact, and with that should work, since that's the exactly same scenario that we want. If that's true, we want to show the stats, If that's false, we don't want it, so let's just grab that. And then over here, let's just go ahead and do a div, and let's just add that there. And with that, we won't have that number anymore, so let's just copy this and repeat. Let's just add it before. I think it looks more intuitive, so let's just move this over here, if, and now let's just rinse and repeat, if, and the last one, which is this one. Now these ones don't have any number and these ones do have it, and I just refreshed the page because it wasn't working for some reason, but now we do see that these ones don't have the number and these ones do have it. So what we have to do next is just make these numbers a little bit bigger. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just go inside this actions icon that we have over here, and over here let's just add a size. Type is gonna be number and default is gonna be 5. So let's just go ahead and use this. Over here, let's just make this dynamic, and let's just use some template strings over here, and this is gonna be props.size, and let's just copy this again, and that's exactly gonna be exactly the same. So we have the width is gonna be props.size and the height is gonna be props.size. So now if we refresh this, everything looks exactly the same, but now we can pass a size prop to it and increase this. So let's just do that. Over here, let's just do the first one. Let's just say size is gonna be 8. And we do see that this one is bigger and the other ones are smaller. Now that we have that and we know that that's working, let's just add over here a size, which is gonna be a dynamic computed property. So we're gonna just say size is gonna be computed, and let's just move this above so we have them together. And we're gonna do exactly the same, props.compact, and if that's true, we want it to be something like 5, and if it's false, we want it to be 8. So let's just refresh, and we do see that the first one is big and the other ones they are not. So let's just over here, let's just copy that and let's just use it in all the other components, and boom, and the last one. And now we have these ones which are bigger. So you see over here, this is the reply, and we see these components, these icons, and these ones are smaller, and we are using the exactly same component, but we're just tweaking it a bit. Now if we create a tweet from here, tweet, first of all, if we take notice, the reply to is null. We have to set that, and secondly, we have to redirect to that tweet. So when the tweet is created, we want to redirect the page to that tweet. So we're gonna be doing those two things now. So let's just go inside this tweet form component. So, and over here, components and tweet, and this is the form component. And then over here, let's just create a new prop, which is gonna be reply to, and we're gonna be passing type. This could be a string, which could be an ID, but since we do have access to that entire tweet and we're gonna be reusing this information later on, let's just make this an object, and that's gonna be default is gonna be null. And then over here, when we are creating the tweet, so what we're gonna be doing is say reply to, it's gonna be props.reply to. Let's just make sure that this is not failing if this is null, and then we're gonna be grabbing that ID. Let's just go inside tweet details, and then over here we do have to pass that information. So it's gonna be reply to, and it's gonna be props.tweet. Now that we have this, we're passing reply to. We have to go inside this composable post tweet. So if you scroll up a bit, we're gonna see this use tweets composable. So let's just go there, and then over here post tweet, we will have to append this. So it's gonna be form.append, and it's gonna be reply to, and we're gonna be passing form data, and that's gonna be just reply to. So now if we try to make a request, let's just open our inspector network tab, and now let's just post a request, and let's just see over here tweets payload. We do see that we're passing an ID. So let's just grab this newly created tweet. So let's just grab that, and let's just refresh this. Over here we can see that this tweet is replying to another one, and if we press on it, we're gonna get redirected to that tweet. This ID changed, and that's this one. This is some bug that is happening, and we're gonna fix that in a second. But now we know that that's working. We do have this tweet, which is replying to this one. If we press and if we refresh, this is the reply to this one. So that's the last one. And we do see that this is a reply, this is a tweet, and it has 4 replies, and that's the last one. So let's just check again. Let's just add 5s over here. Let's just post and let's just refresh this. And now we see that this tweet has this reply that we just created. And now we know that this is working. So let's just go back to our tweet form. So over here, instead of just alerting this, we're gonna just get rid of this, and we're gonna trigger an emit. So we're gonna have to define it over here, and that's gonna be emits, define emits, and we're gonna call this on success. And let's just copy that. Let's just go over here and emits, and we're gonna pass on success, and we're gonna pass that response.tweet. So now that we have this, let's just go back. Let's just go inside our tweet details, which is this one, and we have this form over here, and we're gonna say on success handle form success. Let's just copy this, and over here let's just create a method, and let's just call it that, and we're gonna get tweet. We're gonna using another helper method that Nuxt provides us, which is navigate to, and then over here we're gonna pass a path, and that's gonna be where we want this to be redirected, which is gonna be status, and we can make this like a template string. So let's just over here, and now we're gonna be grabbing that tweet and then that ID. So if we post over here something, let's just post an emoji, which is gonna be this sad emoji. Let's just post that, and now we've been redirected to that page. But the thing is that it's not being refreshed. So if we refresh this, we do see that there. And let's just fix that bug that if the URL changes, this is not being updated, and no, it's not re-triggering that fetch. So let's just do that. So let's just go inside pages, and over here what we will be using is watch, and what we're gonna be watching is gonna be use route, and let's just call that, and we're gonna be watching this full path. And if this changes, what we're gonna be doing is calling the method that we created, which is get tweet. Granted, we're not watching directly for the ID, but this is gonna do the trick. Now let's just post a tweet response to this tweet, which is gonna be maybe a smiley face, and let's just tweet that. We do see that the page now is refreshing, and this tweet is replying to this one from dev5, and if we press on that, we're gonna get redirected to the sad face. And now if we press on this one, that's gonna be this tweet that has a bunch of replies, and we do see that this thread is working, and that's a great thing. And let's just go back, and now just remember that we do have also this, and this is gonna work the same way. So let's just grab an image that I have over here. I can pass over here maybe another emoji, and let's just tweet that. And as we can see over here, this is working perfectly fine. We have our tweet page, and that's working. So if we go back over here, this one, we will see that tweet over there. Notice that this last tweet that we created is not showing the image, and that's because the way that we're making these requests. So let's just go back inside our server, and this one, remember that we're only grabbing some information from the replies. We're just grabbing the author, the reply to, and then inside each reply to, we're also grabbing this, and we do need this information in order to show it over here properly. Let's just say that we also wanted to grab media files from each reply. So what we can do is just over here, replies include, and let's just paste that in. And with that, let's just see if this works. So we now see that tweets and replies have also media files, and that's how you can do it. This is very easy, but also at the same time, you have to keep in mind that this has an impact on all the information that you're fetching. It's doing extra stuff in the background, so you have to make this performant. But yeah, this is just a demo course, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, now that we have that, let's just do also when we press on this, we want to get redirected to that tweet. So now you can see it. I'm pressing on these items and it's not redirecting me to that page. So let's do that. Let's just go inside our components. It's gonna be tweet and list feed. And then over here, let's just scroll down and let's just create over here a method that's gonna be called redirect. And we're gonna be passing a tweet. And let's just over here, we're gonna use the same one, which is gonna be navigate to, and we can pass a path or just pass a string. So we can just do this if we wanted to. We can just do over here status. Let's just add status. And now let's just pass our tweet ID. And let's just call this. So if you scroll up over here, this div, when we click, and we do want to make sure that this is native. Okay. When we click and we do pass that, and also we do need to pass this tweet. So let's just grab it and pass it there. And now if we click on this, I'm gonna get redirected to that tweet. So I can go back and let's just press on this one. And now we see that this is working perfectly fine. Let's just go back. Let's just click on this one and this is working. I do see that this one has a reply. We do see that this is working over here. So let's just back, and this is our home page. We have all our tweets. And now we can press on each of these tweets and we'll see that proper information. And we do see that that's working. We also have this replies count that is working. The next thing is gonna be building this modal. When we press this button, we want to show a modal to be able to reply anywhere from the app. We're gonna be reusing the same function and the same component so that when we press this button, we want to show the same modal with some kind of input, but also some more information to reply to this tweet. Since you can see over here, we don't have that tweet form and we don't have an easy way to reply to this tweet. So we're gonna be doing that. And in order to do that, we will need headless UI. So let's just go ahead and install that. So go ahead and go to headlessui.dev and the dialog. That's the one that we're going to be using, dialog modal. And over here, make sure that you have view selected and open up that console and kill the server. Let's just paste that in, npm install headless UI view. Now let's just wait a couple of seconds. Now that we have that installed, let's just run npm run dev, and now we can move on to do the modal. But before that, I just saw that there's an issue with one of our functions that we made in the backend. So just go under index-post.js, that's this folder, under API user tweets index post. That's where we are creating this tweet. And over here, if we scroll down, we have to copy this and paste that. And over here, we also want to check if it's undefined. So that's another state that we want to check. And now this is gonna work. The issue was that over here, when we wanted to create a tweet, and since this tweet is not replying to another tweet, it was passing undefined and it was providing an invalid reply to. It was setting a reply to ID as undefined, and that's not a valid object ID, and it was making the thing to break and it wasn't working. And now let's just test it out, and that's gonna still work. We can see that that's working. Something else that we just discovered is when we post this tweet, it's not redirecting to that tweet. So that's this test tweet, and it didn't redirect from this page. So let's just go under pages, and that's over here, index. And what we have to do is over here add an on success, and we're gonna call this handle form success, and this is gonna be a method. So you need to have it this way, handle form success. Let's just copy that, and then over here let's just create function handle form success, and over here that's gonna get a tweet. And we can do basically what we did before, which is navigate to, and over here we're gonna be passing a path, and that's gonna be a template string, and over here is gonna be status, and over here let's just add that, and it's gonna be tweet.id. And now let's just add test2, and let's just press enter, and now we're being redirected to this page, and that's how it should be. Now that we have that out of the way, we can move on to continue with the modal. And let's just go back over here to this headless UI, and let's just overcode. We're gonna copy pretty much everything. So let's just press copy over here under dialog modal. Let's just copy that. And now let's just go over here and components, under components UI, we're gonna create one called modal.view. and just paste everything there. And now let's just import this. So let's see how this looks. So let's just go under app. That's where this is gonna reside. So over here, app.view, and we're gonna just have over here UI modal, and let's just see how this looks. And we do have something like this. We can press over here and that's gonna close. So what we can do is just start getting rid of some things that we will not need. So the first one, let's just go back to our modal, and over here let's just get rid of this entire first thing, which is this button. So if you close this, you see that there's a button over there. You barely see it, but there's a button behind it. So let's just get rid of this, and now we should have only this, which is this transition route. And let's just open this up, and over here we will have a couple of things that we also don't want. The first one is going to be the dialog title. We're not gonna have a lot of dialogues, so normally I would make this a prop or something, but in this case we don't really need it, so we can get rid of this. And over here we have some kind of button, and we also won't need this, so let's just also get rid of this. And now we should only have this text, so let's just refresh this, and now as you can see we only have this text. So what we're gonna do is just also get rid of this and make it a slot. And now we have an empty slot. So let's just go back inside our app over here. So let's just make this like this so that it's not self-closing. And over here, we're gonna provide tweet form. And let's just close this down. And let's just see how this looks. And we do have something like this already. It's looking very great. And the reason why is because we made everything so modular, and now we can start reusing things without having to worry writing a lot of stuff from scratch. You see that the user icon is missing, so what we have to do is over here provide that user, and over here that's going to be user. And let's just see if we have it, and indeed we do have it. So now let's just refresh, and we do have it there. Now if we write something over here and we press tweet, that tweet has been created, but if you see behind, we're not getting redirected. So let's just also fix that. So what we had to do is similarly to what we did a couple of minutes before, is going to be exactly the same. So over here we can do on success, and it's going to be handle form success. And over here let's just create this real quick. It's going to be function, and let's just have it like this, and that's going to be a tweet. And let's just alert, hey, let's just see if this is working. Let's just type something, and now we get that hi. And what we have to do now is control this modal. We want to open this modal when we press this button, and also when we click over here we want to close it down, and now it's not being closed down, it's just opening it back again. So let's just also handle those scenarios. So what we have to do is we're going to be passing a prop over here called is open, and over here we're going to call this post tweet modal, and let's just over here create a ref for now, const, and this is going to be a ref which is going to be let's just have it as false, and now that should work. Now what we have to do is go ahead and define this prop. So let's just go over here, and under components let's just scroll up, and modal, let's just open this up, and let's just start defining our props. And we do have it over here is open, so let's just get rid of this, and over here let's just do const props define props, and is open is gonna be type boolean, and required is gonna be true. And now let's just go ahead and use that. So over here we're gonna have props dot is open. We're gonna get rid of open modal since we don't have this button inside this component anymore. We're passing down this information from this prop, and let's just get rid of that. And the only way of closing down this modal at this moment is clicking outside the modal, and that's gonna trigger the modal to close down. So we're gonna be defining the emit, which is gonna be const emits, and over here define emits, and it's gonna be on close. Also, let's just get rid of this ref, we don't really need it. And over here what we're gonna do is when we click close modal, which is this one, if we close this div over here, we're gonna do emits and over here unclose, and that's about it. We don't really need to pass any other information. So let's just go back inside our app.view, and over here let's just add unclose, and it's gonna be handle modal close, and let's just create this method. And over here let's just do function, let's just paste that in. And over here what we're gonna be doing, instead of just changing that, this is gonna actually belong inside the use tweets. So let's just import that. It's gonna be use tweets, and over here we're gonna have a method called close post tweet modal, and we're gonna be calling that over here. So let's just have that. This is also gonna belong over here. We're gonna do that in a second. Let's just go inside this composable use tweets. So over here, composables, use tweets, over here we're gonna be creating that. So let's just start by creating this const close post tweet modal, and that's gonna be an arrow function. And let's just start defining the content, but before that let's just expose this so we don't forget. And now that we have that exposed, that's gonna work outside. So over here what we're gonna be doing is have use post tweet modal, and that's gonna be an arrow function, and we're gonna be doing use state, and over here post tweet modal, and that's gonna be the key. And the value, as you can see, the init is an arrow function. We need to provide an arrow function over here. So let's just do that, and that's gonna be false by default. This is the state that's gonna let us know if this modal should be open or not. So over here what we can do is just say const, and we're gonna paste that. And as we've done a couple of times before, this is gonna be post tweet modal, and what we're gonna be doing is just change this value to false. And now we can expose also this. Let's just scroll down, and over here let's just use that, and now we can use post tweet modal. So let's just scroll down under app, and let's just import this. And instead of having this ref over here, we're gonna just call that, and that's gonna return a ref. And now with this we should have something that's working. So now that modal is closed because we had it as the default value as closed, which is false. And over here, this alert, we also want to close this modal when it succeeds. We will be doing something else extra, but for now that's gonna suffice. So now what we have to do is when we press this button, we want to make sure that that modal is open. So let's just go under that sidebar that we created at the beginning of this course. So that's gonna be under components, and sidebar is the left one. So let's go there, and index, and then over here you will have to scroll down. We will have to attach an event listener to this button, to both of them. So let's just real quick create it, and over here is gonna be const emits define emits, and it's gonna be on tweet, and let's just go ahead and use that. So this is gonna be the first one, on click, and we're gonna be calling emits, and it's gonna be on tweet, and we can just go ahead and copy that and also paste that over here. Now what we can do is just go back inside our app, and that on tweet is being triggered over here. That's the sidebar left, and we have sidebar right over here. So what we can do is over here on tweet and handle open tweet modal. We're gonna be calling this something like that, and let's just go ahead and create this function, and with that we have that working. And now what we have to do is over here, similarly over here we had close post tweet modal, we're gonna have to create another one. So let's just go inside the use tweets composable, and that's gonna be under composables over here, use tweets. And if we scroll up over here, we're gonna just go ahead and copy the entire thing, and instead of close it's gonna be open, and over here instead of false it's gonna be true. And now we can just expose this. Let's just scroll down, and then over here let's just expose it, and let's just go back inside our app, and over here inside this use tweets, let's just grab open post tweet modal, and over here let's just run that. And with that we are opening it and then we're closing it. So let's just go ahead and check if this is working. So if we press this, that's gonna open that modal, and as we can see, it's working. And if we click over here, that's gonna close it. We can click over here, that's gonna open it. And if we click over there, that's gonna close it. Let's just also try creating a tweet over here. Let's just add whatever, an image, and we can press tweet. And if you remember what will happen, because this line of code that we had over here, handle form success, and that's gonna close the post tweet modal. So if we press this, that's gonna also close it. It's creating the tweet. And now I just close that modal, and we had that tweet that we just created over here. And that's awesome. It's just working as we wanted. Next step is gonna be opening this modal that we have over here, pressing this button. At this moment, we don't have anything over there. So what we have to do is when we press that button, we want to trigger that modal to open. A common issue that you might face when building this kind of applications, and we will be facing that issue right now, is what happens when you want to pass information down to a component that's a child of a child of a child. You end up facing something called prop drilling. And similarly, what happens when you want to pass one event from this component, which is a child of this component, which is also a child of this component, and we want to pass it to a component that it's like the parent one, that's like our app.view. We want to have all that, our logic over there. We can use something called event bus. Previously in Vue 2, we had an object that was being exposed by Vue, but now we don't have it anymore, not at least as it was before. So what we have to do is use either Meet or Tiny Emitter. I'm pretty sure there are more, but these are the ones that are being recommended by Vue. So in our case, we're gonna just go ahead and use Meet. I've got here their GitHub, and just install it. So npm install save emit. So let's just do that. Let's just copy that and paste that over here. Make sure that we don't have the $sign. And over here, let's just run npm run dev. So let's just restart our server, and we can just close that down. So what we're going to be doing is going inside this icon.view that we have. So that's going to be inside components and tweet, item, actions, icon over here. We have this. We will be adding a handler inside this div, and that's going to be on click. And we will be adding some modifiers. The first one is going to be stop, and the second one is going to be prevent. Over here, we're going to be adding the emit. So let's just define that. Const emits equals define emits, and it's going to be an on click. So now that we have that, let's just over here do emits and on click. And with that, we're pretty much good to go. And now let's just go over here inside actions. And what we're going to be doing is listening to a event over here inside the first one, which is this one. Let's just add that handler, which is going to be on click. And we're going to be doing pretty much exactly the same. So let's just go scroll down, and over here, const emits. And we're going to be defining one that's going to be a little bit different. So define emits. And over here is going to be on comment click. So we have that on comment click. Let's just copy that, and over here emits and on comment click. So now let's just go to the parent of this one, which is this one. Let's just go inside item, which is this one, index item. We have over here tweet item actions, and over here we're gonna be listening to on comment click, and we're gonna create handle comment click. And just now, for now, let's just have a function, and let's just alert. Hey, let's just see if all of this is working or not. And if we press over here, we see that alert, and we see that that's working. So now what we have to do is connect this button, which we have over here. That's under tweet item. So we have to emit an event from here, and we need to receive it under app.view, which is over here. This component contains all the logic regarding opening and closing the modal, and we want to keep it just in one place. So what we will have to do is create a composable, and over here we're gonna be calling this use emitter.js. And over here, let's just first of all import meet from meet, and const emitter is gonna be just meet, and what we're gonna be exposing is gonna be export default, and over here is gonna be function, and it's gonna be use emitter, and what we're gonna be returning is gonna be an object. The first key is gonna be one that we're gonna be calling on, and it's gonna be just emitter and on. The second one is gonna be $emit, and that's gonna be just emitter.emit. Let's just go inside our tweet item, which we have over here, and over here what we're gonna be using is use emitter. So over here, let's just create our emitter. It's gonna be emitter, and over here use emitter, and we don't have to import anything. That's the beauty of Nuxt. And over here what we can do is just go ahead and do emitter, and it's gonna be emit, and over here we can specify our event, which is gonna be reply tweet, and we're gonna be passing this props.tweet that we have over here. So we can do just props.tweet, and now we will passing that. Now we've created the emitter. Let's just go ahead and create the handler for this. So let's just go under app, and over here we're gonna be doing something very similar. So it's gonna be const emitter and use emitter, and what we're gonna be doing is over here we can just do it like that, and we're gonna be doing on, and let's just make sure that we have it the same. So let's just go back over here, let's just go back, and let's just copy that, and now let's just go inside our app, and let's just paste that in, and over here is gonna receive a callback. It's gonna be tweet. As you remember, we're passing props.tweet, and over here let's just create this callback, and what we're gonna be doing is something very easy. So we have over here open post tweet modal, so let's just do that, but instead of just opening it, we're also gonna be passing this tweet. So let's just pass that. Let's just go inside this method. So that's gonna be composables and use tweets, and over here we have open post tweet. So let's just scroll up, and that's over here, and over here we're gonna be receiving tweet. Now that we have tweet over here, we will have to set it. So we're gonna be creating another state over here. Const is gonna be use reply tweet, and that's gonna be an arrow function, and it's gonna be use state, and we will have over here reply tweet, and the default value is gonna be null. So let's just start with that. So now that we have that, let's just use it. So we're gonna be creating a helper method over here, const set reply to, and it's gonna receive a tweet or something, and that's gonna be, and now what we can do is just do reply tweet. It's gonna be use reply tweet, so that's using this one, and now this is gonna be a reference. So what we can do is just value and just set it as this parameter. So over here, open post tweet modal, on top of setting this as true, what we're gonna be doing is also setting the reply to, and that's the one that we're passing over here. Something else that we have to do is open post tweet modal. If we don't pass anything, it's gonna be null by default. So let's just make sure of that, and let's just go inside our app. If we open it from the sidebar, we don't want to reply to any tweet. So over here, let's just also make sure that we're passing null. And with that, we should be able to open our tweet. So let's just go ahead and check if this is working. If we press over here, we see that now that's working. But we've done a lot of logic, and we're not really using that reply to. It's being set, but it's not being used. So let's just go ahead and use it. Let's just close this. Let's just go back inside this composable, use tweets, and over here, let's just expose also use reply to. So let's just scroll down, and let's just expose this. And now let's just go back inside our app. So over here, we can just use reply tweet. We have it. Now let's just create a reference. It's gonna be reply tweet, and let's just use that. And now we should have something like this. And now with this reply to, what we can do is just show it. So we're gonna show it inside this UI model. So let's just have it like that. So now if we press over here and we try to reply to this tweet, let's just do that. We do see that tweet's information. We do see that emoji over there. And let's just try this out with this one. If we press that one, we don't see anything because here we're not replying to anything. So now let's just make this information look better. We do have a component that's gonna take care of that, which is gonna be the tweet item. So let's just go ahead and do that. So let's just get rid of this reply tweet over here. So let's just pass over here a couple of props. The first one is gonna be reply to, and we're gonna be passing this reply tweet, which is this one. We have it over here. And then another one that we're gonna be passing is show reply. So we haven't created both of these. So let's just have it as camel case. That thing looks better. On success, show reply. So now let's just go ahead and create this. So let's go inside tweet form, and over here let's just go inside this component tweet form, and let's just go ahead and create both of those. So we do have already reply to. So what we're going to be doing is creating show reply, and let's just have this as a type boolean, and default is going to be false. The reason why we do need this is because we're using this component in a couple of places, and one of them we don't want to show the reply, and in the other one we do want to show the reply, which is going to be a tweet item. So over here let's just import tweet item. I don't know why I said importing when we don't even need to import it, but yeah, tweet item. And over here let's just add the first prop is going to be tweet, and we're going to be passing reply to. So it's going to be props.reply to. And then we want to make sure that this is only shown if we have reply to and show reply is true. So let's just do that. It's going to be if, and it's going to be props.reply to and props.show reply. If both of these are true, we do want to show it. And then also I want to hide these icons, these action icons. So let's just over here pass hide actions, and we will have to define this one. So let's just go inside tweet item, over here tweet item and index. We have to define that. So let's just over here paste that in, hide actions, and it's gonna be type boolean, and default is gonna be false. So hide actions, let's just go ahead and use that, and that's gonna be this div. So let's just do if this is not gonna be true. If hide actions is true, that's gonna negate it, and that's gonna work. So let's just go ahead and see if everything is working. So we have this tweet, and let's just reply to this. We do see that this is working as we wanted. We do see that tweet, which is test tweet, and we see that information. This is the tweet item, and then we have this one, and let's just reply to this, which is gonna be, I don't know, love emoji, and this is a reply. And let's just press that, and now that just worked. And now if you go inside this one, we will see that reply, which is over here. We have it like that. This is a reply. We do see that that's working. So now we can create comments from anywhere from our app. We can over here post a tweet, so we can say whatever we want. We can still upload the images if you want to, and we can just post that, and that's also gonna work. So if you go inside our home, we do see that's there. Something else that you might have noticed is that when we created a reply to this over here, if you try to reply, let's just post the same image, and let's just post that, and let's just click over here. We do see this tweet, but we didn't get redirected to it. So let's just also go ahead and do that, and that's also gonna be very easy to do. So let's just go inside our app, and over here where we have handle form success, we do get our tweet. We're not using it, and it's very easy. So after closing the post tweet modal, we can say over here navigate to, and we're gonna be passing the same. So it's gonna be path, and over here let's just go ahead and pass tweet.id, and before that, that's gonna be status. Let's just make sure that we have it this way. So we have status tweet ID, and that's also gonna work. We've been adding this in at least 3 places, and this is by design. The reason why is because we don't want to have this inside our tweet form. Let's just say that we wanted to change the behavior. Instead of redirecting in one place, we don't want to redirect in other places where you're using this component. So that's by design. We're running this so that we have the choice of choosing what do we want to do when this tweet is being created. So let's just see if that's also working. So let's just go inside our home, and over here let's just reply to this one, and let's just add the same images. We have that image over there, and let's just add whatever. And now if we post this, now we've been redirected to that. And if we remember, we can click over here and we will be redirected to the first tweet. And the same way we can do the same. And this is the beauty of this system. It's working as we wanted, and it's working fine. So over here we can do exactly the same. We can post a tweet, and let's just go back, and that's gonna get us to this one. So we do see that everything is working perfectly fine, and it looks very good. We only have a couple of things left to do. The first one is gonna be the search bar that we have over here. Then create a new page to be able to search tweets. Also, we have to create this footer, and over here this user profile tab. This is how the auth page is looking. We have to add some title over here and the logo. We have to change this button. So we have to do those couple of things. So let's just start with the search bar, and then we will move on to create that search tweet page. So let's just go over here, and under components we're gonna go sidebar, and it's gonna be right index. And right above this preview card, we're gonna add over here search bar. So below this, let's just start by creating a div, and this is gonna have a class of relative, and then margin is gonna be 2. We might change this if it doesn't look very good, but for now let's just keep it there. And div, we're gonna create another one, and over here inside we're gonna have a class of absolute. Then flex items center, height is gonna be full, padding left is gonna be 4. We might also change this if it doesn't look very centered, but let's just have it there. Text is gonna be a gray, and let's just go with 600. And then cursor is gonna be pointer. And then over here inside, let's just create another div, and this is gonna have class of width is gonna be 6, and height is also gonna be 6. So now we have to do is import that icon. So let's just scroll down, and over here let's just import. It's gonna be search icon. So let's just search icon, and let's just grab the outline version. So now we have that, and let's just scroll up, and over here let's just add that, and now we should have a search icon over there, and indeed we do have it. And over here let's just add an input. It's gonna be type text, and this is gonna have a bunch of classes. So let's just get started. The first one is gonna be flex items center, width is gonna be full. We do want it to take the entire width. Padding left is gonna be 12. Text is gonna be small. Font is gonna be normal. Text is gonna be a gray, and let's just go with something like 100. Background color is gonna be another gray, and this is gonna be a 200. Border, let's just add a border there. So it's gonna add the border width of 1. And then let's just also add the color, which is gonna be border gray, and let's just go with 200. Rounded is gonna be full. Then shadow, then let's just add the dark version, which is gonna be dark, and it's gonna be background dim, and this is gonna be a 400. And then dark, let's just also add the border, which is gonna be over here border, and it's gonna be a dim of also 400. Now let's just add focus, and let's just add background is gonna be gray, and it's gonna be a 100. Dark is gonna be focus, and also it's gonna be a background dim. So let's just add that background dim, and this is gonna be a 900, and we're almost done. Last ones is gonna be focus, outline is gonna be none. Now let's just add the focus border color. So it's gonna be focus border, and it's gonna be a blue, and it's gonna be a 200, and then height is gonna be 9. Also, let's just add a placeholder. So let's just add over here placeholder, and this is gonna be search Twitter, or search anything, whatever you want. And let's just see how this looks, and it seems like the image is not like quite there. So the icon, I think this actually needs to go outside. And another thing that I saw is that this needs to be absolute. And now we should see this. Okay, now we see that this is looking pretty great. It's responsive, and now when this disappears, it's gone, and we do see that it looks great. So now let's just make this actually do something, because at this moment it's not doing anything. So let's just do that. Let's just create a ref over here. Let's just call it search, and that's going to be a ref, and it's going to start as an empty string. So we could save it inside like the composable that we had. In this case, let's just keep it very simple, very minimal. So let's just over here search, and this is going to be a v modal. So let's just do that. And now that we have that, let's just have this over here, so we see that something is being typed. So now if we type over here, and now we see that that's working. The text is white, so maybe we can change that. So over here we haven't specified anything regarding the color of the text, so let's just go with text is gonna be black. And actually we did specify for this one, but this actually needs to be the dark version. So we have that as a dark, and this is the normal one, text black. So let's just see now, and we see that that's working. So how do we trigger this search? We could do it like a couple of ways. The simplest solution is just pressing this icon. We could have some kind of the bounds, or maybe we can press enter. Let's just keep it simple. Let's just press this icon, and over here let's just add a click, and it's gonna be handle search. Let's just create this method. Let's just get rid of this. We don't really need it anymore. And it's gonna be a function. And over here, let's just alert, and it's gonna be search.value. And let's just see if this works. Let's just type something, and we do see that value coming in. So now let's just redirect to that page that we haven't created yet, but we will. So it's gonna be use router, and then over here is gonna be push, and we can pass a couple of things. The first one is gonna be path, which is gonna be search, and then we're gonna add query, and let's just have it as q is gonna be search dot value. And now let's just see this in action. And if we type anything and we click there, we're redirected, and we do see that text coming in, so we know that that's working correctly. And let's just go back, and let's just test with spaces what happens, and maybe with some numbers. And let's just press that, and as we see, it's adding everything there. So that's the magic of view router, so we don't have to do anything. So now let's just create this page. Let's just go over here under pages, and let's just create search.view, and let's just go back to our index, and we can pretty much copy all of this. So let's just copy this, and let's just go back, and over here let's just get rid of some things. The first one, the title, is gonna be search, and over here search. Let's just also delete this, since we don't really want to have that form. And now over here, home tweets, let's just have an empty array. Let's just minimize this. Let's just refresh, and we do see that this is working. This actually called this method, which we're gonna tweak in a bit. So let's just start by getting rid of these things. We don't really need them. User, we also don't need it, so we can remove these. We can also remove this. And now over here, get home tweets. So let's just go inside the use tweets composable. Over here, get home tweets. So let's just first of all change these to get tweets, and let's just make sure that we're not breaking anything. So let's just go back, and we will have to change a couple of things. The first one is gonna be under our index app over here. We're importing get home tweets, so we have to import get tweets. And then over here, use get tweets. So over here, search, let's just do the same, get tweets. And over here, let's just import it. So over here, we're gonna be passing any query params. We're gonna be passing query, and that's gonna come from that URL. So let's just grab it. So over here, it's gonna be search text, and maybe search query, it's a better name. Search query, and that's gonna be use route. And we're gonna be grabbing query, and then over here is gonna be q. That was the name. So we have that, use query, and now we're gonna be passing that. And let's just see how this looks. So let's just have a console log over here, and we do have that string over there. So we see that it doesn't have everything, it's already parsed. So we already have everything working correctly. So we're passing that over there. So now let's just go inside and also pass it when we're making the query. So let's just go over here, get tweets, home tweets. These ones we're gonna be calling search tweets. Let's just change that over here, search tweets, and then over here we'll be passing search tweets inside this tweet list feed. And now we should have the tweets coming in. The thing is that we're not really using anything over here. So we're not passing down this to the query. So let's just go over here inside get tweets. Let's just go there. Let's just go over here, get tweets. And over here, let's just scroll down. We do need to first grab over here params. And let's just set it as an empty object. As the second argument of this, we're gonna be passing params, and that's gonna be grabbing that. So with that, we should be good to go. And with this, we should be good to go. So let's just check if this is being sent to the backend. So let's just refresh and let's just search for tweets. And over here, we have tweets and we have that query that's being sent to the backend. So now what we have to do in the backend is grab that and basically search tweets that have that query inside the body. So let's just do that. So let's just go over here under server, API, tweets, and that's gonna be index. So I've got over here Insomnia, and let's just add our query, which is query. We can call it whatever we want. Maybe we can call it something like search or something like that. Let's just keep it at query, and then over here is gonna be maybe test, and that's gonna be it. So we can make our requests there. So now let's just go inside the code. Let's just minimize this. So let's just use the use query composable that we have over here. So let's just add query, and that's gonna be use query, and we have to pass this event over here, and let's just return this. So let's just scroll down, and over here let's just comment this out, and let's just return this, and we do see that query coming in. So let's just over here do some destructuring, and now we're grabbing this. We can, as I said, maybe we could call it something like search. So now let's just run this, and now we have access to that. So let's just extract this, and let's just create a constant, and let's just call it something like Prisma query. And with that, we have it as a new variable over there. So now let's just check if we're sending something, because we might not send any query. So if query is present, and let's just double check that this is not null. So query, we can do something like that. I think that should be enough for validation. Over here, let's just prisma.query. So we're gonna do Prisma, and now over here we can attach any new query that we want if this is present. So the thing is that I'm using MongoDB, and MongoDB doesn't have full text search support yet. We do have it available for Postgres and MySQL. If you're using something like PlanetScale, I think you will also be able to get this feature. But in my case, I don't have it. So the best thing that I can get is the contains. So let's just use that. And it's very simple. As you can see over here, we just have to specify where, then the field, and then contains, and then the value. So we're going to be doing that, and it's going to be very simple. So in order to do this, maybe we can change this to a let, since we're going to be overwriting that variable. And over here, we're going to say Prisma query is going to be whatever we had inside Prisma query. So let's just destructure that. And then over here, we're going to specify where, and the field in our case is going to be text, and then contains, and contains is going to be query. So let's just do that, and let's just return Prisma query to see if the query is being constructed as we want. So we have that include, which we already had before, and the order by, and then we have where, text, contains, test. And as we know over here, that's how it should look like. Where in our case is text, that's the field inside the tweet, and then contains, and then we provide the value. As I said before, if you do have access to full text support, use that. We don't have it, so we're going to be using this contains. That's going to be the best option that we have. So let's just run this, shall we? So let's just return over here. Let's just remove this, and let's just uncomment this out. And now this should work. So let's just run that. And we see that working. We do see over here test to, let's just make this bigger. And we have over here another test tweet. We have test, and in total we have a couple of tweets. So we have, let's just count them. We have only 4. So we know that that's working. Let's just add something like this. Let's just run it again. And we don't get anything. But now if we have test, let's just run it again. Boom, we have it. Now we know that that's working. So let's just go back. What happens if we don't send anything? Let's just have it like this. It's just gonna return all the tweets as we want. And that's because we're over here checking. So let's just go inside the client and let's just see this in action. So let's just refresh. We don't see anything. And now let's just search for test. Let's just press over here. And we've actually found a bug. We're gonna be solving this in a second. Let's just press enter. And now we do see that this is working. We do have only 4 tweets, which we can click and they're gonna work the same way. If we are inside the same page and we press again, the URL changes, but this is not refreshing. So let's just solve that. So let's just go over here under our tweet ID. And if we remember, we did have this watch, which we're gonna just copy. And let's just go inside search. And then over here, let's just paste it. And it's gonna be exactly the same. Instead of calling get tweet, it's gonna be calling get tweets. But we do want to have all of this. So let's just extract it to a method. Function get tweets. And let's just have it like this. I'm aware that this is duplicated since we already have it over here. So let's just have it like this. Get tweets composable. I know it's not a very good name, but this is something temporary. So we have that, and instead of fetching get tweets over here, it's gonna be fetching get tweets composable. And then over here on before mount, let's just call get tweets, and over here the same, get tweets. So now let's just refresh. It's complaining because this is not a sync, so let's just make it a sync. And over here we can get rid of this. So maybe we do want to await to this, and we do see that this is working. And now if we type something else, something like test, and if we press over here, it refreshes. We have this working. Next, let's just add the footer over here. So let's just make this small, and let's just go over here, and it's going to be sidebar right index, and then over here below this, so we have these preview cards. We have 2 of them. So over here, let's just create a footer, and inside of it, we're gonna have a UL, and let's just add some classes. The first one is gonna be margin X is gonna be 2, margin Y is gonna be a 4. So let's just also add that. Then text is gonna be extra small, and text is gonna be gray. And let's just go with something like 500. And then over here inside, we're gonna have an LI, and then an anchor tag. So let's just add the classes. So the first one is gonna be class inline block, and MX is gonna be 2. And then the anchor tag is gonna also have some classes. Very simple, 1 class, hover underline. And now we can start adding the text. The first one is gonna be dark mode. And let's just see if this actually looks good or not. So let's just add that there. And we have it over there. So let's just copy paste this a couple of times. Let's just copy this and let's just paste it. Okay, and now let's just start changing this. So it's gonna be privacy policy. Let's just have it, and the next one is gonna be cookie policy, then accessibility. Let's just also add ads, info, and maybe over here more. Let's copy this, and the last one is gonna be just an LI. It doesn't have anything inside. And let's just have the copyright logo 2022, and then Twitter and ink. And let's just see this in action. Let's just see if this looks good or not. And we have it there. We have that footer. Now let's just do that. When we press this, it actually makes everything dark mode. So let's just do that. So over here, the first one, we're gonna do on click, and it's gonna be a prevent and handle toggle dark mode. So let's just copy that and let's just add a method over here, function handle toggle dark mode. And what we're going to be doing is using an emitter. So to do that, let's just create it first over here. Let's just scroll up and just do emitter equals use emitter, and that's the one that we created before. So let's just scroll down and then over here do emit, and it's gonna be toggle dark mode. So let's just copy that and then let's just go inside our app, and over here let's just do emitter on. Let's just pass that event, and now let's just over here let's just alert hi. Let's just press this and we do see that hi. So let's just make this smaller, and let's just over here we have this dark mode, and let's just do dark mode dot value equals the opposite of dark mode dot value. So let's just save that and let's just run this, and now we have dark mode working. We press that, it goes to just normal, and then we have dark mode. Next up, let's just build this component, which is going to be the one in charge of logging out, and it's going to show the currently logged in user. So let's just do that. So head over to sidebar and left index over here. So I've got here this div, which is the one that contains all the sidebar items and also the button to be able to tweet. So I'm just going to scroll up and minimize it. So this is going to be the main div. And over here, let's just create that div. It's going to be a div. And now let's just add some classes to it. The first is going to be flex. Flex is going to be row. Items is going to be center. Let's just go with also justify center. PX, let's just add the PX of 2 and a PY of also 2. MX, let's just add it as auto. Margin top is going to be also auto. Margin bottom is gonna be 5. Rounded is gonna be full. So let's just go with that. Cursor is gonna be pointer. Width is gonna be 14. XL, then we're gonna go with width is gonna be full. Hover, we're gonna add some background gray, and it's gonna be 100. Dark, over here, let's just add the hover, which is gonna be a background dim, and let's just go with something like 800. And next up, the only thing that's left to do inside this div is add the animation class. So let's just grab that from the use tailwind config that we've created. So let's just go over here, and we already have default transition. So let's just grab that and add it over here. Now let's just create this div, and then we will add this icon over here. So let's just add the image and then this. So let's just do that. So let's just create a div over here. Class is gonna be flex row, and over here let's just add an image first, and we don't have the source yet, so let's just leave it at something like this. It's gonna break. So let's just also add over here some classes. Let's just remove that, and the class is gonna be width of 10, height is gonna be also 10, and rounded is gonna be full. Let's just also define the user profile, which is going to be the image that we're going to be showing over here. So let's just also define that. So it's going to be const props, define props, and it's going to be user type is going to be object, and it's going to be required. In our case, this app cannot work if you're not logged in. So that's why this is required. So let's just go real quick inside the app. And now over here, this left sidebar, which is this one, will require also a user. So let's just add that. That's going to be user. And I think that we already have it, so we don't have to do anything. Indeed, we do have it over here. So let's just go inside this sidebar left over here, and we're going to be grabbing that profile image. So let's just add this a binding over there, and it's going to be user. Or we can do props.user, it's up to you. So let's do props.user, and it's gonna be profile image. So let's just see how this looks. And we do have a profile image over there. Now let's just add the handle. So let's just create another div over here. And this one is gonna be flex, it's gonna be hidden. Also, this needs to be flex call, and it's gonna be hidden, and we're gonna add a margin left of 2, and then XL is gonna be block. Now let's just add over here an H1, which is gonna contain user.name. So let's just see if that's working. And indeed, we do see Joe over there. So let's just add some classes. And over here, it's gonna be text. Let's just add the text small. Font is gonna be bold. Text is gonna be a gray, which is gonna be an 800. So let's just add that. And dark is gonna be text white. Now, if we check this out, this should look a little better, which indeed it does. So now let's just add, just below this, we're gonna add the Twitter handle. So let's just add over here a paragraph, and the classes is gonna be text is gonna be small and text gray. Let's just add something like a 400. And over here, let's just add user.handle. Let's just see this in action. And now we see that that's looking pretty great. So now let's add the icon that's gonna belong over there. So let's just minimize this. So after this div, we're gonna add another div over here. So let's just add that. And this is gonna be the icon. And let's just add over here div, and it's gonna be class. By default is gonna be hidden, and ML is gonna be auto, and then XL is gonna be block. And over here, we're gonna create another div, which is gonna hold the icon. So we need to specify the width and the height, which is gonna be 6, and the height is gonna be also 6. And now we just have to use the icon. So let's just scroll down, and we do have already the imports. So over here, we're gonna import chevron icon, and it's gonna be down icon. So, and it should be down icon, something like this. Chevron down icon. I don't really know how to pronounce this, but yeah. So let's just add that, and it's gonna be something like this. And now this should look great. So we do have this over here. Now what we have to do is when we press this, we want to log out. So let's just do also that. So let's just define over here another emit, which is gonna be on logout. And let's just scroll up inside this div that we've created. Let's just add over here an on click, and it's gonna be emits. And over here, let's just on logout. Now let's just go inside the app.view, and now we can listen to another event over here. So it's gonna be on logout and handle user logout. So let's just create this function. Let's just scroll down, function, and for now, let's just alert. Let's just check if this is working. Hey, and let's just make this. And if we click over here, we do see that this is working. Now we just have to log out. Now we'll have to create a function inside this composable that we have over here, which is gonna be just logout. We don't have this yet, so let's just, for now, let's just have this like that. So we're calling it. And now let's just go inside that composable. So let's just go over here, and it's gonna be composables use auth. And over here, let's just create that function. So let's just create const logout. Let's just add a space there. And we don't really need to pass anything. We just want to make an HTTP call to the backend. So we're gonna just return new promise, resolve, reject. Now let's just create this function. So let's just add it inside always a try catch. So we're gonna await. So let's just add a sync over here. And over here, we're gonna be using use fetch API, and it's gonna be API auth, and then over here, logout. And after this, we want to set token. So we already have this to null, and set user is gonna be also null. And then we can just resolve. And if something fails, we just reject with error. Let's just also expose this, otherwise everything is gonna break. Now let's just see if this works. If we press this, it just made an HTTP request, which is 400, since we haven't created this endpoint yet. It's making the request, and we see that there is an issue. And the issue is that over here, we need to make sure that we're providing the type of method that we're creating, which is gonna be a post. So let's just also add that. And now let's just try again. And now if we click over here, it made a push request, and now we just have to create this endpoint in the backend. So now let's just go inside our API, and inside over here, auth, let's just create a file that's going to be called logout.post.js, and we can just minimize this, and it's going to be export default define event handler, and over here is going to be a sync, and now we can define the handler. So this handler is going to take, as we've seen, is going to take event. And now let's just add over here a try catch. So let's just add that. So what we want to do over here is just kill the refresh token. So in order to do that, we have to extract it from cookies. So first of all, let's just get cookies. And that's going to be use cookies. And over here, we just have to pass event. And now we have access to cookies over here. So refresh token is going to be cookies dot refresh token, and this is snake case, so it's gonna be this way, refresh token. And now what we have to do is just remove this refresh token. So let's just create the method over here. Is gonna be remove refresh token. So let's just create that. Let's just copy that, and that's gonna be under database and refresh tokens. Over here is gonna be export const, and it's gonna be remove refresh token. And over here, we're gonna get token as the first parameter. That's the only one that we really need. And let's just return, and it's gonna be prisma.refresh token. And over here, we're gonna do delete and where. And over here is gonna be token, and that's gonna be the token that we've provided, which is this one. So let's just copy that, and now let's just go back. And now over here, we should be able to just do remove refresh token. And we do have that auto imported over there. So that's great. And now we just have to pass that. And now we can just remove this, and we can await to this catch. We just leave it like this. And lastly, what we want to do is also use the send refresh token. So send refresh token. That's another helper that we created over here. And over here, we're gonna provide event.res, and then we're gonna say null. Now we can just do return, and let's just add the message of done. And with this, we are killing our refresh token in the backend. So let's just test it out. So now if we press this, that's gonna make that request. And as you can see, now I'm logged out. Let's just check the response, which is done, and that's working. So now if I refresh this, you can see that my user is totally logged out, and I can now log in back again, which is dev5 and my super secret password, and it works. Let's just log out again, and now I'm logged out. So we're pretty much done with our main app. Now let's just do a couple of last things inside this form. And that's going to be changing this button, and then we're done, and we just have to deploy it. And yeah, let's just do that. So let's just go inside components, auth, form, and over here, and let's just add UI button, and let's just test this with adding login, and we do have it like that. Let's just add over here liquid, and that should take the entire width, which indeed it does. And let's just also test if disable works. So let's just add over here disabled equals true, and now that's disabled. So let's just check when should this button be disabled. So let's just add is button disabled, and let's just copy that. And over here, that's gonna be a computed. It's a very good place to create this. So let's just add that. We want to check two things, and the first one is gonna be if data.username and data.password are undefined or null or not valid, or an empty string basically. So if they're nully, that's gonna work. And then the other case is gonna be data.loading, which we don't really need these parentheses. And now this should be disabled, and if we add that, And I think I made a mistake over here. This needs to be an or. And now we can add whatever. And unless both of them are something valid, this is going to be disabled. So that's great. Now what we have to do is just add that handler, which is another on click. So we can just copy this and paste it over here. Let's just get rid of this. And now we have this like that. The form is not looking very great. So I think it needs to have some kind of width full over here. And I think that looks way better. Now we have to add just the logo over here. So let's just add that. That's going to be a div over here. So let's just add that div class, and it's going to be a flex. Justify is going to be center. And now let's just add the width and the height of that logo, which is going to be width is going to be 10 and height is going to be also 10. So let's just also add that. And now we just have to import that logo, which is going to be logo Twitter. And now that's looking pretty great. So now we have this like that, and we can log in. So let's just do that. It's going to be dev5 and the secret password. And now we're logged in. And we're pretty much done with the app. There are a couple of things that you can still work on, like adding a register form. We have the backend part of it. We do have the endpoint. We just have to, over here, let's just log out real quick. So over here, you can add some kind of anchor tag or something that changes the state of this form so that it becomes a sign up form. And then you can register people from there. We do have the backend. We just have to do the front end. But I think I'm going to just stop over here because I've been working on this course for more than a month. And I just want to finish it at this point. I think we've achieved a very good product. And this is it. We're done. Before we can deploy this app, we have to add something inside the Nuxt config.ts. This is something that actually I forgot to do. What we need to do is over here, just add a build. We need to add a transpile step. And over here, we need to provide the hero icons, and it's going to be view. So now with that, we can just deploy our app. So let's just go ahead and do that. In this case, we're going to be using Vercel. So just go vercel.com, new, and over here, import your project. In my case, is this one, the Twitter clone. And let's just press that. And over here, it's going to select the Nuxt.js preset. So you don't have to do anything, and just press deploy. Once you see that the build step has started, let's just go under our projects. In our case, I have it over here, the Twitter. And let's just go inside settings, and over here, environment variables. Make sure to add all of the environment variables that you have inside the .env. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to come back real quick. And I just added the last one. You should have 3 Cloudinary ones, 2 related to auth, which is JSON Web Token, refresh token, and access token. And the last one is going to be for Prisma to access the database. So now just go under deployments. And the last one over here, redeploy. Make sure that you don't have anything cached. So let's just press redeploy and let's just wait. Okay, it just finished. So let's just click over here, fingers crossed. Let's just see if it works. And it works. Okay, let's just test our user, which is dev5 and password. Let's just press login, and everything works as expected. And as you can see, this is deployed on Vercel. Let's just try to deploy a hey from Vercel, and let's just add an image just to make sure that this is also working. Let's just press tweet. Let's just wait, and we can refresh this, and this is still gonna work. And we can also search this. Let's just search for Vercel, and we have one tweet over here. And if we click over there, we have it. It's working perfectly fine. Let's just also check this, and we can also retweet from here and say, hey, let's just click there. And that's also working perfectly fine. We have our tweet over here, and if you go back, it's gonna show the one from Vercel, that reply over there. And it's great. Now we can also log out, and we're done. The app is completed. If you made it so far, congratulations. You've completed this course, and I hope you got a lot of value out of it. And if you want me to do more of these kind of courses, just let me know in the comment section down below. I'll make sure to do those. I have a lot of stuff, like very good stuff planned in the future. And if you don't want to miss out on more content like this, make sure to subscribe. Otherwise, you're just hoping that the YouTube algorithm recommends more of my videos. So yeah, just make sure to subscribe, press that bell icon so you get notified. And I think that's about it. See you in the next one.